Now, today, we are gonna see. What if genius gamer Harry Potter stuck into dangerous gaming world? Join Patreon for early ACESS of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. On 1991, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, headmaster of famous British magical school Hogwarts, was interviewing Sybil Trelawney for the position of divination when she made a prophecy that changed the path future. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hands of the other. For neither can live while other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. This was heard by someone who in turn told the Dark Lord Voldemort that had been haunting the magical England for over a decade. People were even afraid to say his name and referred to him as he who must not be named or you know who. Two boys were born, Neville Longbottom and Harry James Potter, who were thought to be the subject of the prophecy, both being born on 31st of July. Harry was born on 31st of July 1990 and Neville on 30th of July 1992. So both family went into hiding under the Fidelius charm. There having been two candidates for prophecy, the Dark Lord on the night of Halloween, the 31st of October, went to attack the Longbottoms due to them being pureblood. After killing Frank and Alice Longbottom, he trained his wand at Neville and sent the killing curse, but was killed by Neville Longbottom when the curse backfired, who was then declared the boy who lived. On the same night of Halloween, the 31st of October, he sent his followers Bellatrix Lestrange siblings, and Barty Crouch Jr. to Godric's Hollow to kill the Potters, where the Potters were hiding under Fidelius' charm, having already been told the secret by traitorous Peter Pettigrew. Unknown of their master's demise, they went inside the cottage, after killing James and torturing Lily Potter, who was trying to protect 3-year-old Harry, but before they could do anything they were apprehended by the Aurors. Lily Potter was sent to a coma and Harry was then sent to his relatives by Dumbledore, who placed a charm so that Harry cannot be away from this place for more than a week till he was 8, when the charm would wear off. Harry was not an ordinary kid. He was a genius, a prodigy. He could form proper word at the age of 1 and was quite mature for his age. He could hold proper conversations by the age of 2 and could read and write properly by the age of 3. So after his 3rd birthday, James and Lily Potter bonded a house elf named Pip, one of the young Potter house elf, to Harry in case anything happened to them. Pip would be able to help someone take his care. When Petunia Dursley and Vernon Dursley found him, they placed him in the cupboard under the stairs. When he woke up in Pavette Drive in the cupboard, he did not recognize the place and started to cry. His uncle shouted him to keep quiet. After some time, when his parents did not attend to him, he called for Pip. Due to his crying, his uncle went to teach him a lesson. When Vernon opened the cupboard, he was blasted back onto the wall. Petunia shouted and went to see what happened. There was a strange creature in front of Harry protecting him. "You will not harm Master Harry," Pip said in the most threatening voice he could muster. What have you done with Vernon?" shrieked Petunia. Pip house elf to Master Harry." "Pip take care of Master Harry now," Pip replied. "Take him away from here then," Petunia said as she tended to Vernon. "Pip cannot do that till Master Harry is 8, as Dumbledore placed charm on the place," Pip replied in a downtrodden voice. When Vernon came to, they decided to let Pip take care of Harry and they moved him to the 2nd bedroom. Pip then brought all of Harry's things from Godric's Hollow and started taking care of him. At the age of 3, Harry could read and write as well, perform basic mathematics, and had his first bout of accidental magic. He started to read a lot of books. All of the books were bought by Pip with the money from his trust vault. Pip took care of Harry's food, clothing, and all the other necessities. The Dursleys didn't even talk to him and flat out ignored him. When he would try to talk to them, they would not respond. He didn't like it there and wanted to go away from here, but Pip said that they cannot till when Master Harry is 8. When he asked Pip what happened to his parents and where were they, Pip told him about how Master James died and Mistress Lily was in St. Mungo's in a coma whilst trying to save Master Harry. That was the first time he visited his mother when Pip took him to her room in St. Mungo's. After joining local public school at the age of 3 and a half for the early year foundation stage, where after a year he was declared a genius. He was offered a scholarship to more prestigious private school. He was quite happy with himself as he wanted to do great so that he could cure his mother. He would visit her with Pip twice a year, once on his birthday and once on Christmas. On his 5th birthday something strange happened. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. At first he thought that his mind was playing tricks with him when he first saw this message. When he put on his glasses, he blinked, then rubbed his eyes, removed his glasses, cleaned them. When that didn't work he closed his eyes and counted to 10 thinking he was still sleeping. Even after all this the message was still there. He started to freak out slightly. He called for Pip. "Yes, Master Harry, you called, and happy birthday. Breakfast will be ready in a while." Pip replied after popping in his room. His room was slightly expanded by Pip with a sturdy bed, dresser table and all other utilities. Pip stayed in the attic where he had made himself a kitchen to cook food for Harry. "Forget the breakfast. Can you see this blue screen before me?" he said. "No, Master Harry." "Are you okay, Master Harry?" Pip replied. "I'm okay. I'll be there for breakfast," he said. "What is going on? What is this thing?" he thought. "Would you like a tutorial?" "Yes." "No." He then touched yes, which then showed a new message. "Welcome to the game. You are a character in the game. Please say, status, to access you status." He then said, status. A new message appeared. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 1, XP 0 1000, HP 105, 100 plus 5. MP 105, 100 plus 5, Locked, Strength 5, Agility 5, Vitality 5, Wisdom 5, Intelligence 10, Charisma 5, Luck 5, Status Points 0, Money 200 pounds. Perks: Wizard plus 1 VIT plus 1 WIS per level. Gain access to Wizard class, Genius plus 5 int at start, plus 1 int per level. Father's Son plus 2 per level, plus 1 per level. Mother's Son plus 2 per level, plus 1 per level. Ambidextrous, dual wield skill available, plus 1 AGI per level. Titles: Potter Heir. Active: Potter Heir Ring provides protection against minor curse, jinx and charms, plus 100 relation with light side, plus 150 relation to neutral side, minus 100 relation to dark side. Passive: access to Potter Heir Trust Vault, limited access to Family Vault, plus 1 per level. Status shows your current level. There can be multiple titles, but only one title can be equipped at a time, though the perks available with the title is available all the time. Level shows at what level you are. Gain XP, experience, to level up. Each level has a set amount XP needed to level up. HP is hit point. It shows your available health. If HP reaches 0 you die. HP equals base plus VIT base, 100. MP is mana point. It shows your available magic. To use freely you have to unlock it by having the knowledge of magical theory of level 5. If MP reaches 0 you suffer from magical exhaustion. MP equals base plus WIS base, 100. Strength STR is the measure of how strong you are, how much you can lift, power behind your hits. Agility AGI is the measure of how flexible you are, how fast you are, your dodging power. Vitality VIT is the measure of how healthy you are. It affects your HP. Wisdom WIS is the measure of your reasoning and thinking ability. It affects your MP. Intelligence INT is the measure of your learning ability, how fast you can learn, your memory. Charisma CHA is the measure of your ability to interact with people. It affects your relationship. Luck affects the chances of succeeding in quest. It affects item drop. Status point SP can be used to increase status. It can also be increased by doing specific action. Perks are permanent boost available to character. Please say, skills, to access skill list. He then said, skills, silently. A new message appeared. Skills. Gamer's Mind, level. Max, lets you think freely as well as keeps you calm under stressful situation. Gamer's Body, level. Max, lets your body adapt like a gamer where on getting injured you do not lose blood but lose HP. Dual Wield, level. 1, allows the use of both hands equally. Skills are acquired by doing different tasks. Skills have to be done repeatedly to level them up. Some skills are inherited or available from beginning. These skills start with maximum level. Some skills have been done by the character but have not been registered in the list will start with a higher level. That's why I was not shouting on the top of my lungs when I say the message in the morning. He thought as he saw his skills. I have to try to get as much skills as possible in a week-long holiday before going to my new school. Breakfast is ready, Master Harry. Pip said. Thanks, Pip, he replied. After breakfast he stared thinking about his new ability. I have to level as fast I can. For that I need XP, which from what I can remember in the small amount of games I have played, requires completing quest or slaying monster. I need to find how I can get some quests. I will not find them here. I may as well go outside to find what are my options here. As soon as he thought options, there was a new window. Options. Subtitles. Off language. English auto loot. Off minimap. Off. HUD. Requires glasses or mask. Off. HUD. The commands can work by thinking or saying out loud. I think I'll stick to thinking. Don't want anyone to get suspicious as it is not normal for even a wizard or witch. He thought, why are all these off? Well, subtitles are a distraction if I know the language and won't be useful till I encounter a different language. I'll just set auto loot, minimap, HUD to on and see what happens. He then proceeded to set auto loot, minimap, and HUD to on. Options. Subtitles. Off language, English auto loot, on minimap, on. HUD. Requires glasses or mask, on. As soon as he set them on a small map of Pivot Drive instantaneously appeared on the bottom right-hand corner of his field of vision with HP and MP bar on the top right-hand corner. Whoa, these are very useful. Now I can keep track of how much HP and MP I have used and how much is left. There are some symbols on the map. Some parts of the map were gray and it had some mark on it. When he clicked those part a message appeared. These part of the map have not been explored. Visit at least once to highlight the particular area. The shows key places not explored. So those part are the places I have not visited. The symbol for home was his well home, not that it was much of a home with ignorance of his relatives, it was just a place to stay. The symbol for first aid box shows the hospital. The symbol for market is a shopping cart. He thought. There were still a lot of, in the current area. Seeing that there was a red exclamation mark on a symbol, he clicked there when a new message appeared. Quest available. Please go to designated area to access the quest. After seeing the message he went out towards the nearest, with exclamation mark. The symbol, which turned out to be a local park, changed to a symbol for a bench with a tree on the side. As he was going he saw a few people going on with their own work. When he started observing people, there was a message after some time. Skill created. Observe level 1, 10%. Lets you observe people, objects, animals, etc. It shows their HP, MP, their level and a description. Higher the level, more information you have. Awesome. Another skill. One that is quite useful. After all, knowledge is power. He thought. It seems like there is a skill for almost anything. An idea came in his head and he started running around the park. After running for some distance he ran the whole perimeter of the park. As soon as he stopped there was a message. Skill created. Running level 1, 10%. Lets you run faster and longer. Passively increases VIT and AGI by 5%. Higher the level the faster and longer you can run. After gaining his breath back he thought, I need to get that level up faster, my stamina is pitiful even for a kid. He clicked the exclamation mark that appeared there when there was a new message. Quest. A Good Samaritan help Mrs. Nellie carry her grocery bag home. Reward. 50 XP. Increased relation with Mrs. Nellie. Failure. Decreased relation with Mrs. Nellie. He saw Mrs. Nellie struggling with multiple bags. He went to her and asked, do you want some help, Mrs. Nellie? Thank you, Harry, can you take these 2 bags? She replied, giving Harry 2 small bags. His relations with the residents of Pivot Drive was good despite the efforts of his relatives to spread bad rumors about him. Ladies loved him and said that he cute. It was known that he was a genius, so he did not have friends of his age and could be found reading books in the park instead of playing. After helping Mrs. Nellie carry her groceries to her house, there a new message. Quest completed. A Good Samaritan help Mrs. Nellie carry her grocery bag home. Reward. 50 XP. Increased relation with Mrs. Nellie. "Here, Harry, for your troubles. You can buy yourself a popsicle," she said, giving him £1 bill. After that he went back to the park on the way he would use observe on people, animals, and some things. Thinking about his pathetic stamina, he started exercising on the monkey pole and around the park. After 15 minutes of exercising, there was a message. Skill created. Physical conditioning level 1, 10%. Lets you increase the condition of your body. Passively increases VIT and STR by 5%. Higher the level, the longer you can do physical activities. After this message, it was almost time for lunch, so he bought a popsicle with the money earned from the quest. After reaching home, Pip gave him lunch, after which he started reading a book. After finishing a chapter in the book, there was a new message. Skill created. Reading level 4, 10%. Lets you read books and other reading material faster. Increases memory retention. Passively increases int by 5%. Great, another skill. I should try to read all the books I can from the library to increase this skill. I could try and do all the tasks, however, easy to see what can be changed to skills, he thought. As soon as he thought that there was a new message. Due to thinking logically and planning, WIS went up by 1. So wisdom can be increased by planning, thinking new ideas, so there must be a way to increase all other status, he thought. In the evening he told Pip that he was going to the library where he was going since he was 4. As he was going out he used observe on his relatives. Vernon Dursley level 18 hydrogen phosphide, 3100 megapixels, 0 director at Grunning's Drill Company. Loves food and is quite obese. Petty and narrow-minded man. Petunia Dursley née Evans level 14 megapixels, 50 housewife and a neat freak. Is jealous of her sister for some reason. Likes to criticize people. Dudley Dursley level 1 megapixel, 0 obese child of Vernon and Petunia Dursley. Likes to play and is a spoiled kid. Observe has leveled up. Level 2. Seeing his aunt's description, he thought that maybe his aunt was a squib. After entering the library he saw the librarian. She was an old lady nearing almost 60 in age. She had those old people glasses. She was shushing those that were making too much noise. When he used observe on her it showed. Elizabeth Vale level 20 megapixels, 0 librarian of Little Whinging local library. Loves books and likes to keep them safe. Strict but caring old lady. One thing he observed was that older the people get, higher their level was, even if their HP was not that high. It also depended on their occupation, lifestyle, etc. He also noted that some people have MP who either wizards or squib, while some didn't. Those who are muggles had 0 megapixels while squib had low MP. He still couldn't get additional information with level 2 observe, but at least his skills were improving. Hello Mrs. Vale, how are you? He greeted the librarian. I'm fine Harry, how are you? How come you didn't visit me this summer? She replied. I was busy studying. I'm going to attend new school after summer, so I thought to read some materials ahead, he said. Well, take care, and are your relatives causing you any trouble? She replied. Well, no trouble than your usual. Nothing I cannot handle. I'll go look for some books to checking them out, he said, and went towards the section of books. He saw a bunch of books were glowing golden. He picked one English book. Skill book acquired. Please read the book to get a skill on English language. Library books cannot be used to get skills instantaneously. Theoretical skill cannot be gained instantaneously. There were a bunch of books on science, history, finance, mathematics, etc. He picked 5 books, one for English, science, mathematics, history, general knowledge, and took them for checkout. Wow Harry, that's a lot of books, Mrs. Vale said. Well, I would like to get done as much as possible, he replied. Also, there was more motivation to do so. He had skills to improve. He thanked Mrs. Vale and went home to check his ability further. After having a snack he again checked his ability. There was status, skills, and menu. There must be an inventory, so he thought inventory, then a new message appeared. Inventory. Equipment. Contains all items currently equipped with clothes to weapons to armors. Showed a mini model in the side with his current clothes. 10 slots for custom defined equipment to be equipped instantaneously. Items. Contains miscellaneous items such as food, money, potion ingredients, crafting items, and monster drops. Food stored here would not go bad. Quest items. Contains items that were needed for a specific quest. These items cannot be equipped by the character unless specified in the quest. Inventory can store infinite amount of items but only a specified number of certain item. Availability of vault simplifies the inventory. Trust vault added to money slot. Total money £200 4582G 2013 S 512K. He then stored his books and personal items in his inventory. He read the books from the library, ate dinner and went to sleep. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. Next day after having his breakfast he went to explore the map. At first a warehouse not far from his home was encountered. The symbol changed to a shield with two swords crossed out in front of it. Natural dungeon encountered, required level 1 mutated rat dungeon. Enter the dungeon, yes, no. When he clicked on the dungeons there was another message. Dungeons. Dungeons are place where monsters are spawned. A dungeon can be entered only after a specific time. Natural dungeons. Naturally occurring dungeons which can be entered and exited freely. After a natural dungeon is cleared it cannot be entered for 7 days. Artificial dungeons. Dungeons created by the character. The character must have required level to create and exit the dungeon. Once entered it cannot be entered for 3 days. When he clicked on the artificial dungeons there was another message. Skill created. ID create level 1, 0%, allows you to create your own dungeons available. Empty dungeon. Level up ID create to open new dungeon. Skill created. ID escape. Level 1, 0%, allows you to escape all dungeons which are of lower level than this skill. Natural dungeon not included. He would have to improve this skill so that they spawn some monsters. Seeing that in these dungeons he would have to fight, and since he did not know any spells, also he didn't have any wand and his core was still unstable, he would have to get some weapons and some offensive skill, then he would go to the dungeon. Making a wise decision increases WIS by 1. So he went to market to see if there were any skill books there. Upon reaching the market he saw that none of the other people were noticing the store. As he entered the small store, he was surprised by the sheer size of it. It way larger on the inside than it was on the outside. He was suddenly greeted by a strange voice. Hello and welcome to Gamer Store. You can buy, sell all kinds of items here. From low-level items to unique legendary items. This store is only available to you due to your unique ability. The market was divided in different parts. On first floor there was cloths and armor. On second floor there were books which were either for skill or theory. Third floor contained weapons and potions to regenerate HP and MP. When he checked the items there was a description. Item quality common. Easily available items made with common materials with low ATK, def and dur. They are not that reliable. They do not have any special qualities or attributes. Uncommon. These items are not easily available but can be found in lower dungeons or can be made with uncommon materials with medium ATK. Def and dur. They are reliable. They may or may not have any low special qualities or attributes. Rare. These items are hard to find but can be found in medium dungeons or can be made with rare materials with high ATK. Def and dur. They are highly reliable. They have medium special qualities or attributes. Legendary. These items are extremely hard to find but can be found in higher dungeons or can be made with rare and legendary materials with incredibly high ATK. Def and dur. They are unbreakable. They have high special qualities or attributes. Weapons can be created, upgraded, modified using skill. First he went to clothing area. There were a bunch of armors. He used observe on them and choose the following. Basic leather cloak. Required level 1 durability, 200 200ths. Defense. 75 75ths perk. Plus 10% vid when equipped by 15G. Basic leather boots. Required level 1 durability, 100 100ths. Defense. 50-50 perk. Plus 10% AGI when equipped by 5G. Basic leather vambrace. Required level 1 durability, 100 100ths. Defense. 50-50 perk. Plus 15% STR when equipped by 5G. Then he went to books area. There also were a bunch of skill and theory books. Using observe he choose the following. Skill acquired. Beginner Tae Kwon Do style level 1, 0%. Beginner Taekwondo style with emphasis on basic forms. Originated in Korea, it has a heavy emphasis on kicks. Level max to go to intermediate mastery. By 10G skill acquired. Beginner Aikido style level 1, 0%. Beginner Aikido style with emphasis on basic forms. It has a heavy emphasis on redirecting the opponent's attack. Level max. To go to intermediate mastery by 10G Aikido and Ta Kwon do sub-skilled under hand-to-hand mastery. Skill acquired. Beginner sword mastery level 1, 0%. Beginner sword mastery with emphasis on how to use sword properly, used to create a solid foundation for intermediate sword mastery. Level max to go to intermediate mastery. By 20G skill acquired. Magical theory level 1, 0%. Basic magical theory with emphasis on basic theory and knowledge, used to create a solid foundation for intermediate basic magical theory. Level max to go to intermediate mastery. By 2G then he went to weapons and potions area, using observe he choose. 2 common short sword. Required level 1 durability, 200/200ths. Attack. 20 to 25 common short sword used for stabbing and slashing instead of cutting. This sword inflicts low damage. By 50G10S 5 HP potions regenerates 50 HP by 15S each. 5 megapixels potions regenerates 50 megapixels 15S each. After getting all these weapons he went to the dungeon. After entering the dungeon he quickly equipped the armor and both the swords. He had his normal cloths of white t-shirt and black slacks. Over his hands the vambrace covered his forearm. The boots came up to his shins. The sword were located on his back with their sheaths overlapping to form a cross. All this was hidden by the cloak which came down to knees. He could use both swords simultaneously due to his dual-wielding skill. After moving a few steps he then got a quest. Quest. Scurry Rat Scurry. Objective. Kill 15 mutated rats. Kill 10 large mutated rats. Kill the rat boss bonus. Kill additional rats. Kill additional large rats. Hidden objective. Rewards. 10 XP per mutated rats, 15 XP per large mutated rats, 50 XP for rat boss. Bonus rewards. 10 XP per mutated rats, 15 XP per large mutated rats. Failure. Get hurt, possible death. Yes. No. After moving inside he heard scurrying noise. He turned in the direction of the sound and encountered a few mutated rats and large mutated rats. Mutated rats level 2 to 6 hydrogen phosphide, 10-30 megapixels, 0 XP, 5 to 10 drop, 1 to 2 rat teeth, 10s. Mutated rats could be killed in 3 to 4 hits. While they were easy to kill they were hard to hit as they were fast. One hit from them caused 2 to 4 loss of HP. They would not charge directly at him. Instead they would attack in groups of 2 to 3 from different sides. He would kick one away then kill the others. Whereas large mutated rats were stronger and slower. They would attack head-on. They caused a damage of 5 to 8 loss of HP. They could be easily avoided and could be killed in 6 to 8 hits. Large mutated rats level 4 to 8 hydrogen phosphide, 20-40 megapixels, 0 XP, 10 to 15. Drop. 2 to 3 rat teeth, 1 rat tail, 1 G. After killing 9 mutated rats and 6 large mutated rats he was quite exhausted. He took out a sandwich from his inventory and ate to replenish his HP and to get some rest. The boss of the dungeon came out as soon as he killed the last mutated rats. He used observe on it and took a stance. Rat boss level 10 megapixels, 0 XP, 50 perk. Enraged when HP is less than 30. Cause twice as damage drop. 1 rat skull, 2 rat tail, 3 G. The boss was faster and larger than large mutated rat. It charged towards him at the last moment. He slashed the side of the boss. It lost about 15 HP. He used this tactic till the boss HP was 30. It the classed for mutated rats and large mutated rats. It started charging at him with twice the speed. Harry was caught off guard and the boss hit him on the side and lost 20 HP. He quickly gained his footing and dispatched the reinforcement. The boss turned and charged at him again. This time his back was against an old was section. At the last second he dodged to the side and the wall section broke off and fell on the boss and it lost all of its remaining HP. Then there was a message quest completed. Scurry Rat Scurry, rewards. 105 XP for 15 mutated rats, 19 rat teeth, 190s 114 XP for 10 large mutated rats, 17 rat teeth, 10 rat tail, 10 G50 XP for rat boss, 1 rat skull, 2 rat tail, 3 G. Bonus rewards. 38 XP for 5 mutated rats, 7 rat teeth, 50s. 27 XP for 2 large mutated rats, 4 rat teeth, 2 rat tail, 2 G hidden objective. Failed beginner sword mastery leveled up, level 2. Dual wield leveled up, level 2 observe has leveled up, level 3. Due to strenuous activity STR went up by 1. Due to dodging by a hair AGI went up by 1. Dungeon cannot be entered for 06D. 23H. 59M. 30S. He was a bit sad that he could not complete the hidden objective, but at least he cleared the dungeon. He went home after wearing his casual clothes. Before dinner he read the book on magical theory as he wanted to practice magic as soon as possible. The first step said to unlocking the magic was to meditate and feel the magic in the body. So after reading the first chapter he started meditating. After 30 minutes he got a new skill. Skill created. Meditate level 1, 5%. Helps keep you centered and calm. Passively increase WIS by 5%. MP regeneration 5 megapixels per minute. So for the next week before his school started he worked to improve in creating new skills. He didn't get any new skill and his skill didn't leveled up either, but he kept on doing them as he could see that they were improving. The day before his first day at school he went to visit his mother. When he used observe on her it showed Lily Potter Nay Evans level 32 hydrogen phosphide 5,900 8,400ths of a megapixel 8,712,200ths. Strong and caring mother. Suffers from magical coma. Magical coma. Minus 2,500 HP. Minus 3,500 megapixels. Shuts off the mind of a person. Needs to cure. After seeing his mother's status he knew that she could be cured. He swore that even if he had to spend his entire life searching for it he will cure his mother. With that determination in mind he went home with a new purpose. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title. Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 1. XP. 357 1000ths. HP. 106, 100 plus 6. MP. 107, 100 plus 7. Locked. Strength. 6.30, 6 plus 0.30. Agility. 6.30, 6 plus 0.30. Vitality. 5.50, 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.25. Wisdom. 7.35, 7 plus 0.35. Intelligence. 10.10, 10 plus 0.10. Charisma. 5 luck. 5 status points. 0. Money. £203, £200, 4597G 2253S 512 KAN. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Please review. If you find any mistakes grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated. Constructive criticism appreciated. Tell me if I should continue this story or not. Looking for a beta reader. Chapter 2 Harry Potter the Genius Gamer. AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Reading the previous chapter I felt that there were a lot of mistakes, also felt that plot was a bit weak. So I changed a few things like HP and MP of characters because I felt that in long term they would cause problem. Also I made Harry 2 years older, everything is as it was. Also added a few things. You don't have to read the whole chapter, just check the gaming interface. I am looking for a beta. Anyone interested can PM me. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Level up. Game notification. Message time before Hogwarts will not be that descriptive. Each chapter will till Hogwarts will be about a year worth of progress of Harry. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 1. Harry age 5. August 1995. It was now a week since he has gotten the gamer ability. In a week of assessing his ability he found that the skills and status were very hard to level up. After the first day he had some new quests. Though these quests did not give him XP, they gave him monetary reward or reward in form of skills experience. He also found a new part of his ability. Relationship. Pavette Drive. 700 Mrs. Nelly, 800 Mrs. Vale, 650. Vernon Dursley. Minus 250 Petunia Dursley, minus 150 Dudley Dursley, 50. Light Side. 200 Neutral Side, 300 Dark Side, minus 150 minus 1000. Nemesis. Minus 999 to minus 700. Enemy. Minus 699 to minus 400. Hated. Minus 399 to minus 100. Loathing. Minus 99 to 99. Neutral. 100 to 399. Acquaintance. 400 to 699. Friendly. 700 to 999. Loved. 1000. Beloved. He also got a new window when he used Observe on Pip. Magical creature discovered. 01. House Elves. House Elves are obedient, pliant and obsequious. They have their own brand of magic. House Elves' master can free them by giving them clothing items. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. So today was Harry's first day in prestigious private school for his primary education. He had accepted the scholarship to attend this school after they saw his genius in local school he attended. The school waived off basic tuition but he still needed to buy additional things for any clubs he joined. The school had a canteen where they provided lunch for the students. Aside from the high quality of teaching, there were also many clubs available for students to join. He woke up, had his breakfast of toast, eggs and juice. He then got dressed in black slacks, white button-up shirt, black blazer and tie with black shoes. His glasses, which he started wearing since he was 4, were rimless and accented his bright green eyes. He then walked to the school bus stand where he was picked up by the school bus. The school had a large campus with different buildings for junior and senior years. It also had structures for different clubs like football field, swimming pool, tennis court, indoor basketball court, science club, maths club, arts club, etc. After reaching the school, new students were escorted to their classes. After settling in class, their teacher came. She quite young and had brown hair and eyes. She was wearing shirt and knee-length business skirt. Hello kids. My name is Beth Sanders. You can call me Miss Sanders. I will be teaching you English. I expect you to learn and to maintain the decorum of the class. Beth Sanders level. 16 hydrogen phosphide. 2600 megapixels. 0 strict, helpful and disciplined teacher. Appreciates hard work. They were taught English, mathematics, history, general science and physical education. So his routine was to wake up, have breakfast, attend school, attend club activities if it was held on the particular day, go home, finish homework, work on skills, have dinner, read a book and then sleep. After a week in school he joined the swimming club and arts club. He wanted to join the fencing club but one had to be 8 and above to join that club. The school had its own swimming pool in a separate building. It was a large pool with clear water with gradual increasing depth of the pool with the shallow end on 4 feet and the deep end on 12 feet. At first they were asked how many of them knew how to swim. If not, they would be taught, then after some time tested to see if they can stay in the club. The pool can be used by every student but only those who were in the club can use it after hours. He didn't know how to swim as there was no opportunity to do so. On the first day of the swimming club, first he learned how to swim. After being efficient in swimming, there was a message. Skill created. Swimming level 1, 20%. Allows you to swim. Passively increase STR, AGI and VIT by 5%. Higher the level, faster you can swim. More you can hold your breath underwater and more deep you can swim. The arts club was held in a section of the main building. It was divided into many different parts, one for paintings and sketching, one for sculpting and model making, On the first day they showed different instruments and how to use them in the sculpting area so as to not hurt themselves. They were also taught different types of paintings, sketching and different instruments such as paintbrush, pencils etc. and how to use them. Here also they were told that they will be checked to see if they are efficient in it to stay in the club. The arts club did give him a skill. Sub-skill created. Arts level 1, 30%, allows you to successfully create various paintings. Higher the level more better your painting. Only limits your imagination. Skill created. Crafting level 1, 10%, allows you to successfully craft various items from paintings to weapons. Higher the level more skillfully crafted the item. Only limits your imagination. Passively increase WIS by 5%. It was taught by Miss Haley Jones. She was a mid-aged woman with slight gray hairs. She had this air about her that made people listen to her attentively. She was once a renounced artist and an alumni of the school. On the first day of the arts club they were taught the rules of the club. He discreetly used Observe on Miss Jones. Haley Jones level. 20 megapixels. 0 strong and caring teacher. She is passionate about her profession. He would still worked on his skills and increased the level of Observe by 1 and Running by 1. He found that after leveling up a skill it takes twice as much to level up the next time. He would visit the natural dungeon on the weekends. After the first time, each time he entered the dungeon he got about 100 to 150 total XP. When he used Observe on a wizard when he visited his mother, he found that the witches and wizards had higher level and the highest he had seen a muggle was his physical education teacher Mr. John Dunn. John Dunn level. 24 hydrogen phosphide. 5000 megapixels. 0 strong and strict teacher. He is passionate about his profession and wants to impart knowledge to younger generations. September 1995. So after a month of joining the school daily grinding he was finally close to leveling up. He only needed 62 more XP. On the weekend he went to the Rat Dungeon. After clearing the dungeon he got 118 XP and then there was a message. Due to strenuous activity STR went up by 1. Due to dodging by a hair AGI went up by 1. Level up. Yes. No. After saying yes he placed 1 status point in AGI, VIT, WIS and SHAW and saved a points for later. Status name. Harry James Potter title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 2, XP. 56 2000s, MP. 220, 200 plus 20, locked. Strength. 6.60. 6 plus 0.30 plus 0.30. Agility. 8.80. 8 plus 0.40 plus 0.40. Vitality. 8.05. 7 plus 0.35 plus 0.35 plus 0.35. Wisdom. 9.90. 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45. Intelligence. 12.60. 12 plus 0.60. Charisma. 6 luck. 5 status points. 1. Money. £87 4397 G2253S 512K. He had to dodge quite a few times and he lost health when he was not fast enough. He needed a ranged weapon, something small and light like a dagger. He thought about getting a bow but those were large and bulky and used both hands to use properly. While a dagger was small, light and can be used in close range with a sword or a wand also. Due to your logical thinking and planning ahead increased WIS by 1. After resting for a few minutes and eating lunch from his inventory he went to the market to buy the daggers. After using Observe on them he bought. Common Dagger. Required level 2 durability, 100 100ths. Attack. 7 to 12 Common Dagger can be used as a ranged and melee weapon. Inflicts low damage. Buy. 25G for 10-piece set. He went home and practiced throwing dagger in empty ID dungeon. After practicing for an hour there was a message. Skill created. Beginner Dagger Mastery level 1, 10%. Beginner Dagger Mastery with emphasis on how to use sword properly. Used to create a solid foundation for Intermediate Dagger Mastery. Level max to go to Intermediate Mastery. Sword and Dagger Mastery sub-skilled under Bladed Weapon Mastery. His other skills also improved in a month. Observe, Meditate, Aikido, Physical Conditioning, Sword Mastery, Running. ID Create and Escape leveled up by 1. Observe, Magical Theory, taekwondo and reading went up by 2. Even after a month he hadn't made any friends, and he was skeptical to do so as he knew he would go to Hogwarts when he was 11. Also, his status as a genius didn't help with friends. He saw that most of the kids in his class were level 1 and they couldn't hold any interesting conversations. The average level for a Muggle kid was from 1 to 5, teenager from 6 to 10 and adult from 10 to 20, till now he hadn't encountered any magical in the Muggle community and he wasn't getting his hope up. Witches and wizards are known to stay in the magical communities, and one would rarely find any in Muggle world unless he or she is a Muggleborn or a criminal hiding here. Also, the magical population had taken a toll in the last century due to wars and family having only 1 kids, well, except for Weasleys who were famous for having 7 kids. He was spending a lot of time reading magical theory because he wanted to unlock his magic as soon as possible. He wanted to have some basic knowledge of all the magical subjects before going to Hogwarts. He knew that there is no limit to what you can do with magic, and he wanted to explore all the possibilities. November 1995. So after 2 months of leveling up, he went on with his routine. On the weekends he would clear the dungeon. He noticed that after clearing a dungeon, the dungeon becomes harder to clear, but he gains more or less same amount of XP. His skills were going great. After running and exercising for alternate days, his running and physical conditioning went up by 1. Observe went up by 2. The swimming club met twice a week and he leveled up the swimming skill by 1. Reading went up by 1. Dagger mastery also went up by 1. After 3 months of joining the school, he got a major quest in the swimming club. Quest: swim like a fish. Objective: swim the length of the pool under 1 minute. Bonus: swim the length of the pool under 50 seconds. Swim the length of the pool under 45 seconds. Hidden objective. Rewards: 200 XP. Increased relations with swimming club. Bonus rewards: 50 XP per bonus, plus 1 swimming failure. Decreased relations with arts club, possible eviction from swimming club. Yes, no. He stood there at the edge of the pool. As soon as he heard the whistle, he jumped and started swimming. He swam with all his might and his chest felt heavy and his lungs burned under pressure. Despite being exhausted and out of breath, he swam the length of the pool in 47 seconds. He lost the second bonus by only 2 seconds, so he was sad, but the plus 1 swimming cheered him up a little. He felt sad that he lost 1 bonus and did not finish the hidden quest. He still got 250 XP and he only required 985 more XP to level up. Quest completed. Swim like a fish. Time: 47 seconds. Rewards: 250 XP, increased relations with arts club, plus 1 swimming, plus 1 vid. Hidden objective. Failed. December 1995. Few new quests were available for next months, though they did not give XP, they only gave monetary rewards or increased relations. He continued to clear the dungeon on a weekly basis. He only needed 450 XP to level up. At the end of November they announced that they would be having the midterms exam. This gave him a new quest. Quest: who's on the top? Objective: get in top 5 rank in your year. Bonus: get the top rank in your year. Hidden objective. Rewards: 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school. Bonus reward: 200 XP. Failure: 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school. Yes, no. So as December rolled in, he increased his studies. He also stopped going to the dungeons so as to focus on his studies, not that he needed, but he did not wanted to take a chance as going to dungeon left him exhausted all the time. Due to his extensive studies for 2 weeks, his int went up 2, wis went up 1. His reading skill also went up by 2. So the day of the exam came and he was getting jitters about it. First was English. After exiting the exam he thought that it was way too easy. Next day was mathematics, which was a walk in the park as he was expecting something difficult. After that was history, which to say was boring would doing it injustice. Even if it was lengthy, or at least he thought it was, he wrote all the facts. After a day break was general science, which was interesting. He knew that he didn't have to give detailed answers, but he cannot write simple answers. If he knew a fact, then he would write it and explain it thoroughly. After it was physical education, which was not at all exhausting with his increased stats, but he still came second in the running exam even with his skills. After the exam they had their winter vacation of 3 weeks in which he was grinding and doing all he can to increase his skills and stats. All the skills except swimming and crafting went up by 1 as he had no means to increase those. Meditate went up by 2. On the Christmas day he woke up, had breakfast, opened the presents Pip bought for him, which was a set of paint brush for his art class. He greeted his relatives Happy Christmas, but as usual they ignored him, or in his uncle's case gave a gruff reply. He then went to visit his mother. "I don't know if you can hear me or not, Mom, but I'm doing great. I hope you are doing great too. My midterms just ended. The exams were easy and I'm sure that I will get the top place," he said to his mom in a sad voice. He brought a new bouquet for her room and asked Pip to cast the everlasting charm on it so it will stay fresh all the time. He spent all day by his mom's side telling all about what was happening in his life, eliminating the part about his gamer ability. January 1996. After months of reading and meditating, finally his magical theory was level 5, which would unlock his magic. Magical theory is now level 5 megapixels unlocked. MP 218, 200 plus 18, MP region 10 megapixels per minute. With his magic finally unlocked, he could channel his magic. Though his core was not stable to throw around spells and he didn't have a wand to throw spells, the rate of accidental magic went down a lot. After school reopened after winter vacation, he checked the result for his year exam. As expected, he was on top of the board. Quest completed. Who's on the top? Rewards: 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, chance to take exam to skip to next year class, hidden objective. Failed level up. Yes. No. As soon as he saw this message he smirked, as it was obvious that he would be on top, but frowned when he failed the hidden quest. At least now he would level up. And soon there was a message. He added 1 point to STR, Chaw and Luck, as he still had not found a way to increase those. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 3, XP, 52,000, HP, 339, 300 plus 39. MP, 336, 300 plus 36, MP region 10 megapixels per minute. Strength: 8.80, 6 plus 0.40 plus 0.40. Agility: 12.10, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55. Vitality: 12.65, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55 plus 0.55. Wisdom: 12.10, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55. Intelligence: 17.75, 17 plus 0.75. Charisma: 7 luck, 6 status points, 3 money, 124 pounds 4197 G 3458 S 512K. And there is the message, thought Harry. What surprised him was the reward for bonus objective. If I can skip levels, then I can finish my Muggle schooling before going to Hogwarts, or at least I will be ahead of others, so even if I cannot finish the schooling I can always take summer classes in my Hogwarts year. Quest: I'm too smart for this. Objective: pass the exam to skip a class to next year classes. Reward: 400 XP, skip a class to attend next year classes. Failure: attend this year class. So if I pass this exam I won't have to attend this level classes anymore. I could attend next level classes, he mused. As he was thinking, his homeroom teacher Miss Sanders came to collect him. Harry, please follow me, she said as she started to move towards the staff room. I saw that you did very good work on your exams. Top scores in all subjects except physical education. Very good. Do you know why you are being called? She asked him as she moved while he followed her. No, Miss Sanders. Have I done something wrong? He said innocently whilst tilting his face sideways a little, taking a somewhat what ladies in Pavette Drive called a cute pose. Though he knew what they wanted from him, he did not wanted to say it out loud because they would ask how he knew, and he really did not wanted to explain his ability. After reaching the staff room, Miss Sanders explained him due to his performance in the exam and his advanced answers they were testing him to see if he can go to next class. They gave him the day to think if he wanted to take the test or not, or if he passes, he wanted to skip the class or not, and expected the answer by the end of the day. He already knew what he would do, so he told them that he would be taking the test. Next day he was given the test to see his level and told him that he would be given the result for the test tomorrow. As he expected, he passed the test, so now he could skip a class. His new homeroom teacher, Mr. Joseph Hill, took him to his new class. Quest completed. I'm too smart for this. Reward: 400 XP. Skip a class to attend next year classes. Joseph Hill. Level: 19 hydrogen phosphide. 3300 megapixels. 0 lenient and carefree teacher. Believes in fun learning. All right children, keep it down, Mr. Hill said as he entered the class with Harry in tow. We have a new member joining us today. He skipped a class after we tested him. I hope you all will make him feel welcomed. After that, he told Harry to introduce himself. He saw that the students were whispering among themselves about him. My name is Harry James Potter. I am 5 years old. I like reading, studying and getting to know new things. And I have a gaming ability, he said in a bold voice, though he did not add the last part. He was then assigned a seat and the class began. He would be learning all the same subjects as before, only a little advanced, and they had to choose a second language to learn. After thinking it through, he chose French. After a week in the new class, he had a new skill created. Language level 23, 25%. Allows you to learn and understand different language. Allows you to speak, write fluently. Higher the level, better your understanding. Passively increased CHA by 10%. English: 45, 69%. French: 2, 30%. Also, they had a test to see if they were allowed to continue in the arts club or not. They had to paint anything they like and had to present in front of the club. It generated a quest. Quest: Mona Lisa. Objective: paint anything you like and present it in front of the class. Get approval from 75% of the club. Bonus: get approval from 90% of the club. Get approval from 100% of the club. Reward: 200 XP. Increased relations with arts club. Bonus reward: 50 XP per bonus. Failure: eviction from arts club. Decreased relation with arts club. Yes, no. They were given a week to present the painting. Also in a week, his ID create increased to level 5 when he got a new message. ID create increased to level 5. New monster available. Zombie. He didn't enter the dungeon then, as he had to complete his painting. He decided to paint a view of the Potter Manor of how it was before it was destroyed in a Death Eater raid. His grandparents also lost their life in that raid. He found the picture in an album in the thing of his mother. It was a beautiful 3-story building with Victorian styling and green lawns. It was white in color with gray roof tiles accenting its beauty. After finishing the painting, he presented it to the club. He got an approval of about 75% of the people. While his piece, not a masterpiece, was best in his year, he felt that a few of his senior were just jealous of his work to give him their approval, not that he cared. Quest completed. Mona Lisa. Approval got. 78% reward. 200 XP. Increased relations with arts club. After his test was over, he finally had time to check the new dungeon. He silently called ID create zombie. Suddenly he was transported to a post-apocalyptic world. The sky was red and the buildings were broken. There was destruction everywhere with abandoned buildings and vehicles. He still hadn't encountered ant zombies yet, so he quickly equipped his combat clothes and took out a sword and a dagger. The map now showed red dots as enemies. He started moving towards the nearest dot, which was on the main street. There he encountered his first zombie. It was a female with torn and bloody clothes with a broken arm. Its skin was a sickly shade of green and was peeling from places. He used observe. Zombie level: same as the player. HP level 10 megapixels. 0 XP. Level 1 drop. 5s. Observe leveled up. Level 15. New information available. Seeing the description, he used observe on it again. Zombie level: same as the player. HP level 10 megapixels. 0 XP. Level 1 drop. 5s. Once what was living is now dead, ruled by hunger of flesh, slow but strong. After seeing the description, he knew that he cannot get hit by them. They may be slow, as it was obvious from seeing them, but he did not know how strong were they, also how much damage they would do. He saw that the female zombie was now coming in his direction. He slowly went behind her and slashed her head. It rolled down like a ball, but the zombie was still walking and now facing him. It lunged at him, but he dodged and stayed, cutting it to pieces. After literally chopping it to pieces in 10 to 15 cuts, it was finally dead, well deader. He equipped both his sword and went after the next zombie. After sneaking on 10 zombie, there was a message. Skill created. Stealth level 1, 60%. Allows you to stay undetected and creep up on your enemies. Chances of staying undetected, level luck. Can be caught if the opponent has higher, passively increase luck by 5%. Well, now he got a new skill and had some bonus on luck finally. He didn't have time to rejoice as he was hit from his blind side by a zombie. Due to the hit, he lost 40 HP and stumbled onto some trash bins, which created a lot of noise. This attracted a lot of zombies and he was attacked from multiple zombies simultaneously. He started hacking them, kicking them, but they overwhelmed him. He was losing HP fast, so he shouted, "ID escape." He was quickly transported back to his room. He lost a lot of HP and was exhausted, so he went to sleep. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. Next morning he woke up late as he was exhausted yesterday. He quite literally was overrun yesterday. He now knew that the zombies were attracted by noise or sound. He checked the dungeon and there was a message. Please wait 02D. 13H. 40S before entering the zombie dungeon again. Empty dungeon only available at the moment. So he can only enter empty dungeon anytime he want. He would have to wait 3 days before he can enter the zombie dungeon. He checked how much XP he gained last night. It was only 30 XP, but he gained experience and would not make the same mistake twice. So for the whole day he practiced stealth. Life went on for Harry and he continued to clear the natural dungeon. He still hadn't found any more natural dungeon. He would go to zombie dungeon every 3 days but still wasn't able to kill a lot. He would always make some sound and would be attacked by hordes of zombies who came out of nowhere. This went on for 3 months. His studies were going great, his skills were improving, he was earning money from dungeons. Granted, it was not too much but enough for his use. He still hadn't made any fast friends. He was acquaintances with all the kids in the class but not friends. Other kids thought he was unapproachable as he always studied her because they were intimidated by his status as a genius and thought he was arrogant and liked to show his knowledge, and he didn't feel the need to correct them. It was not that he flaunted his knowledge. If a teacher asked the question, he gave a chance to others to answer it. If no one knew the answer, then only would he give the answer. His relationship with his teachers were great. All of them thought that he was a model student who studied hard, took part in various activities and was always respectful. March 1996. Today is the day I will kill those bastards without making a sound. He thought as he entered the zombie dungeon. He made use of stealth skill and was able to kill zombies undetected. He killed about 21 zombies and then rested in an abandoned building. He still got hit a few times and lost a few HP, but he still had more than half HP. He ate a sandwich and chicken drumsticks stored in his inventory. After about 30 minutes of break, he went out to kill the zombies again. As soon as he killed his 30th zombie, a horde of zombies came out, but they didn't attack him but started merging together. The mass of zombies soon grew to a height of about 15 feet. The face had only one eye and an empty socket, but its arms and legs were thick and muscular. Due to killing of excess zombie, they merged to ensure their survival. Legion zombie level. Same as the player HP, level 100. MP. 0 XP. Level 50 drop. 10G. Observe has leveled up. Level 12. This must be the boss, he thought. Seeing as the boss was rearing his arm to punch him, he jumped to his right and ran a few meters. He suddenly felt like a tremor pass through the area. As he saw back, the place where the boss punched had a small cracks appearing on the asphalt. Seeing as his HP was less than half, he shouted, "ID. Escape," but he was not transported back to his room. Cannot escape now. Please kill the boss to escape. Shit, he thought. He wasn't a Gryffindor that would run ahead and charge at the enemy. He was like a Ravenclaw, or dare say like a Slytherin, who analyzed the enemy and found the best way to defeat them. Fighting the enemy in a position of disadvantage was not his usual method. Seeing that it only had one eye, if he could take that out he would at least have some advantage. So he took out a dagger and threw it at its face. The zombie turned at the last second and the dagger hit it at its shoulder. It was unfazed by the attack and then charged at Harry and reared its arm to punch him. Seeing that, Harry panicked a bit and threw the dagger with more force by pulling on his magic. It hit the zombie in eye and embedded deep in his eye socket. Critical. Minus 100 HP skill created. Enhanced throw level 1, 25%. MP required. 30 channel magic in the weapon and throw it to cause more damage. Causes 10x more damage than usual throw. He quickly dodged the incoming punch and hid behind the buildings. With the zombie's sight taken care of, he could now try hit and run tactics. He slowly crept behind it and slashed the back of its knee. This caused the boss to lose balance and fall on one knee. He then quickly jumped back and threw an enhanced dagger at its shoulder, where it ripped right through the flesh and rendered that arm useless. It still had 150 HP left. The boss then swiped his remaining arm, which caused a lot of debris to fly towards Harry. He was hit by some debris and lost 50 HP. Now he had less than 100 HP left. He quickly rendered the remaining leg of the boss useless and then slashed at its legs. The boss fell on its knees, and finally Harry ended it with an enhanced throw to the heart. Critical. Minus 100 HP Legion Zombie defeated 150 XP, 1 minor HP potion, 1 minor MP potion, common bone staff. Beginner Sword Mastery leveled up. Level 7 Beginner Dagger Mastery leveled up. Level 4. Dual Wield leveled up. Level 8 He then used Observe on the bone staff dropped by the boss. Common Bone Staff Durability, 100/100ths attack, 10 to 15. Common Staff made from the bones of the boss zombie, making it less than the desired weapon. Cell, 15G. He then quickly exited the dungeon as he did not want to face any more zombie in his low HP. He quickly drank a HP potion and, seeing as it was late, went to sleep. May 1996, for a month he continued with his former routine. He tried to save as much HP as possible for the boss zombie fight. He only encountered him 7 times and tried many different ways to kill him. In all the scenarios he tried, the eye and the heart were the critical points. In all the other times, if his HP was less than half, he would avoid killing 30 zombies so as to avoid the boss. His studies were great and he was sure to be on top of the class again. He sold 5 bone staff at the gamer market and got 75G for it. He restocked his HP and MP potions. As the final exam came, he again got a quest. Quest. Who's on the top? Objective. Get in top 5 rank in your year bonus. Get the top rank in your year hidden objective. Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, failure. 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school, yes, no. Also, the arts and swimming club also had their end of the year challenge, which were to be held after the exams. They also gave him a new quest. Quest. Who's the top fish? Objective. Get the in top 5 time in your year bonus. Get the top time in your year rewards. 200 XP, increased relations with swimming club bonus rewards. 50 XP, plus 1 swimming failure. Decreased relations with swimming club, yes, no. Quest. The next Michelangelo. Objective. Paint anything you like and present it in front of the class. Get it in top 5 arts of year. Bonus. Get your art at the top of your year reward. 200 XP, increased relations with arts club bonus reward. 50 XP, plus 1 crafting failure. Decreased relation with arts club, yes, no. So the exams came in and he started to study seriously. He again stopped going to natural dungeon but went to the zombie dungeon once or twice, but he didn't kill enough to get the boss after him. As the day of the exam came in, he was a slight nervous as he only had 5 months of the study instead of whole year. So it came as a surprise to him as the exams were too easy for him again. After the exams were over, they has their swimming challenge. They competed against all the members of the club in their year. He swam with all his might but was not exhausted as he was before. He got the top times of his year in the swimming club. A day later they had to present their painting for evaluation. His next painting of Scene of the Tower of London got him in the top 5 his year, with the top position going to a painting of water lilies in a pond. They got the result of the exam after a week. In that week he rested and cleared the dungeons as he hadn't visited them due to his exams. When the result came for the exam as expected, he was on the top of the class. Quest. Who's on the top? Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, award for the top place in the year hidden objective. Failed quest completed. Who's the top fish? Rewards. 200 XP, increased relations with swimming club bonus reward. 50 XP, plus 1 swimming quest completed. The next Michelangelo. Reward. 200 XP, increased relations with arts club level up. Yes. No, after completing the quests he had enough XP to level up. After leveling up he placed a point in luck and STR. So the tis year school came to an end and now he was enjoying his summer vacation. His plans for the vacations were to start studying magical subjects. He would start with charms and transfiguration this year. As he still didn't have a wand, he would start with the theories and see if he could acquire a wand. His life was looking good and he was satisfied with his achievements so far. He was looking forward to this summer. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Air Class, Wizard. Level: 4. XP: 56 4000, HP: 452, 400 plus 52, MP: 456, 400 plus 56, MP. Region 10 megapixels per minute. Strength: 9.90, 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45, Agility: 15.40, 14 plus 0.70 plus 0.70, Vitality: 12.65, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55 plus 0.55, Wisdom: 14.30, 13 plus 0.65 plus 0.65, Intelligence: 19.95, 19 plus 0.95, Charisma: 8.80, 8 plus 0.80, Luck: 8.40, 8 plus 0.40, Status points: 4 Money: 187 pounds 4597 G 1253 S 512K. For those who did not get the stats of the zombie, here it is explained. Let's say Harry's level is 3, so the zombie will be level 3. HP: 30 megapixels. 0 XP. 3 AN. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong, please say so that I could correct it. Please review, as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes, grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. I am looking for a beta reader. Chapter 3: Harry Potter the Genius Gamer AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. Some of you are saying that I've made Harry too weak and that I'm making him weak, but you have to understand that he is just a kid. I have also gotten complaint that I am not increasing the stats by doing the activity. I have increased the stat but have not written it. I have thought it through. Average first year will be level 10, while Harry will be at level of third year. So Harry will be stronger than most, but will have to work harder to get there. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Level up. Game notification. Message time before Hogwarts will not be that descriptive. Each chapter will till Hogwarts will be about a year worth of progress of Harry. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 2. Harry age 5, June 1996. As the days of the summer came by he worked twice as hard on his skills. With his observe at level 16 he could now see level, HP and MP of anything all the time above them. His main goal was to get some magical skills under his belt. First he checked out the gamer store for any books or skills. He found some books on charms theories and transfiguration theories. But all the skills available there were for spells only and they had high level requirements. The lowest spell he could find was Lumos, which required level 8. All the offensive spells required even higher level. As he didn't have a wand and did not fulfill the level requirements, he didn't bought them. Now he was desperate for a wand. He thought about getting a wand from Ollivanders by impersonating someone. But the plan had two major flaws. First, Polyjuice potion was extremely hard to make due to time taken to brew it. Also, it was extremely hard to buy too. Second, there was a saying that Ollivander could identify someone even under the effects of Polyjuice. This was getting him nowhere. I need to get a wand somehow. He shouted in frustration. You could try Mr. James's or Mistress Lily's wand, Master Harry, Pip said from where he was cleaning his room. What? I can't do that. My parents' wand will not be compatible to me, he said. They might not be totally compatible, but when you were younger you colored Mistress Lily blue using Master James's wand. Pip replied. Do you have my parents' wands? He asked. Yes, Master Harry. Pip kept them safe. Pip will go fetch them for you. Saying that, Pip popped away. Pip came back with his parents' wands and gave them to Harry. After that he popped away to do some chores. Harry then grabbed his mother's wand and then there was a message. Wand acquired. Length 10¼ inches. Wood, willow. Core, unicorn's hair. Specialty, charms and healing spells. Compatibility, 30%. His mother's wand had a low compatibility. He then took his father's wand. Wand acquired. Length 11 inches. Wood, mahogany. Core, dragon heartstring. Specialty, transfiguration and defense against dark arts. Compatibility, 75%. His father's wand was more compatible than his mother's. As he gave the wand a wave, it shot out a myriad of colorful sparks. Now that he had a wand, he could start learning some spells. As his level was low, to learn directly from the skill books, he would have to do it the old-fashioned way, meaning learn from books and try to get the wand movements right. For that he had to go to Diagon Alley. He would go there on the weekend. For now he would read the charms theory books. His skills were going great. He was now clearing the dungeons regularly and gaining a steady XP. The quests had been very sparse and those available gave either very low XP or monetary rewards. So on the weekend he asked Pip to pop him over to Charing Cross Road. He found that the map showed the black area ahead of him. When he clicked it, he got a message. Each magical area is invisible to the map. He then went over to the leaky cauldron. Once there, he asked Tom in the most innocent and childlike voice he could say in, Sir, could please open the way to the Diagon Alley. My parents are waiting for me on the other side. What are you doing here alone then? Tom asked. I was hungry and I told my parents that I am a big boy now so I can go alone, but I don't know how to open the doorway to the alley. He said again in that innocent voice. Okay, come along then, big boy. Tom replied with a chuckle and opened the passage to Diagon Alley. Thank you, mister, he said as he went to the alley. Skill created. Deception level 4, 20%. Allows you to deceive people and makes them think that you are telling the truth. Passively increase luck by 5%. It was bustling with witches and wizards. Harry wished he had 8 more eyes. There were shops selling robes, shops selling telescopes and strange silver instruments Harry had never seen before, windows stacked with barrels of bat spleens and eel's eyes, tottering piles of spellbooks, quills, and rolls of parchment, potion bottles, globes of the moon. Seeing that he was looking out of place in his muggle cloths, he first went to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasion located at 275 Diagon Alley. He was greeted by a young salesgirl named Sally. Sally Jenkins, level 26 hydrogen phosphide, 5700 megapixels, 7700, young and enthusiastic. Likes to help others. Welcome to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasion. Where are your parents, kid? Are you lost? Sally greeted, but when she saw him alone, she asked him about his parents. My parents are getting some potion ingredients and they gave me some galleons to buy some robes. He replied and showed her a handful of galleons. Okay, what do you need? She replied enthusiastically. I want a set of robes in black. What are the materials available for it? He inquired. We have cotton, acromantula, silk and dragonhide. She replied while going through the materials. He asked for some samples of the materials. Cotton material robe durability, 50/50 defense, 20/20. Perk. Plus 5% AGI when equipped by 5G acromantula silk robes durability. 100/100 defense, 75/75. Perk. plus 10% AGI and int when equipped by 50G Dragonhide Robes durability, 300/300 defense, 150/150 its. Perks. Plus 30% STR, minus 5% AGI when equipped by 35G. The Acromantula silk robes were the best but were also the most expensive. Dragonhide offered the most protection, but it was also uncomfortable and restrictive without constant use of spells to make it comfortable. Seeing as he had the money, he chose an Acromantula silk robe. What are the spells you can put on the robe? He asked as she took his measurements. We can put auto cleaning, auto straightening and readjusting charm. The readjusting charm should increase the robe with you for about a year or two. She replied after taking his measurements. Great, I will take them all, he said. Wait for about an hour till I get your order finished. She replied and went to the back of the store. Seeing as he had an hour to wait, he took out a book from his inventory discreetly and started to read. He did not want to move around the alley in Muggle cloths and get unwanted attention on himself. Even if he was living in the Muggle world, the Potter name's still some influence on the magical world, and there was a chance that someone might recognize him. They were one of the oldest families around and had a lot of enemies after the war. So after an hour wait, he got his robes. It cost a total of 60G, 50 for robes and 10 for the spells on it. He changed into his robes and went to buy the books. As he was moving, he found something glowing in his HUD. He reached out and touched it when there was a message. Golden Snitch found. 01. There are golden snitch scattered across the magical world. Collect them to gain rewards. Quest. I know my way around. Find each area of the area to get the map of the Diagon Alley. Reward. Map of the Diagon Alley added to current map. Key areas added to the map. Yes. No, as there the reward itself was so great, he went ahead and accepted the quest and used observe in every. First he went to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and had a scoop of ice cream. After that he went to Flourish and Blott's bookshop to buy some books. As he roamed around he found lots of books. He took the powers you never knew you had and what to do with them now you've wised up. The Book of Charms and Spells. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. Practical Household Magic by Zamira Gulch. Book of Potions by Zygmunt Budge. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. He then went to the counter and paid for them. He asked the store owner to shrink them. Afterwards he discreetly placed them in his inventory. He then roamed the Diagon Alley to get the map done. He didn't went inside Gringotts. As he was finishing the map he came across a second alley. As he was moving towards it there was a message. You are entering the Nocturne Alley. Recommended level 20. Yikes, I almost went there. He thought with relief. He then went to Wiseacre's Wizarding Equipment to buy some knick-knacks. He had collected 5 golden snitch till now. He saw a collection of various miscellaneous items. He found an interesting item. Common Brass Lucky Ring durability. 50/50 perks. Plus 10% luck when equipped by 30G. After paying for the ring he went back to Leaky Cauldron and called Pip. He then went home with Pip. July 1996. It was a month from when he started using his father's wand. Till now he had gotten only a few simpler household spells in charms. In Transfiguration he could now change Matchstick to Needle and back, though it was not easy to do so. He had gotten 2 new skills. Skill created. Basic Charms level 4, 20%, allows you a basic understanding of charms subjects. Spells under this category cost minus 5% MP. Level up spell skills and theory to level up this skill. Skill created. Basic Transfiguration level 3, 60%, allows you a basic understanding of transfiguration subjects. Spells under this category cost minus 5% MP. Level up spell skills and theory to level up this skill. When he learned his first spell he got a new message. Spell learned. 01, match to needle type. Transfiguration. Description. Turns a match into a needle and vice versa. Till now he had learned 5 spells. 3 for charms and 1 for transfiguration and defense against dark arts. His studies were going great and he was improving his skills steadily. He took up a new book for reading this summer about finance and stock market. He had a basic understanding of the stock exchange market. He ultimately wanted to cure his mom, and seeing that any kind of venture or goal needed money, he thought it would be a good idea. Also, he would have to handle the Potter estate when he grew older. He knew that the Potters were rich, but he did not know the extent of it. His trust fund was also limited and he could not access the main Potter family vault till later in his life. So he studied the finance books and stock market for the whole month. When he was finally confident that he could take some risk at the stock market, he asked Pip to get 4,000 G from his trust vault and get it changed to pounds, as his trust vault gets refiled every month. Then came the second problem. No one would take a kid seriously if he went to a broker and asked him face to face. So he bought the latest laptop so that he could buy stocks online. He had Pip ask the goblins to secure a Muggle bank account under the Potter name where the broker could transfer the money. He bought shares of upcoming markets like Google, Apple, etc. Today is your birthday. You are now age 6, +1 to all stats. This was the message he woke up to on his birthday. Due to today being his birthday, he was going to rest today. He was going to go to the nearby mall, get some new clothes, eat some junk food and enjoy the day. But first he was going to visit his mom. So he checked his status. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 4, XP, 56 4000 HP, 456, 400 plus 56. MP: 470, 400 plus 70, MP region 10 megapixels per minute, strength: 11.00, 10 plus 0.50 plus 0.50. Agility: 16.50, 15 plus 0.75 plus 0.75, Vitality: 13.80, 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Wisdom: 15.40, 14 plus 0.70 plus 0.70. Intelligence: 21.00, 20 plus 1.00. Charisma: 9.90, 9 plus 0.90. Luck: 9.60, 8 plus 0.40 plus 0.40 plus 0.080. Status points: 4 money, 187 pounds 4597 G 1253 S 512K. After checking his status, he went to see his mother. After changing the flowers in her room and talking to her for a while, he went back. Then he went to the mall and bought some new shirts and t-shirts, along with pants and a new pair of shoes. Then he ate at mall, played some games, and then he went home. As he reached the park in Pavette Drive, he saw Dudley and his friends up to his usual antics, bullying kids. He didn't want to get involved. Seeing those kids' face made him think that he could have been one of those kids if it wasn't for Pip. I hate my complicated sense of morality, he thought as he went towards them. What are you doing, Dudley? He said out loud. Who's this Big D? One of the bullies asked Dudley. Wow, when did you decide to get your name change? He said with the roll of his eyes. That's my cousin. Dad says he's a good-for-nothing freak whose parents died and left him with us. Dudley replied to a straight-faced Harry. While he was doing a great job of not showing his emotions on his face, he was quite angry at the mention of his parents so disrespectfully. What are you doing here, you freak? Dudley asked him. I'll tell you what I'm doing, he said, and then punched Dudley in the face. All of the bullies were caught by surprise, and this gave the bullied kids time to run away. After realizing that Dudley was down, one of the bullies tried to punch Harry, who dodged it and tripped the bully. One of the bully went to call his big brother while others were trying and failing to hit Harry. He quickly dodged another punch and saw few older boys coming towards him. He knew that he was good but not that good, so after tripping the last bully he ran towards the trees so that he could hide. Seeing him run, the boys started chasing him. Harry hid behind some tree and thought that he shouldn't have gotten involved and had gone straight home. Hearing the bully's voice grow louder, he closed his eyes and thought about how he was going to get out of this mess. Suddenly there was a crack, and he fell on a hard surface. When he opened his eyes, he was in his room. What the hell happened? He thought. You apparated accidentally. Skill created. Apparition level 1, 20%. Distance: 5 o'clock mile. MP required. 100 allows you to move from one place to another instantaneously in the given distance. Chances of splinching 40%. Chances of splinching decreases with increase in age and level. Man, that was close. If I hadn't apparated accidentally, I would have been toasted, he thought. Though I have ways to go before I could use this skill properly. When Dudley came back home, he told his parents some lie about how he was trying to save some kid from getting bullied by Harry and how he beat them up. His uncle started to shout and started saying him names when the doorbell rang. Apparently the kid who was being bullied told his parents the truth, and his parents wanted to thank him and talked to his uncle and aunt. When they left, Dudley got a hell of a talking and wasn't allowed of the house for rest of his summer vacation. August 1996. His summer vacation ended and it was back to school. On the first day of the school they were escorted to their class by their homeroom teacher. This time his homeroom teacher was Mr. Henry Wentworth. Henry Wentworth level 21 hydrogen phosphide, 3800 megapixels. 0. They still had the same subjects with the same second language, and he had taken additional independent study in science this year. He got interested in science after reading few articles in the summer. He continued with the swimming club as it helped improve his VIT, STR and AGI. It also helped him keep fit. While he was not packing any muscles, he had very low fat and his muscles were lean and strong. He wasn't chubby and flabby in the sense. He also left the arts club and joined the music club, though he did continue to paint to improve his crafting skill and arts sub-skill. In the music club they were first asked if they knew any instruments. Few of the kids knew some instruments, he on the other hand did not. Those who did not knew any instruments were told to practice on the available instruments and feel what's right. If not, they could choose any instrument, but they will be tested before the midterm exams to see if they were proficient with their chosen instrument. He first tried the guitar, which felt awkward, then he tried the violin, which didn't feel right. After a while he tried the piano and it felt like he found a part that was missing from him. The first key that he took was great. After an hour he was playing the piano like someone who had some practice under his belt, not someone who just started playing. The teachers were saying that he was a prodigy in playing piano and that a few more practice and experience he would be playing like a seasoned player. He was so lost in playing that 2 hours of playing the piano felt like a moment. He was brought out of his moment by the sound of message appearing. Skill created. Music level 2, 20%. Music lets you concentrate and makes you feel relax. Passively increase int by 5%. Actively increase int by 10%. So the months went on and October came. His investments were going great. Each month he would ask Pip to take out 4,000 G from his trust vault and convert it to pound for investing it in the stock market. At the exchange rate of £5 to a galleon he got £20,000 to invest. Till now he hand invested £60,000 and his portfolio had already grown to £100,000. He was roaming the streets of the neighborhood in the new cycle he had bought after the school started. It was a high-end kid cycle with aluminium frame to reduce weight and shock absorbers on both front and back. It was black in color with green highlights. After seeing his cycle, Dudley also begged his parents to buy him one, and as usual they fulfilled his every wish. The first time he got on the cycle was hilarious. He must have gone couple of yards when he fell down on the cycle, whose tires bent under the weight of Dudley. After that he trashed the cycle and cried to his parents that something is wrong with the cycle. His parents wholeheartedly agreed with him. Harry had to cover his mouth to stop him to laugh out loud. While some neighbors didn't had his reservation and laughed very loudly. So here he was exploring the map, on a dirt trail to the side of the park to a deep in the wooded area. After going about a few miles he saw a clearing. As he neared the clearing there was a message. Natural dungeon encountered, required level 6 mutated boar dungeon, enter the dungeon. Yes. No. The option for entering the dungeon was grayed out. This was the first time it had happened to him, so when he touched the grade yes there was another message. You do not have the minimum level to enter this dungeon. Please raise your level to the minimum level and then try accessing the dungeon. Well, that's a downer. He thought. At least he only needed 200 XP to level up to 5. He had gotten a few quests with some XP, but most of his XP came from grinding in the natural dungeon and the artificial dungeon. After his ID create and ID escape had reached level 10 in early September, he had gotten a message. ID create increased to level 10. New monster available. Wailing cat. He remembered the first time he encountered those damn cats. Flashback. He had recently gotten the upgrade on the ID create and had gone to kill some zombies. His stealth skill was at level 10 and he was getting very proficient at sneaking around the zombies. He still hadn't encountered the cat. After killing his 20th zombie there was a mew from behind him. He quickly turned around to see a normal-looking cat. There was nothing threatening about it. It was the size of an average house cat, looked like it too. He couldn't think why it was there. He saw the message flouting above the cat's head and used observe on it. Wailing cat level. 2 * the level of the player HP. Level 10. MP. 50 XP. Level 2 drop. 1G. Wailing cats have magical ability. They are known for their wails which causes. Not many information here. He thought as he watched the cat. There were a few zombies around but they weren't paying any attention to them. The cat looked him in the eye and wailed loudly. He covered his ears and saw the cat run away. He saw that the wail had attracted a lot of zombies and one lunged at him. He tried to dodge but was too slow. Then there was a message. You are under the effect of the wail of the wailing cat. Minus 50% AGI for 9 minutes 25 seconds. Shit. He thought. I knew that something was wrong there. My senses were screaming me that something was wrong. Oh, there are a lot of zombies here. I got to get out of here. He thought and then screamed. ID escape, and was transported back to his room. He was exhausted and was cursing that cursed cat who he was sure kill as painfully as possible. Flashback end. He still hadn't gotten his revenge on the damned cat as Harry called it, but he had found a way to avoid them. He was in the gamer store last week when he saw just the thing that would help him avoid that damned cat. Each time he thought of the cat it left him with a sour taste in his mouth. Skill acquired. Sensing level 1, 0%, range, 25 meters. MP required. 5 allows you to sense all things in the range of your senses. When active you get information when something is in your range of sense. He had also bought a new set of armor and swords as his set's durability was getting low. He still hadn't leveled up yet to equip any other materials armors. He also got a new set of daggers and a chest and shoulder armor. Basic leather pauldron. Required level 3 durability, 150/150ths. Defense. 50/50 perk. Plus 10% AGI when equipped by 20G. Basic leather chest armor. Required level 4 durability, 200/200ths. Defense. 100/100ths perk. Plus 15% vid when equipped by 30G. Today was Halloween. He never liked Halloween as today was the day that he lost his father and his mother was put in a magical coma. He was really irritated right now seeing all those dressed up enjoying themselves and eating candies. So he went to the zombie dungeon to kill some zombies and blow off some steam. After killing 30 zombies he quickly dispatched the boss and then used his newly acquired skill to sense the cat. After sensing the cat he sneaked behind it and sliced its head clean off. He was also using magic for the first time in a combat-type situation. He would use Tripping Jinx to make the zombies fall or would use Terrantiagra to make them stop their advance. Those spells were not powerful enough to affect the boss but it did get its job done when it came to zombies. He was on a roll today as he killed at least 100 zombies and 3 Legion zombies. After exiting the dungeon he got a message. Congratulations. You have successfully killed 1000 zombies, title unlocked. Beginner Zombie Slayer. Perks. Active. Plus 15% attack on zombies, minus 15% damage from zombies. Passive. Plus 5% attack on zombies, minus 5% damage from zombies. Equip title, yes, no. When he chose yes there was another message. Warning. You are trying to change the title to Beginner Zombie Slayer. All active perks of Potter Air title will be turned off. He did not equip the title as the perks for Potter Air were too great. He would change the title when he went to the dungeon. He got 780 XP on today's raid but he was very exhausted. The last message he saw was for leveling up which he said yes and went to sleep. November 1996. It was a good thing that today was a holiday from the school because he did not wake up till it was almost noon. He woke up and the first thing he did was checked his status. He placed 1 point in each STR, VIT, Int, Shaw and Luck. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Air. Class. Wizard level. 5, XP. 585 thousandths, HP. 580, 500 plus 80. MP. 590, 500 plus 90, MP region 20 megapixels per minute, strength. 12.10, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55. Agility. 18.70, 17 plus 0.85 plus 0.85, vitality. 16.10. 14 plus 0.70 plus 0.70 plus 0.70. Wisdom. 17.60. 16 plus 0.80 plus 0.80. Intelligence. 24.30. 23 plus 1.15 plus 1.15. Charisma. 12.10. 11 plus 1.10. Luck. 10.80. 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45 plus 0.90. Status points. 4 money. 114,580 pounds 256G 2121S 512K. He also checked his inventory to see what that damned cat dropped. He found a necklace made of cat claws. It had 3 claws and in between the claws were beads. He took it out of the inventory and used Observe on it. Cat Claw Necklace Durability. 2020 Perks. Plus 5% AGI when equipped, minus 25% effect of the Wailing Cat when equipped. Sell. 25G. He quickly equipped it, and when he tried to equip another necklace he got a message. Sorry, you can only equip one necklace of each type. You can have multiple necklaces though. Then he created an empty dungeon to practice his skills. He improved his skills before the midterms exams. Before the exams he got a quest. Quest. It's a concert objective. Play your chosen musical instrument and get approval from 80% of the club. Bonus. Get approval from 90% of the music club. Get approval from 100% of the music club reward. 250 XP, increased relation with the music club bonus reward. 50 XP per bonus, failure. Decreased relation with the club, possible eviction from the music club. Yes, no, he was sure that he would be able to complete this quest easily due to him being a prodigy in piano and also because he practiced 3 times a week on the piano he bought. He was getting too many things for his small room to hold, so he had Pip expand his room. His room now contained a black wooden glossy piano which set him back a pretty penny. It also contained his painting equipment. He would still paint every fortnight. Each day he would spend looking up his shares and finances. His marketing skill gave him a new skill. Skill created. Finance level 3, 10%, allows you to properly manage your finance and business. Plus 5% increase in the monster drop. December 1996. So December came in and again it was time for the exams. He still got the same quest that he had gotten before during the exams. He hadn't got any new major quests from the swimming club but still got few small quests to increase his time or to beat the opponent. Quest. Who's on the top? Objective. Get in top 5 rank in your year. Bonus. Get the top rank in your year hidden objective. Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, failure. 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school, yes, no. As the exams came in he stopped going to dungeons and started to study seriously. He was hoping that if he did well he would again get the choice to skip a class. He was very through with his studies and even studied from the referral books. So the day of the exam came in and as usual the exams were easy and he was sure that he would still get the top rank. He wasn't quite sure that he did well enough to warrant him to skip a class, but he wasn't thinking about it. After the exams he had to present his musical piece in front of the club. He was quite confident that he would be able to get it done easily. It wasn't to say that he was arrogant, no, far from it. If one were to look at him they wouldn't find a hint of arrogance, just confidence. He went up to the stage and presented his piece. He was so lost in it that when he finished it he was showered with applause. The teacher in charge of the club thought that he should enter the amateur junior music contest held after Christmas to present this piece. He got 100% approval of the club and then he got the message. Quest. It's a concert reward. 250 XP, increased relation with the music club bonus reward. 100 XP for bonus, chance to present your piece in a contest. Now that the school was on the break for winter vacation, he started working on his skills. He only needed half of the XP to level up so that he could access the new natural dungeon. On Christmas as usual he woke up, had breakfast, and then went to visit his mother. He spent all day there and talked about his year. From the next day he started practicing for his contest. His room was soundproof so that his uncle and aunt did not shout at him for making any noise. On the day of the contest he got a new quest. Quest. The next Mozart. Objective. Get in the top 3 positions in the contest. Bonus. Get the top position in the contest. Reward. 400 XP. Increased relation with the music club, increased relation with the school. Bonus reward. 300 XP. Failure. Decreased relation with the school. As his turn came to play in the contest, he was getting a bit agitated as it would be the first time he would be doing such a thing, though he wasn't a nervous weak due to his gamer mind. He tuned out the audience and played his piece as he would when he is alone in his room. After finishing his piece there was a huge round of applause and the judges said that the piece was good and he played it very well. They asked him a few questions after which he went backstage. When it was time to announce the results they were all called to the stage. The third prize went to a 10-year-old boy who played the guitar. The second prize went to a 9-year-old girl who played the violin. When his name was announced for the first prize he was surprised slightly. The judges said that due to the fact that he had been playing only for 6 months and that the piece was his own creation gave him an edge over other contestants. After he was given the award for the first place, one of the judges privately told him that he should get his work copyrighted as a few of the musicians he knew wanted to play that piece on the bigger stage. He then asked his music teacher to help him out with the process of getting his work copyrighted. Quest. The next Mozart. Reward. 400 XP. Increased relation with the music club, increased relation with the school. Bonus reward. 300 XP. Royalties from your copyrighted work. January 1997. So the winter vacation came to an end. After the contest the residents of Pavette Drive congratulated him. When he asked why, as he didn't want anyone to know about the contest, one of the neighbors told him that the contest was covered in the newspaper. His uncle and aunt were not at all happy, but it was not like they could do anything about it. His uncle did try to break into his room, most probably to destroy his piano, but was again blasted down the stairs by Pip. This time he broke his arm while falling down the stairs. On the first day of school he went to see his results and as usual he was on the top. Quest completed. Who's on the top? Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, award for the top place in the year hidden objective. Get top place in all subjects, 100 XP, finally he was able to complete the hidden objective. He then got another message for him to be able to take the exam to skip a level. Quest. I'm too smart for this. Objective. Pass the exam to skip a class to next year class's reward. 400 XP. Skip a class to attend next year class's failure. Attend this year class. After the teachers told him that he was again given a chance to skip the class, he took the offer. He studied for it and next day he gave the test. As expected he passes the exam and was placed in the next class. Quest completed. I'm too smart for this. Reward. 400 XP, skip a class to attend next year classes. Till now the whole school knew about him as he was breaking records, skipping class and was winning contests. He had a whole shelf full of trophies he had won in various contests and tournaments. Most of the kids were intimidated by him and those who were not were jealous of him. Some of the older kids even tried to bully him, but he would always kick their asses if they were 1 or 2, or he would run away if they were large in numbers. Due to his running away from them he had accidentally apparated quite a few times, not in front of anyone but when he was in hiding or when was alone. The chances of splinching had went down to 38%. His new homeroom teacher was Kelly Dennis level 18 hydrogen phosphide 3000 megapixels 0. He still had the same subjects, but he changed his second language to German with his French coming to level 30. He was not master in French, but he would be able to speak it fluently if he ever needed it. His independent science studies were going great. He was quite interested in electronics and computers. He was sure that even if had half a year of disadvantage he would still do well. February 1997. He had just finished killing the rat boss when there was a message. Level up. Yes. No. He said yes and placed 1 point in STR, VIT, WIS, INT, SHA and Luck. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 6, XP. 21 6,000ths, HP. 708, 600 plus 108. MP. 720, 600 plus 120. MP region 20 megapixels per minute. Strength. 13.20, 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Agility. 20.70, 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Vitality. 18.40, 16 plus 0.80 plus 0.80 plus 0.80. Wisdom. 19.80, 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Intelligence. 27.50, 25 plus 1.25 plus 1.25. Charisma. 13.20, 12 plus 1.20. Luck. 12.00, 10 plus 0.50 plus 0.50 plus 1.00. Status points. 3 money. 123,540 pounds 656G 3248S 512K. Now that he had leveled up, he went home to rest. He would have to wait a week to check out the new dungeon. He practiced his skill in the week time so that he could properly fight the boars in the second dungeon. After a week of waiting, he went to the second dungeon. As he went close to the clearing, he got a message. Natural dungeon encountered, required level 6 mutated boar dungeon. Enter the dungeon, yes, no. He said yes and entered the dungeon. After walking a few steps, he got a quest. Quest. Would like some meat. Objective. Kill 15 baby boars. Kill 5 mama boars. Kill 5 large boars. Kill the demon boss boar. Bonus. Kill additional baby boars. Kill additional mama boars. Rewards. 10 XP per baby boar. 15 XP per mama boar. 20 XP per large boar. 75 XP for demon boss boar. Bonus rewards. 10 XP per additional baby boar. 15 XP per additional mama boar. Failure. Get hurt, possible death. As soon as he got this quest, he quickly equipped his sword and the wand. He moved ahead in the clearing to see few baby boars. Baby boar level. 5 to 8 hydrogen phosphide. 20-40 megapixels. 0 XP. 5 to 10 drop. 1 to 2 boar meat, 15s. They saw him and attacked in the group of 3. He tripped the first with the trip jinx and then kicked away the second one. He then stabbed the last one, then slashed the one he tripped. Till then the one kicked gained back his footing and charged at him. He tripped him with the trip jinx and stabbed him in the head. He then moved ahead and saw 3 more baby boars. He quickly dispatched the first 2. When he started moving on the last one, it started shouting and called the mama boar. Mama boar level. 10 to 15 hydrogen phosphide. 50-70 megapixels. 0 XP. 15 to 20 perk. Hard skinned. Causes -40% less damage drop. 3 to 5 boar meat. 1 boar hide. 1 G. The mama boar charged at him. He used the method he always used on any monster charging at him. He tripped her using the trip jinx, but it only caused her to lose her footing. He quickly dodged to the side and slashed her side. It only caused 6 HP damage. So the attack would have caused 10 damage, but due to hard skin perk it only caused 6 damage. It then turned around and then charged at him again. This time he threw an enhanced dagger at her snout. Critical. -30 HP. It still had half of its HP, so he quickly stated attacking its snout. When it would charge, he would dodge at the second and slashed it at its snout. After killing it, he went further in the clearing. He had till now killed 10 baby, 2 mama boars. He then came across a large boar about twice the size of the mama boar, which was the size of a regular boar. Large boar level. 15 to 20 hydrogen phosphide. 100-150 megapixels. 0 XP. 20 to 25. Perk. Hard skinned. Causes -45% less damage. Enraged. When HP less than 30% causes twice as damage. Drop. 5 to 7 boar meat. 2 boar hide. 1 boar tusk. 3 G. He quickly threw 2 daggers at its snout to cause 40 HP damage. Despite its huge size, it was quite fast and rammed at him at full speed. It caused 50 damage. so he started throwing daggers and spells at it to stop it from charging at him. The spells did not cause any significant damage but gave him time to dodge the boar. He getting tired and his back was against a tree. The boar again charged at him and he dodged. This caused the boar to crash into the tree. He remembered how he had defeated the rat boss the first time, so he again stood against the tree and let the boar dodged at him. He would the dodge at the last second and let the boar collide with the tree. As soon as its HP was less than 30%, it got enraged and tried to skewer him with its tusk. He barely dodged but got a gash on his arms. -1 HP per second due to bleeding status for 5 minutes. He was losing HP fast, so in a last effort to stop its charge he put all his MP in his last trip Jinx. It caused it to trip and crash in on an unstable tree, which then fell on the boar, bringing its HP to 0. Skill created. Focus level 1, 5%, allows you to put more power in the spell to increase its power. The amount of MP used depends on the level of the skill. He barely had 50 HP left, so he quickly exited the dungeon. Quest failed. Would like some meat? Failure. 72 XP for baby boar, 35 XP for mama boar, 23 XP for large boar. Got hurt with bleeding status for 3 minutes 45 seconds. He was very sad as this would be the first quest he had failed. He was so used to seeing the message of quest complete. He went home and rested for the whole day. Next day he thought what he had done wrong in the previous quest. First and the biggest he had was that he underestimated his opponents. He thought that as he had cleared the rat dungeon easily it would be the same. Second, he had done a Gryffindor move and charged directly at the enemy when he should have first observed them. Third, he lost too much HP fighting the large boar. Till the time he had encountered the large boar he had only lost 100 HP. He engaged a superior opponent head-on. He did not take advantage of the surroundings. He had to be faster to dodge the boars, so he placed his remaining point in a GI. He would still had to wait a week to enter the dungeon again. He would try dodging practice. He asked Pip to banish some ball at him from all direction. At first he was getting hit by all balls sent to his way from where he could not see. He could dodge most balls in his line of sight. By the end of week he was relying on his sensing to sense the balls. His sensing skill also branched into a sub-skill. As balls banished by Pip were sent by magic he got. Sub-skill created. Magical sensing level 2, 20%. Allows you to sense all magical beings in your range of sense. You will not be able to sense them if they have stealth skill greater than your sensing skill. His sensing skill was now level 6, so his range now was 50 meters. He was using focus skill to target bigger opponents. This time he went prepared to kill as many boars. He got the same quest. Every time he went to a natural dungeon he would get the same quest for the same dungeon until he cleared it for the first time. This time he waited and observed his opponents. He still couldn't kill enough to get the boss, but he did kill 2 large boars. He exited the dungeon because he was exhausted and his MP was empty. His HP was still half full. Due to his MP being empty he was magically exhausted for a day. March 1997. He still hadn't encountered the boss in the boar dungeon. He was relying too much on his magic and had to use it with conjecture to focus to even affect the bigger opponents. His MP was getting empty too fast and he had to rely on MP potion. One thing he found out was that after taking 5 megapixels potions the amount of MP restored is halved for the 6th. His language skill was now 40, so it gave him 15% increase in CHA. In the early March his ID create skill went up to level 15. When this happened he got a new dungeon. ID create increased to level 15, new dungeon available. Dual dungeon. It was not a normal dungeon. It was like a giant white room with one dummy at the end. When he first entered the dungeon he was asked if he was ready to duel one-on-one. When he asked what place was this he got a new message. Dual dungeon is where you can duel an opponent. You can set the level of the opponent. It cannot be less than 5 levels from you and it cannot be more than 5 levels from you. This is a one-on-one duel room. You can set the environment to be on any terrain and climate. There will be only one opponent. To unlock more duel rooms please increase your level. He would practice once a week in the dungeon usually with the opponent's level set at his level. This dungeon didn't give him any XP but the dueling experience itself was very useful. He could set it to be only hand-to-hand duel or purely magical. His favorite was wand sword combo duel. On the first day he dueled was set to a nighttime city street setting with opponents set to his level with end being first blood. They both started on opposite side of the street. Both had a sword and a wand. Harry sent a leg locker curse at the dummy which dodged to the side and sent a Tarantiagra at him. Harry hid behind a trash bin and sent another leg locker at the dummy. This time the dummy was hit and fell down due to both legs being locked. He quickly went with an overhead slash which was blocked by the dummy. It then tried to swipe his legs which was jumped by Harry. Till then the dummy had used finite incantatem. They were then brought to a sword fight which went on for a few minutes. When their swords were locked he quickly aimed his wand at dummy and sent a Stelius which caused dummy to sneeze. It then slashed him at his arms which drew blood which ended the duel. April 1997. Today was the day that he was determined to kill the boar boss. He entered the dungeon and quickly killed all the required boars to draw out the boss with the help of potions and magic. He would simply slice the baby boars which would take 3 to 4 hits depending on where you hit them. For mama and large boars he used his environment. He would stand in front of the trees and let them charge at him, and at the last second he would dodge, causing them to crash in the tree. He had more than half HP and MP when he killed the last large boar. He drank the potion to restore his HP and MP to full and hid on top of the trees to observe the boss. It was the same size as the large boar, but its tusks were larger and thicker. It also had a lot of battle scar. Its tusks were also red, so were its eyes. It truly looked like a demon. Demon Boar Boss Level 25 Hydrogen Phosphide 250 megapixels 0 XP 75 perk Hard Skinned, causes minus 50% less damage. Enraged when HP less than 30% causes twice as damage. Drop 8 to 10 boar meat, 5 boar hide, 10 G. He saw the boss trying to find him but could not find him. He used focus and enhanced throw together to throw a dagger at its snout. Critical. Minus 50 HP. The boss then charged at the tree he was hiding at. It crashed in the tree and lost 30 HP, and then Harry jumped down the tree to stab it with the sword. Harry then stood in front of another tree. As the boss was charging at him he threw another enhanced dagger at its snout. It was also a critical hit and it lost 50 HP. At the last second Harry dodged to the right and it crashed in the tree. He then slashed the boar with the magic behind the slash. Skill created. Enhanced slash level 1, 10%, allows you to magically cause more damage than a normal slash, 2x more damage. Now its HP was less than half, so it shouted and called for reinforcement as it retreated to recuperate. There was a message. Kill the reinforcement in under 5 minutes or the boss HP will be full. 5 baby boars came first who were quickly dispatched. Next came 2 mama boars, who took some time to dispatch. Next was a large boar, who Harry killed by crashing it to a tree. He killed all of them in 3 minutes. When the boss came out again it had 70% HP. He applied the same method of getting it to crash on the same trees so as to get the trees to fall on the boss. After 5 to 6 tries its HP was less than 30%. Harry still had more than half of his HP but his MP was less than 200. Its speed increased and it tore through the tree. It turned and charged at Harry, who dodged just in time, but he was nicked in the leg. You have been cut. Due to infected tusk of the boar, minus 1 HP per sec due to bleeding status for 10 minutes. Shit, I have to end this quickly, he thought. He then stood again in front of an unstable tree. The boar charged he dodged in the time to see the tree come crashing down on the boss, who Harry then stabbed in the head with enhanced sword, ending it. It dropped a blood-red dagger. When he used Observe on the dagger he got Boar Tusk Dagger Durability 150 150th attack 25 to 30. Perks. Cause bleeding effect for 10 minutes. Dagger made from the tusk of the boar. It is red due to all the blood it soaked when it was still a tusk. Sell 100 G. Awesome, he thought. He then exited the dungeon when he got the message. Quest completed. Would like some meat. Rewards. 10 XP per baby boar. 15 XP per mama boar. 20 XP per large boar. 75 XP for demon boss boar. Bonus rewards. 10 XP per additional baby boar, 15 XP per additional mama boar. Finally, he thought, He had finally cleared the dungeon. Now he only needed 1000 XP to level up. He then went home and slept for the rest of the day. Next day they were told that the exams were coming and he got the exam quest as he taken to call this quest. They were also told that the end of the year challenge would be held for all the clubs. Quest. Who's on the top? Objective. Get in top 5 rank in your year bonus. Get the top rank in your year hidden objective. Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, failure. 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school, yes, no. Quest. Who's the top fish? Objective. Get the in top 5 time in your year bonus. Get the top time in your year rewards. 200 XP, increased relations with swimming club bonus rewards. 50 XP, plus 1 swimming failure, decreased relations with swimming club. Yes, no, quest. It's a concert objective, play your chosen musical instrument and get in top 3 positions in your year in music club. Bonus. Get top position in your year in music club reward. 250 XP, increased relation with the music club bonus reward. 50 XP per bonus failure. Decreased relation with the club, yes, no. So he started studying for the exam and he stopped going to the dungeons in favor of his studies. As the exams came he thought that maybe this time the exams will be a bit of challenge, but as usual the exams were easy for him. After the exams they did the club challenges. He got top position in both of them. After a week they were given the exam results. As usual he was on the top of the board. Quest. Who's on the top? Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, award for the top place in the year hidden objective. Failed quest completed. Who's the top fish? Rewards. 200 XP, increased relations with swimming club bonus reward. 50 XP, plus 1 swimming quest completed. It's a concert reward. 200 XP, increased relations with music club bonus rewards. 50 XP for getting top position in your year in the music club. After completing the quests he only needed 200 XP to level up. So the tis year school came to an end and now he was looking forward to his summer vacation. His plans for the vacations were to start studying potion and to get further study in charms and transfiguration. He knew 12 spells till now with most of them being minor spells, nothing major offensive ones. He had learned Lumos and Nox. He was hoping to increase his repertoire this summer. He would start with potions this year, having had a basic foundation in the previous year. Potion being a time-taking subject will require the whole year to have a solid knowledge. He was also looking forward to the next year's school trip. He would be visiting library this summer to get more knowledge on finance and science subjects. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 6, XP. 21 6000, HP. 732, 600 plus 132. MP. 720, 600 plus 120. MP region 20 megapixels per minute. Strength. 13.20, 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Agility. 20.70, 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Vitality. 21.85, 19 plus 0.95 plus 0.95 plus 0.95. Wisdom. 19.80, 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Intelligence. 27.50, 25 plus 1.25 plus 1.25. Charisma. 13.20, 12 plus 1.20. Luck. 12.00, 10 plus 0.50 plus 0.50 plus 1.00. Status points. 0 money. 179,780 pounds 856 G 3248 S 512 KAN. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong please say so that I could correct it. Please review as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. I am looking for a beta reader. Chapter 4 Harry Potter the Genius Gamer AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Sorry for taking so long to update as I had a busy week and was suffering from writer's block. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. Those who are asking what happened to Sirius, he is still in Azkaban, so the story will follow the same plot as the movie with my few elements in it. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Level up. Game notification. Message time before Hogwarts will not be that descriptive. Each chapter will till Hogwarts will be about a year worth of progress of Harry. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 3. Harry age 6. June 1997. It was the first day of summer vacation and he was coming back from again clearing the boar dungeon. A few interesting things happened recently. His transfiguration and charms level reached 10. When it happened, it unlocked a new thing. Perk unlocked. Father's Son, +2, transfiguration, per level, +1, per level, Mother's Son, +2, charms, per level, +1, per level. With his perks unlocked, the studies in transfiguration and charms increased. His dungeons expeditions were also going great. Once he knew how to utilize the boar's charge and how to turn it against them, he could take them on without much relative damage. He had just leveled up and had placed 1 point in AGI, VIT, Whis and Luck. He had saved a point for further use. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 7, XP. 105 7,000, HP. 840, 700 plus 140. MP. 854, 700 plus 154, MP region 20 megapixels per minute. Strength. 14.30, 13 plus 0.65 plus 0.65. Agility. 24.15, 21 plus 1.05 plus 1.05 plus 1.05. Vitality. 19.55, 17 plus 0.85 plus 0.85 plus 0.85. Wisdom. 22.00, 20 plus 1.00 plus 1.00. Intelligence. 29.80, 28 plus 1.40 plus 1.40. Charisma. 14.95, 13 plus 1.95, Luck. 13.20, 11 plus 0.55 plus 0.55 plus 1.10. Status points. 1 money. 185,250 pounds 856G 2348S 512K. His skills were going great and he had gotten a few stats due to some activities. It was a lot harder to get his stats up without using the stat points. After a week of grinding and improving his skill, he was taking a slow day. He woke up late, had a hearty breakfast and was on his way to Gamer Store to check if there was anything new. With his Aikido, Taekwondo and sword skill at level max for beginner level, he could now get the intermediate level. As he went inside the store, the first thing he did was get the intermediate skills. Skill acquired. Intermediate Taekwondo style level 1, 0%. Intermediate Taekwondo style with emphasis on intermediate forms. Originated in Korea, it has a heavy emphasis on kicks. Level max to go to advanced mastery by 20G. Skill acquired. Intermediate Aikido style level 1, 0%. Intermediate Aikido style with emphasis on intermediate forms. It has a heavy emphasis on redirecting the opponent's attack. Level max to go to advanced mastery by 20G. Skill acquired. Intermediate sword mastery level 1, 0%. Intermediate sword mastery with emphasis on intermediate forms. Used to create a solid foundation for advanced sword mastery. Level max to go to advanced mastery. Buy. 40G. After taking the intermediate forms, he searched for new crafting item section. There were a few crafting items like metal plates, ores, etc., which could be used to craft various items. There was nothing there that interested him, and he didn't exactly needed to craft any specific thing, but he bought a few ropes and steel chain. After paying for all that, he went back home. Next day he went to Diagon Alley to buy potion instruments and cauldrons. He first went to Leaky Cauldron with Pip, then he went to the alley on his own. He went straight to Potage's cauldron shop to buy some cauldron. There were a lot of cauldrons made from different materials as well. There were pewter cauldron, silver, bronze, even gold cauldron. He chose a basic pewter cauldron for 2G and a few vials to store his potions. July 1997. Today is your birthday. You are now age 7. +1 to all stats. Today was his birthday and he was thinking of buying a new wardrobe. His cloths were getting short quite fast and he was growing taller with each passing year. With his skills of running, physical conditioning and swimming, he was taller than most of the kids his age. He was also well built and was growing light muscles around his arms, legs and chest. With him now being 7, he could finally start exercising with light weights and not damage his body. Even if he was a kid, his magic would allow him to mend his muscles so that he does not cause any permanent damage to himself. He was thinking about getting a membership at the local club, seeing as that they has weights, swimming pool and many other activities to do. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 7, XP 105 7000, HP 847, 700 plus 147, MP 861, 700 plus 161, MP region 20 megapixels per minute. Strength: 16.10, 14 plus 0.70 plus 1.40. Agility: 27.50, 22 plus 1.10 plus 2.20 plus 2.20. Vitality: 20.70, 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Wisdom: 23.10, 21 plus 1.05 plus 1.05. Intelligence: 33.35, 29 plus 2.90 plus 1.45. Charisma: 16.10, 14 plus 2.10. Luck: 14.40, 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60 plus 1.20. Status points: 1 money, 206,850 pounds, 1136G, 2348S, 512K. With his running, swimming and reading skill at level 20 and above, he was getting 10% increase in the stats associated with those skills. After having a breakfast, he went to St. Mungo's to visit his mother. He then spent time with her till noon, then went shopping for clothes. After shopping, he went the local club to get a membership card. He went to the reception and asked the receptionist, "Can I get a membership form, miss?" "How old are you, kid, and where are your parents?" she asked. "My parents are busy and I'm 7. He said with a roll of his eyes. They always asked him his age. It's like they expect that he cannot do anything due to his young age. "Okay, kid, here's the form. The fees is £15 a month to use all the facilities. You can pay it whole up front or you could pay it in installments," she said as she gave him the form and a pen to fill it. After filling the form, he paid the fees up front and then went home. He would be using the club on alternate days during the vacation and on days when he didn't have his school club meeting during school time. This year Pip gave him a book on wizarding etiquettes and norms on his birthday. He had only read a few pages, but he could already tell that it was an interesting read. His investments were going great, and with him saving his money in the inventory, he had no chance of getting robbed. His skills were going great and he was already ahead of any normal kid. He still had to hide his abilities so as to not having to explain about his abilities. The skill ID Create had recently level up ID Create increased to level 20. New monster available. Group zombies. When he visited the zombie dungeon, he encountered the usual lone zombies, a few wailing cats, but he had not encountered any group zombies. After a few minutes he came across a group of zombies. They were not like the other zombies he had encountered who would move on their own but would only attack in a horde if they were attracted to a sound or noise. But these zombies were moving in a group. When he used Observe. Group Zombie Level. Same as the player HP, level 10. MP. 0 XP. Level 3 drop. 10 SA group of 5 zombies that attack in group. Slow but strong. Due to their numbers they are stronger than average zombies. Till now he had understood never to face an unknown opponent head-on. He would have to first observe how they behaved. They were moving in a group formation with 2 in front, 1 in middle and 2 in back. He went behind them and threw a trip jinx at the rear zombie. It tripped and fell down, but the other zombies of the group did not move ahead. They waited till the tripped zombie was up. He would have to find a way to separate them and had to take them out one by one. He used the levitation charm Wingardium Leviosa to separate one zombie, and then he stabbed it in the head and then kicked it, ending it. He then rushed towards the remaining zombie and tripped one and kicked another. He then used Enhanced Slash to cut one zombie at the waist. He then quickly retreated. With 2 out, he then used Enhanced Throw to throw a knife at a zombie's head, which instantaneously ended it. He then slashed at the remaining zombies and quickly killed them both. It took a lot of effort to kill all 5 of them, but he did it without attracting any more zombies. August 1997. The school started for this year and he was already liking the new course. They had science this year with advanced mathematics. Though he was spades ahead of his peers and already knew all those, it was nice because now he could dedicate more time on the new skill he got. Skill created. Basic Potion Level 1, 40%. Allows you a basic understanding of potion subjects. Lets you recreate basic potions and elixirs. Level up spell skills and theory to level up this skill and to create your own potions. Potion learned. 01. Cure for boils type. Potion. Description. Cures simple boils. He had got this skill when he was creating his first acceptable potion. He had asked Pip to clear a corner in his room so that he could set up his potions equipment there. His room was getting too small to hold all his belongings. The room was expanded to its limit and any more expansion was not possible. This made all the more reason to move out of this place as soon as he turns 8. Not like he was going to stay anyway. His first go at potion brewing got him a poor grade potion. The potions were graded like it was in Hogwarts according to its quality. There were 6 grades. Fail. Gives very horrible potion. May or may not cause harm on application. Troll. Gives horrible potion. May not work as required. Poor. Gives poor potion. Works as required with less results. Acceptable. Gives acceptable potion. Works normally excellent. Gives excellent potion. Gives above average results. Outstanding. Gives outstanding potion. Gives the best result. He was still taking German as second language and was at level 12. This year his homeroom teacher was Megan Hall's level. 17 megapixels. 0. He had also officially left the music club but still went there from time to time. He would still take part in the contests and would practice piano once a week. He joined the debate club. The debate club also had a debate team who would represent the school on inter-school competitions. He was thinking of getting the title of Lord Potter as soon as he is eligible. He knew that he would have to attend the Wizengamot. He knew that most of the influential wizards are the one who can good with magic and with words. Lot of troubles can be solved without violence using words to one's advantage. He was hoping that the debate club will offer him that opportunity and would help him with his words. He was also hoping this year to join the junior swimming team of the school. He was a part of the club for 2 years now and he had lot of chance to join the team but could not due to his age. Now maybe he could join the junior team if he tries hard. The debate club was held 3 days in a week. It was supervised by the head English teacher. It was held in the English department wing of the main building. With the debate club taking 3 days and the swimming club taking 2, he had very less time for his extracurricular activities like working on his skills. So he would work on his homework in the school itself during the class or free period so that he could work on his skills and visit the dungeons in the remaining time. September 1997. It has been a month since the school had started and this would have been the most hectic year for him if he didn't already knew the course material. His skills were going slow but he did visit the dungeons like clockwork. The skills could be worked leisurely but the XP gain was most important for him now. He wanted to level up as soon as possible so that he could access the items and key places that required higher level. His spell repertoire was also increasing, and so was his skills with his spells. He currently knew 15 different spells. Most of them were basic spells without any specific offensive use, but could be used offensively if one was creative enough. Spells like Tripping Jinx and Tarantiagra were above level 10 as he used them often on dungeon monsters. He was also gaining dueling experience due to Duel Dungeon. His non-magical studies were also going great. He was very interested in electronics and computers, but he had hit a snag in his studies. He had accidentally used magic around his computer, which caused the circuits in the computer to fry, causing irreparable damage. He had to buy a new computer due to it. Subtle use of magic like the ones the house elves used did not cause damage to high-end devices. Concentrated magical area like Diagon Alley would cause the device to malfunction. During mid-September, the swimming club held audition for the swimming team. He too was taking part in it and was hoping for a part on the team. Till now he had only competed in school competitions only. He wanted to see how he held up in inter-school competitions. He had gone to a sports shop a week ago and had bought a new swimwear as well as new goggles to wear. The new swimwear was to reduce drag underwater and to give him an edge. The goggle was high-end and completely waterproof that would allow him wear contacts underwater. On the day of the audition he got a quest. A spot on the team. Objective: get the top 8 time in Junior Division bonus. Get the top time in Junior Division rewards. 350 XP, increased relations with swimming club, spot on swimming team, +1 swimming. Bonus rewards: 150 XP, +2 swimming failure, decreased relations with swimming club, no spot on the swimming team. Yes, no, first the audition for the senior team went by them, it will be time for the junior team. The junior division consists of students from age 7 to age 11. Senior division was from age 12 to 16. After the senior division audition, it was time for junior division. There was 8 spot on the team with 4 members on main team and 4 on backup team. There were 30 candidates for the spot, so he had a chance of 27% of getting on the team. But with 2 years of practice under his belt, his chances were greater than those who joined last year. They were divided in a group of 6 and the top 3 from each group would go to the next round. His group was 4th in line. When it was time for his group, they went and stood on the edge of the pool. He was against kids that were older than him but were less experienced than him. When the coach gave the whistle for start, all of them jumped in the pool and started swimming. He was the farthest to jump and was the first to start swimming as well. He was taking big gulps of air and swimming with all his might. He was also pacing himself as he did not want to get tired in the beginning. He was the first to finish in his group. The new swimwear and the goggles helped a lot. After all the groups had their turn, the remaining students were divided into group of 5. The top best 8 in the 15 would be given a spot on the team. This time he was on the second group. The first group went, but the teachers did not give them their time as they would be given at last. When it was time for his turn, he swam with all his might from the beginning. He was feeling the burn in his muscles and was taking large gasps of air. He was second to finish in his group. He was exhausted and was gasping for air. His muscles were slightly sore after the swim, but with his position he knew that there was a chance that he would be on the team. He sat on the nearby bleachers and rested. He drank his energy drink and meditated to get his breathing under control. After the third group went, the coaches told them their time. He finished 4th in all of them and was on the team. Quest completed. A spot on the team. Rewards: 350 XP, increased relations with swimming club, spot on swimming team, +1 swimming. The coach said that the main team could go into temporary team and temporary to main according to their performances, which would be checked each fortnight. November 1997. It had been 2 months from when he got a place in the swimming team. They would practice alternating days after the class. They would first start with light stretching, then some physical conditioning, and they would practice. The coaches would tell them the best way to jump off the ramp, the best way to perform a style when swimming, and the best way to turn in the water. They were given tips and small notes on how to improve their time even slightly. His other skills were going well, though a bit slow in his opinion. He could now brew 4 potions acceptably. He found out that the potion is not entered in the potion list if the potion is grade less than acceptable. He had learned a new spell which was a medium offensive spell called Defindo, also called as Severing Charm. It would cause physical damage to an object in form of a rip, tear or shreds. With focus this spell would cut the limbs of a legion zombie easily, though he would lose most of his MP, so it was not practical. His skills were also going great and he had recently completed a debate club quest. Flashback. Around the end of October the debate club was having a debate competition. The junior students were divided into groups of 4 and 2 groups were given a topic. One group was for the motion of the topic and other group was against in motion of the topic. They were given 2 days to get their views and to present them in front of the club. The group who could get more support from the club would win and would go to the next round where they would be given a new topic. Quest. I have a silver tongue. Objective. Get more approval of the club than other group. Bonus. Get 70% approval of the club. Rewards. 300 XP, increased reputation with the debate club, increased relations with group members. Bonus reward. 100 XP, increased relation with the debate club. Failure. 100 XP, removal from the competition, decreased relation with the debate club, decreased relation with the group members. Yes, no, he was on the team with Audrey Zane of his class, Junior Dean Cole and Senior Nathan Rogers. He was an acquaintance with 10-year-old Audrey but could not say that he knew her well. He did not know Dean and Nathan at all, and it didn't help that he was a 7-year-old kid while they were 9 and 11 respectively. He was not a social person at all, with him spending his times either studying or working on his skills. They also thought he was a bit intimidating due to him being 4 feet in height despite being 2 years younger, and also whenever they would try to interact with him he would give them a look that made them want to move away from him. With his glasses his glare was actually quite intimidating. It also didn't help that there was rumor going around that he had beaten a few older students. After they were given the topic they quietly discussed their views and what they should say. He would provide a few ideas and thoughts, but for the most time he was quiet and did not offer his opinions in the matter. Most of his ideas were out of the box, taking example from various fields of life. After a day they presented their views. They started out fine, but then they were not able to present their ideas properly due to interruption from the opposing group. After seeing that his group would not be able to do much in face of the opposing team, he then took over and very skillfully presented their views with examples and counteracting the opposing group's views with real-life examples. This in turn boosted his group's morale and they too started to speak more often, which won them that debate round. Quest completed. I have a silver tongue. Got approval of 63% in the debate club. Rewards. 300 XP, increased reputation with the debate club, increased relations with group members. After the debate his group members got to know him a bit better and he could say that they were at least not annoying and a bit useful. After this round was over they were again given a topic to prepare in 2 days and then to present their views on their topic. This time the group worked more efficiently, with other members asking his opinion in the matters, though he was as usual quiet and gave them only a few better ideas. In the second round they dominated the opposing group from the start and won with a great number of approvals. Quest completed. I have a silver tongue. Got approval of 82% in the debate club. Rewards. 300 XP, increased reputation with the debate club, increased relations with group members. Bonus reward. 100 XP, increased relation with the debate club, new skill created, persuasion. Level 2, 50%, allows you to persuade an individual or a group to your side. Would be difficult if the individual or group had opposing views of great will. In the final round they were given a topic and given an hour to prepare on it. They were then told to give their ideas. Even if their ideas were great and had many examples and quotes, they lost due to having less ideas to speak about than the opposing group. Though he failed the quest, he had enough XP to level up, and that what mattered the most to him. Quest failed. I have a silver tongue. Failure. 100 XP, removal from the competition, decreased relation with the debate club. Then he got the message he was hoping to see: level up, yes, no. He then pressed yes and placed a point in AGI, VIT, WIS, CHA and Luck. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard. Level 8, XP 45 8000, HP 976, 800 plus 176. MP 1008, 800 plus 208, MP region 20 megapixels per minute, Strength. 17.25, 15 plus 0.75 plus 1.50. Agility. 30.00, 24 plus 1.20 plus 2.40 plus 2.40. Vitality. 21.95, 19 plus 0.95 plus 0.95 plus 0.95. Wisdom. 26.45, 23 plus 2.30 plus 1.15. Intelligence. 35.65, 31 plus 3.10 plus 1.55. Charisma. 17.25, 15 plus 2.25. Luck. 15.60, 13 plus 0.65 plus 0.65 plus 1.30. Status points. 1 money. £215,480 965G 1875 S 512K, flashback end. Though he had failed the last quest, he had gotten the first runner-up prize and had leveled up. It had been a month since he leveled up and his skills were going great. On weekends he would visit the natural boar dungeon, on weekdays he would visit the artificial dungeon. He would also visit the duel dungeon once a week or when he would be free to keep his dueling skills sharp. December 1997. The exams were closing in and he was studying seriously. He as usual was his exam routine reduced his time in the dungeons. He would visit the rat dungeon as it was closer and less exhausting than boar dungeon. He would also spend less time in the artificial dungeons only killing the number of zombies so that the boss does not come. He was concentrating on his studies and was looking through all the materials so as to not miss anything. As usual he got the exam quest. Quest. Who's on the top? Objective. Get in top 5 rank in your year bonus. Get the top rank in your year hidden objective. Rewards. 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, failure. 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school, yes, no. He had also gotten a quest from the swimming club. After the exams but before the holiday the team was going to a different school for a competition. It would be his first inter-school competition in which he was taking part with a team. They would be staying in a nearby hotel and the event itself was for 4 days. From what the coach told them there were 10 schools taking part in it. So with the exams coming and the team practice his days were full. As the exams closed in the practice became less but still they practiced for about an hour a day. 3 days before the exam they stopped practicing. He was hoping to get the hidden quest of getting the top marks in all the subjects this year too. He was also hoping to skip another class but with this year's hectic schedule he was not that confident. The exams came and again it was a breeze for him. With him already ahead of his peers in almost all the subjects he was sure that he had done exceptionally well. He also gave a few additional information in the answers and mentioned a few research papers he had studied. It was the morning of the day when they were going to a different school for the swimming competition. Before departing the coach told them to check if they had everything they need from clothes to essentials but most important their equipments. So after the check the whole swimming team along with a few teachers departed. They reached the hotel in half an hour. The hotel was quite large with it being 15 floors high. The hotel was styled in a Victorian fashion and there was a large painting of a woman in the lobby with, "For my love Sylvia Potter," written on it. One of his teammates saw it and asked him, "Hey Potter, is this woman your relative or what cause you two look similar?" "No, not that I know of," he replied with a thoughtful look. "K, just asking as you two look quite similar and had the same last name," his teammate replied. Next day they went to the school for their first event. They were already told what the events were going to be. First day would be singles in all the styles for 100 meters and preliminary for team 400 meters and 800 meters events. Second day would be 500 meters and 200 meters for freestyle and backstroke and preliminary for team events. Third day would be 500 meters and 200 meters for breaststroke and butterfly and final day it would be 200 meters events for all styles along with 800 meters team event. He was taking part in 100 meters, 200 meters breaststroke along with the team 400 meters events. This gave him a quest. Creature of the water. Objective. Get in top 3 place in the events you take part in bonus. Get the top rank in the events you are taking part in reward. 500 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +1 swimming. Bonus reward. 200 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +2 swimming. Failure. 100 XP for every event, decreased relation with the swimming club, decreased relation with the school. Yes. No. First day was his event. There were 10 contestants divided in 2 groups. First his group went with him coming second in his group. The top 3 of the both group were selected for the next round. They were given some rest before the next round. In the next round there were 6 contestants. When the whistle for the start was given, he jumped with all his might and swam like his life depended on it. Towards the end of the swim he was feeling a bit strain in his limb, but he pushed it in the back of his head and swam. He tuned out the sound of the spectators and concentrated on his goals. When he reached the end he got out of the water and saw his teammates cheering him. He tuned to see the time board and saw his name on the top. He was the first to finish, with the second coming a few milliseconds behind him. The contestants all shook hands and his teammates congratulated him. At the end of the day got a message and they were told that the award ceremony will be on the last day of the event. Quest completed. Creature of the water. Reward. 500 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +1 swimming, position medal. Bonus reward. 200 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +2 swimming, gold medal. Second day was his team event in the morning, which went well as their team qualified for the next round. He returned to the hotel for lunch. After the lunch he was wandering the hotel when he saw the painting again and thought that they really looked similar. Both had an aristocratic look with high cheekbones and intense eyes. If his eyes would have been brown in color they would almost be the same. Also both had black shining hair. He went to inquire about it and then went to the reception. "Hello, can you tell me more about the lady in the painting?" he asked the receptionist. "Hello there. Well, I don't know much, but I do know that the owner of this hotel bought this place after his wife fell in love with this place. It was redesigned to modern standards about 15 years ago, but the design's still the same by the son of the owner. No one has seen the owner since." She replied with the last part like a gossip. "So what is the name of the owner?" he inquired. "It was owned by Potter family, but they do not know much about it. They say that there is no one left in the family, but the accounts still hold the Potter name," she replied. "Thank you for the information," he replied curtly. It was now evident to him that this place may belong to him, but he cannot say for sure until he had it confirmed with the goblins. He did not want to meet them before his 8th birthday, when the charm placed on him by Dumbledore would wear off, as he was not sure if Dumbledore was still keeping tab on him or not. A visit to Diagon Alley once a year would not bring too much attention on him if he was sure not to give his name around, but a visit to Goblin would most probably alert Dumbledore. He added this to the long list of things he would have to ask the goblins about. Third day was his 200 meters breaststroke event. He was geared up for this event and had double-checked his equipment. Again, it was like the 100 meters event where 10 contestants were divided in 2 groups with top 3 from both group going to next round. He was in second group this time. When his group time came he was first in his group. They were again given some time to rest and recuperate. In the final round again there were 6 competitors for the positions. They all took the positions, and when the judge gave the signal they all jumped. He swam with full energy at first but was losing some stamina at the end of the race. He pulled in all his energy in the last attempt and reached the finish. He came out of the water and saw that he came in second. Though he was slightly disappointed about not coming in first, he was too exhausted to really care about it too much. Quest completed. Creature of the water. Reward. 500 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +1 swimming, position medal. With the message for the completion of the quest he went back to the hotel with the team in the evening. He was really exhausted today, and with the big team event next day he went directly to the bed. Next day was the team 400 meters event. His team had the best chance to win as their team was the best rounded in all the styles. The coach gave both the 400 meters and the 800 meters team some last-minute tips, after which the final event for the 400 meters started. First to go was butterfly, then it was breaststroke, then backstroke, and at last the freestyle. He took his position and his teammates also took their positions. As soon as the judge gave the signal, the butterfly swimmers jumped in the pool. When they reached the end of the pool, his team was in second. His teammate tagged him and then he jumped and swam with all his strength. He poured every last ounce of his energy in his swim and came out first. After that, both the remaining teammates also came in first, with their lead also increasing with each swim. At the end they came in first and he got a message. Quest completed. Creature of the water. Reward: 500 XP for every event. Increased relation with the swimming club. Increased relation with the school. +1 swimming position medal. Bonus reward: 200 XP for every event. Increased relation with the swimming club. Increased relation with the school. +2 swimming gold medal. After the team 800 meters event, it was time for the award ceremony. He got 3 medals, 2 gold and 1 silver medal, along with the participation certificate for all the events. His school came in first overall with a small margin, but still it was a victory. That night his teammates partied. While he was happy, he had better things to do. He had been ignoring his skills because of the exams and the competition. He was currently in the empty dungeon practicing different spells. With Defendo and Incendio, he had 2 offensive spells and he wanted to improve them as fast as possible. Even if he could use his father's wand, it was not the most compatible wand. Result being, he had to put in more MP to let the spell work properly. So he was hoping that with the increased level of the spell he might be able to the spell with relatively less MP. Next day they departed from the hotel bright and early. He gave the painting of Sylvia Potter a last glance and left the hotel. After reaching Paved Drive, he was again congratulated by his neighbors due to his performance in the swimming competition. Even if it was not the front page news, it was still a big event for the local community. He gave them small thank you for the congratulation and went straight to his room. After placing his thing, he went over the bookshelf and started reading a potion book. He would brew it later, as the potion ingredients he had bought earlier had finished. He would have to ask Pip to buy some more ingredients. It was Christmas morning and he on his way to meet his mother. He asked Pip to pop him to the hospital and go to apothecary to buy the potion ingredients. As he entered the hospital, he showed his visitor badge to the security and went past them. He quickly went to his mother's room and spent whole day there, tell her all about his life and what was going on with him. After the holidays they were given the results for the exams. Quest completed. Who's on the top? Rewards: 300 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, award for the top place in the year hidden objective. Get top place in all subjects. 100 XP. Till now it was clear to the teachers that he would always the top student and they automatically gave him the test to skip a class and go to next class. He again got the quest for skipping a class and again he completed without much effort on his part. He would often not pay attention in the class and would study different things. Granted, he could not study magical subjects, but he could study non-magical subjects. His teachers did not mind it, as he would always get the questions right if asked about it. He now 2 to 3 class ahead of what was going on in the class. Lately he had started taking interest in electronics equipment and was trying to shield them from magic after he had short-circuited his laptop when he used a spell near it. Also, his PDA would fritz out in presence of concentrated magic like it happened when he took it to St. Mungo's. He was currently reading about how the effects of an electromagnetic burst on any electronic equipment and found it similar to effect of magic on electronics. He had tried it looking from magical perspective and he had not found any concrete answers to it. He had found a few ways to enchant any object, but all those were under the runes section, and with his study of charms, transfiguration and potion, he did not wanted to add another subject to the mix. With those 3 magical subjects and his non-magical research, his days were mostly full. Nowadays he hardly got any time to get to the dungeons, but still he took out some time to go to the dungeons. February 1998. He killed the last boss boar in the boar dungeon on a bright Sunday afternoon when he finally got the message for leveling up. Level up? Yes. No, with his stealth skill above level 20 his 5% luck bonus increased to 10%. Also his reading skill having gone up 40 gave 15% bonus on int. He then pressed yes and placed a point in AGI, Chaw and luck. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 9, XP, 129,000, HP, 1116, 900 plus 216. MP 1161, 900 plus 261, MP region 20 megapixels per minute. Strength 18.4, 16 plus 0.80 plus 1.60. Agility 32.5, 26 plus 1.30 plus 2.60 plus 2.60. Vitality 24.15, 21 plus 1.05 plus 1.05 plus 1.05. Wisdom 28.75, 25 plus 2.50 plus 1.25. Intelligence 40.8, 34 plus 5.1 plus 1.70. Charisma 19.55, 17 plus 2.55. Luck 16.8, 14 plus 1.40 plus 0.70 plus 1.40. Status points 3 money 248,600 pounds 1255 G 695 S 512 K. He had recently accidentally found his mother's diary. He going through all the magical stuff Pip had brought from Godric's Hollow when he found it. In it his mother had theorized a lot of new things, from spells to potions to runes. In it he had also found the way his mother theorized a way to in which one could let electronic equipment work in magically concentrated areas. His mother theorized that with craving some rune on the equipment and a few enchantments one could work on magic, but she had not found a way to shield it from the magical interference. Mechanical things like old motorcycle or cars would work on this way, but modern equipment with circuits would not. He had a basic idea of how to shield the equipment from magical interference using Faraday cage as a basis, but he had not tried it. Then he suddenly got a message. Quest. Times are changing. Objective. Get electronics equipment to work in a magical environment. Reward 10,000 XP, 10,000 G. Failure. None. Yes. No. Holy shit. This had to be the largest amount of XP I have ever gotten for any quest so far, he thought. It also gave him something to think about, the higher levels requiring more XP. He quickly said yes to the quest as there was no penalty for the failure. Looking ahead into his mother's diary, he found a few new spells she had theorized and a few more modification to existing spells. It was a very good read and he was very interested in spell creation, and he would sure try it after he had a basic ideas of arithmancy. April 1998. Recently he had been practice his magical skills more compared to his melee skills, as magic gave him wide range of attack and defense options. Also, with magic being versatile, he could use it in various ways. He had been spending some time brewing different potions, specially healing and support potions like Invigoration Potion and Emerald Tap Essence. Till now he could brew about 7 potions in acceptable level. His most brewed potion was Emerald Tap Essence, as it was helpful in healing cuts and abrasions he had during his time in dungeons. He had also been using the dueling dungeon for only magical duel. He was currently in one such duel. He had set the dummy at his level. While the dummy could harm him, it was not life-threatening and could not kill him. It was a magical duel platform. Both were on the opposite end of the platform. With the settings set to timed duel, the countdown for the beginning of the duel started. As soon as the duel started, he sent a Tarantiagra to the dummy, who dodged it and sent a Trip Jinx at him. He quickly rolled to the side and sent a Reducto at the dummy, who was hit and sent flying back. The dummy too sent a Reducto at him, which hit the platform and sent a Splinters of Wood at him. This blocked his vision and he was hit by a tongue-tying curse, which caused his tongue sticking to his roof of the mouth. With him unable to use silent spell casting of Finite Incantatem, he was a sitting duck. All he could do was change the Splinters of Wood to needles. He quickly got an idea and changed the Splinters of Wood to bigger needles and banished them towards the dummy using the banishing charm. With him and the dummy not being able to use Protega, they had to dodge the spells, but the wide area spell he sent to the dummy hit him and caused a lot of damage with multiple needles sticking out of it. With that, the timer came to an end and the duel also ended. With this duel he found out that he must be able to use Finite Incantatem silently. He would also start on Protega. Next day he went to the gamer market to look for new spells and accessory. He went straight to magical section to look for some new potions and spells. He was hoping that his level requirements for them was enough for him to use them. He found a low-level shield charm that would cause a small shield of magic to be formed in front of the user. He also found a few potion recipes he could use, such as Burn Heal Paste. All the potions he had brewed till now could be used on him. But he found a few potions that could be used on the enemies to harm or stop them. Potions that could induce paralysis or poisonous potion while hard and time taking to brew would be quite helpful if he could infect the enemy with it. The problem with it was that the enemy was not going to drink the potion, so he would have to inject them somehow. He could use a dart gun and fill the darts with the potion instead of the sedatives. He cannot get them directly, so he had to ask the goblins to get it for him. He have to wait to try it. May 1998. He had been gaining a lot of XP from the dungeons lately. Using magic on the dungeon monsters gave him an option to attack them from a range. While the knives gave him range, if they did not hit weak points, they did not cause much damage. This was not the case with magical spells. He had also been using transfiguration quite a lot in fights. He would change rubble to swords and spears and banish them to monsters. It was a wide area attack, impossible to dodge without a shield. Even then it would cause damage. It did take quite a lot of MP, but it was worth it. He had also been brewing his own MP replenishing potion he had gotten from the gamer store. Even if it was low-level potion him brewing, it caused that he could take as many as he want without any side effect. In the first week of May they were having another debate completion, but instead of a team completion they were having an individual completion. They were all given a topic and given an hour to prepare on it. The judges would choose the winners. This gave him a quest. Quest. Listen to me. Objective. Get in top 3 place in the debate competition. Bonus. J. The top place in the debate competition. Reward. 500 XP, increased relation with the club, plus 1 persuasion bonus reward. 200 XP, increased relation with the club, plus 2 persuasion failure. 100 XP, decreased relation with the club, yes, no. After preparing for the debate he waited for his turn to come. When his turn came he presented his views skillfully and with examples. His each view was backed by thorough example and ideas. After his speech there was a huge round of applause and the judges gave him good remarks and told him that his views and method of presenting was great. After the competition the judges discussed and gave the result. He was pretty confident that he had completed the quest. The judges then gave the result, and as expected he had completed the quest, with him coming in the top place. Quest completed. Listen to me. Reward. 500 XP, increased relation with the club, plus 1 persuasion bonus reward. 200 XP, increased relation with the club, plus 2 persuasion. In the third week of May they started the final exams. As usual he got the exam quest, but this time he had prepared for the exam earlier. He did revised his notes, but he was sure that he would get top marks again. He did spend some time in the dungeons this time, unlike the other times when he would stop going to the dungeons altogether. Quest. Who's on the top? Objective. Get in top 5 rank in your year. Bonus. Get the top rank in your year. Hidden objective. Rewards. 500 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, failure. 200 XP, decreased relations with your teachers, school, yes, no. The exams as he expected was easy for him, and with him ahead of his peers it not challenging at all. He finished all the exams ahead of time, mostly in half the time, with history taking the most time as it boring as hell, but still wrote as the relevant answers. After 2 weeks they were given the result, with him again coming in top. Quest completed. Who's on the top? Rewards. 500 XP, increased relations with your teachers, school bonus reward. 200 XP, award for the top place in the year. Hidden objective. Get top place in all subjects. 300 XP, with the quest complete he had enough XP to level up. Then he saw the message he was hoping to see. Level up. Yes. No, he quickly said yes and spent a point in AGI, luck and Chaw. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 10, XP. 120 10,000, HP. 1250, 1000 plus 250. MP. 1310, 1000 plus 310, MP region 30 megapixels per minute. Strength. 19.55. 17 plus 0.85 plus 1.70. Agility. 35.00, 28 plus 1.40 plus 2.80 plus 2.80, Vitality. 25.30. 22 plus 1.10 plus 1.10 plus 1.10. Wisdom. 31.05. 27 plus 2.70 plus 1.35. Intelligence. 43.90. 37 plus 5.55 plus 1.85. Charisma. 20.60. 18 plus 2.60. Luck. 18.75. 15 plus 1.50 plus 0.75 plus 1.50. Status points. 5 money. 248,600 pounds 1255 G 695 S 512K. Then there was another message. Congratulations. With you on level 10 you unlocked perk feature. You get 5 perk point per 5 level from now on. Inherent perks cannot be leveled up using perk points system. Please choose a perk. This was new feature available to him. It took him by surprise that he could add additional perks. He tried to use on perks available to him but it did not change anything, so he opened the perk page. There were multiple perks to choose from, like from elemental manipulation of fire, earth, air, water and lightning to magical blood of many creatures like vampire to werewolf with the drawbacks. There were also perks for magical skills like transfiguration and charms. There were perks for magical abilities like metamorph and magical tongue. Though the creature blood was tempting, the drawbacks put a damper on them. He chose lightning elemental manipulation. He asked if one could gain the perks in any other way when he got a message. Perks like elemental manipulation can be gained through rigorous practice in elemental spells. Perks like magical skills can be gained through when the said skill is high enough. Creature blood perk can be gained if the said individual has the creature blood and can be activated through certain rituals. Magical abilities like metamorph can be gained if the individual already have it and can be unlocked only. It was good to know that the perks could be gained by practicing. He said, "Perks," silently, which opened his perk page. Perks. Wizard, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 Wis per level, gain access to Wizard class, Genius, plus 5 Int at start, plus 1 Int per level. Father's Son, plus 2, Transfiguration, per level, plus 1 per level, Mother's Son, plus 2, Charms, per level, plus 1 per level, Ambidextrous, dual wield skill available, plus 1 AGI per level. Lightning Elemental. Level 5. Plus 25% damage when using lightning spells, minus 25% MP when using lightning spells. With this his summer vacation started and he was looking forward to it as he would finally be able to get away from the Dursleys now. AN. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong, please say so that I could correct it. Please review as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. I am looking for a beta reader. No flaming please, and do tell me how you liked the chapter. There may be some mistakes as the chapter is self-beta. Chapter 5 Harry Potter the Genius Gamer AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Thank you for all the reviews and support. This chapter will be one of the major turning point in the story. Hope you like it. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Level up. Game notification, message summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 4. Harry age 7, June 1998. It was the first day of his summer holidays and Harry was currently on his way to the library to get some new books on finance and science. He could buy those books but he first wanted to check them from the library so as to get the most informative book. As soon as he entered the library he felt a witch or a wizard in his sensing range. He quickly checked the information above each individual to see who it was. He saw a kid about his age but was thinner than him and what looked like second-hand clothes on him. He was currently reading a book on mechanics. He was so immersed in book that he didn't even notice him as he sat opposite to the boy. "That's quite the book you are reading," Harry said, which made the boy look up from his book. "Yes, I know," the boy replied. "I'm not sure it is meant for someone our age," Harry said. "Nor is the book you are currently holding," the boy replied, pointing to the book on electronics that Harry was currently holding. "That's true. Hello, I'm Harry, Harry Potter." Harry introduced himself and extended his arm. "I'm Michael Grayson, but you can call me Mike," Mike replied as he shook his hand. Michael Grayson, level 6 hydrogen phosphide, 660 megapixels, 680. Mike was the first magical kid Harry had encountered, and seeing him he could have been a Muggle-born. "So do you come here often?" Harry asked. "Yes, I usually spend my evenings here," Mike replied. "Do you live around here?" Harry asked. "No," Mike replied in a tone that said that he did not want to talk about it. "Can I ask you a question? How old are you?" Harry asked with slight curiosity in his voice. "What's with the third degree, dude? As for my age is just a number. Maturity is a choice," Mikhail replied with a slight surprised tone. "That is true. As for why I'm asking you these questions, have there been any incident where you could not explain it, or has something weird happened to you?" Harry asked directly without beating around the bush. He was never a fan of beating around the bush. "You want to know something, ask it directly. Who are you and how did you know about that?" Mike asked in a raised and bit panic in his voice. "So it has happened. And no need to get jumpy, it has happened to me too. I can explain it but not here. You have to come with me to get more answers," Harry said with a straight face and the move towards the exit. Mike weighed his options on whether to follow him or not, but after few seconds he decided to follow him outside. They came to the back of the library and Harry leaned against the wall. "Now speak. How do you know all that, and what do you mean it happened to you too?" Mike asked with still some threat in his voice. "It may sound crazy at first, but hear me out, okay? What you experienced is called accidental magic. It manifests itself when we under stress or threatening situations. You and me are a part of few individuals that can do magic, and I'm not speaking about the sleight of hand magic they do on shows, but real honest-to-God magic," Harry explained with a straight face. "Are you serious? This all can't be true," Mike replied in a surprised voice after seeing Harry's straight face. "It is true. Here, let me give you a demonstration," Harry said as he took out his father's wand from its holster. He then changed a broken brick to a cushion and a splinter to a needle. "How did you that? That's not possible," Mike asked in shock and awe with his jaw hanging. "I told you already." "Magic," Harry replied with a smirk. After a few moments of silence, Mike asked again, "How do you know all this and I do not?" "I know because my parents are magical, and you do not because they do not come for the Muggleborns before their 11th birthday," Harry replied with a hint of sadness in his voice from remembering his parents. "That is the second time you had said that word. What does it mean?" Mike asked. "First tell me, how old are you?" Harry replied as he wanted to be sure if this kid would be in his year or not. "I'm 8 and my birthday is on 31st of November. "Why did you wanted to know? Now tell me," Mike asked again. "Okay. So you will be in my year. I wanted to know if you would be in my year when I go to Hogwarts. That's the name of the school where they teach magic, by the way. But first let me give you a little history lesson. The magical people have existed for a long time. They say Merlin was a wizard, or so, I don't know the details. Anyway, after the witch trials and the burnings they retreated and formed their own communities. Some of the families have been around for a long time. There are 3 categories in which they divide themselves. Pureblood are someone who is born from 2 individuals with a long history of magic and all the members of their family are pureblood. Halfblood, someone who is either born of a pureblood and a Muggleborn, or pureblood and a Muggle, or 2 halfblood. And finally Muggleborn, someone whose both parents are Muggle or non-magical. Do you understand? Harry replied. So what are you and what am I? Mike asked. I'm a halfblood, even if the Potter line is older than most pureblood. You are, and I am assuming, a Muggleborn. I cannot be sure without knowing about your parents. What can you tell me about them? Harry asked curiously. Nothing, I'm an orphan. Never knew my parents. Mike replied in a downtrodden voice. I'm sorry. So where do you live? Harry offered. I used to live in a foster care not far from here, Mike replied. Seeing that it was getting late, Harry said, Okay, meet me tomorrow at the park. I will get you some books regarding all this, and don't tell anyone about it or we'll get into trouble. After that they went their own way. Next evening they met at the park. I was thinking about it all night yesterday. How did you know that I was a wizard? Mike said. You cannot tell this to anyone. When I entered the library I sensed someone magical. As I came closer to you my senses kept getting stronger reading. I was 95% that it was you. When you reacted as you did on me asking you questions I knew it was you. Harry lied as he did not want to talk about his gaming ability. Now here are the books I told you about. Do you have any more questions? You have no idea. Mike replied. They both then talked whole evening with Mike asking the questions and him answering them the best he could. For the next week both met and discussed quite a few things from magical to muggle topics. They mostly had mature conversations about their hobbies or interests or about Wizarding World. When Harry asked, What did you mean when you said that you used to live in foster care? Well, I used to live there, but the person in charge of the foster home was a drunk who would not take care of us, instead spent all money he got to take care of us on booze, so me and a couple of older kids left and took the younger ones to a better orphanage. When I was at the foster care I used to go to the mechanic store nearby, and now I stay there in the nights and the people there take care of me. There I got interested in mechanics and started reading books in my free time in evening. Mike replied while looking at the sky like he was remembering something. So you don't go to school? Harry asked. I used to go to local school, but then the people at foster care stopped paying our fees, so we had to stop. Mike replied sadly. I'm sorry. Well, it's a shame. With your brain you could have done anything. Harry said. Let's not talk about it. So what do you want to do? Mike asked. Well, I was thinking of going swimming at the local pool. Do you want to come? Harry said while looking at Mike. I don't know how to swim. Mike said. It's no problem, they have instructors there that can teach you. So come on. Harry insisted as these would be the first time he would get to do things with someone his age. July 1998. So they would spend some time together, and after a month or so they could say that they were at least friends. Even with Harry not behaving like one, Mike knew that they were at least friends. He had invited Mike to his room to show him more about magic. Mike was always insisted on him being called Mike, as he said that it was more with the times, with Harry refusing to call him so and called him with his full name. A day before his birthday Mike had given a small toolkit as a gift for which he was grateful. With Harry being the one with big bank account, he would usually the one to spend money on their outings despite Mike's protest. He always said that to think of it as investment and Mike to return the favor later. He had even bought Mike a few new cloths. They had agreed to go together to Diagon Alley on his birthday. Today was his birthday and he woke up to a new message this time. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. Charm placed on you by Dumbledore has worn off. You can move from your current location for more than a week. Today is your birthday. You are now age 8, +1 to all stats status. Name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Air Class, Wizard. Level: 10, XP, 120 10,000ths, HP, 1260, 1000 plus 260, MP, 1320, 1000 plus 320, MP region 30 megapixels per minute. Strength: 20.70, 18 plus 0.90 plus 1.80, Agility: 36.25, 29 plus 1.45 plus 2.90 plus 2.90. Vitality: 26.45, 23 plus 1.15 plus 1.15 plus 1.15. Wisdom: 32.20, 28 plus 2.80 plus 1.40. Intelligence: 45.60, 38 plus 5.70 plus 1.90. Charisma: 21.85, 19 plus 2.85. Luck: 20.00, 16 plus 1.60 plus 0.80 plus 1.60. Status points: 5 money, 256,820 pounds, 1255 G, 695 S, 512K. He was looking forward to seeing the goblins, but before that he would visit his mother, after which he would meet Mike at the nearby park. Hello, Dorothy. Harry greeted the receptionist on his way out after visiting his mother. Mr. Potter, you asked to inform you if anyone ever visited your mom. A man named Remus Lupin comes to visit your mother every year on Halloween, she said to him as he was going out. Thank you for the information, Dorothy. Please tell me if anyone else came to visit her too, Harry said. He remembered Remus, or as he used to call him, Mooey. He would write a letter to him, but before that he would have to get a post owl. But even before that he would have to move away from the Dursleys. After visiting his mother and bringing her flowers, he went to the park. There he saw Mike already waiting for him in the robes he had bought for him. Hey, what took you so long? Mike asked. Nothing, Michael the First had to some errands, Harry replied. It's Mike Mike, not Michael. It's such an old name. It makes me feel old, and I'm a kid, I should not feel old. Mike replied, though he knew Harry would never stop calling him Michael. Whatever you say, Michael, Harry replied in an uncaring tone. So what are the plans for today? Asked Mike as they moved towards the subway station. Well, first we would go to Charing Cross, after which I would show you the Diagon Alley. I have some work in Gringotts, so you have to wait in the lobby there for some time, Harry replied. After reaching Charing Cross, he led Mike to Leaky Cauldron and they both went towards the back. Harry quickly tapped the pattern on the bricks and saw the arc from. The look on Mike's face was priceless. He chuckled a bit and said, "Welcome to the Diagon Alley." They moved inwards and he showed Mike a few of the shops. As they reached the large pearl-white building of Gringotts at the intersection of Diagon Alley and Knockturn Alley that towered over the rest of the buildings. What caught Harry's eyes was two armored goblins standing outside the bank. As he used Observe on the goblins, he got magical creature discovered. 03 Goblins are magical creatures chiefly involved with metalwork and the running of Gringotts Bank. Goblins are anthropoid, described as having long, thin fingers and feet, black eyes, and domed heads much larger than human heads in proportion to the body. Goblins eat a diet of largely raw meat, roots, and fungi and converse in a language known as gobbledygook. The goblin guards wore heavy armor and had long sharp spears as weapons, which worked as quite the deterrent to any thieves looking to steal from their coffers. As they passed through the main entrance of Gringotts, he noticed a plaque with a message to all who entered the building. Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed. For those who take, but do not earn, must pay most dearly in their turn. So if you must seek beneath our floors a treasure that was never yours. Thief, you have been warned, beware of finding more than treasure there. Yikes, that does not sound good, he heard Mike said. As they moved inside, they found themselves in a large room with marble floors and numerous elevated counters manned by goblins, serving witches and wizards with the banking need. They both moved to one of the counter and waited their turn. He found the goblins' attitude to be very amusing, bordering on to be extremely rude. The goblins made their mission to sneer at every witch and wizard they served, as to show their dislike. When their turn came, the goblin sneered at them. He could not be sure that he was sneering or smiling, as it was hard to tell with their razor-sharp teeth, long clawed fingers and large domed head, making a pretty intimidating image, and they would always try to show their teeth just to make a patron uneasy. "How may we help you today, sir?" asked the goblin while looking at them with a face that said, "What are you two doing here?" "Good afternoon, Master Riphook," Harry greeted after reading the goblin's name from the plaque on the desk. "We would like to meet someone who could tell us more about our accounts," Harry asked politely. "Do you have your key?" asked the goblin. "No," he replied, "but my family had their account here for a long time and we would like an inheritance test," Harry replied curtly. "Name?" the goblin asked again. "Potter, Harry Potter," he offered while Mike said, "Michael Grayson." The goblin pressed some button under his desk and a new goblin came to them. "Lockjaw here will take you to your respective place. Potter to account manager. Grayson to inheritance office. The inheritance test will cost you 50 G if you want it," the goblin said to them. "We will take it." "No need for it," both him and Mike said at the same time. He looked at Mike and said with a final tone, "We will take it. First to inheritance office then," Lockjaw said and escorted them both. "What are you doing, Harry? You know I don't have that kind of money and you have already done so much for me," Mike said to him in a pleading voice. "It is no problem, they can deduct yours from my account. If you do have an account, then you can return me the money, if not you can give it back later," Harry said in an uninterested tone. "Enter here." Lockjaw said as he showed then to a door. 2 for inheritance ritual. The goblin said as he entered the room. The room was small but still made of marble. There was a small bowl in the center of the room on top of a raised column. There were various runes carved on the column. Who's first? The goblin priest in the room asked them with a grim smile on his face. He? Harry quickly pointed to the sputtering Mike while taking a step back. Take this blade and put few drops of blood in the bowl. The goblin said as he handed a sharp-looking blade. Mike took the blade and gave Harry a fierce glare, who was inspecting his nails, and pricked his finger and dropped a few drops of blood on the bowl. He then gave the knife to the priest back. The priest poured few potions in the bowl, chanted something, then poured the contents of the bowl on a paper. The liquid started to move and start forming words. After a few moments, when the ritual was complete, the paper read. Name: Michael Grace Grayson, half-blood, age, 8. Father's name: Jonathan Gabriel Grayson, squib. Mother's name: Elizabeth Natalie Grayson née Fowler, Muggle, houses. Most ancient house of Grey, heir, assets. 5 million G in Grey family vault, 1000 G in trust vault. Account manager. Grim look. Mike took the paper and looked at the contents, and a tear escaped his eyes when he first time saw his parents' name. He finally knew something about his parents. Hey, your middle name is Grace like a girl, Harry said. More information about your account can be given by your account manager, the goblin priest said, which brought Mike out of his line of thought. The goblin then placed the bowl again on the column and asked Harry to come forward. He too did the same things, and his paper said. Name: Harrison James Potter, half-blood, age, 8. Father's name: James Charles Potter, pureblood. Mother's name: Lily Potter née Evans, Muggleborn, houses. Most ancient and most noble house of Potter, heir. Most ancient and noble house of Black, second heir. Most ancient house of Peverell, heir. Assets: 20 million G in Potter family vault, 5000 G in Potter trust vault. 600 million G in Black family vault, 10,000 G in Black trust vault. 50 million in Peverell family vault. Account manager, Warmonger. Harry scanned through the contents of his paper while hiding it from a curious Mike. He already knew about Potter heritage, and he remembered his grandmother was actually a Black, so no surprise there. What surprised him was his relation to Peverell. He quickly scanned through the contents of his vault and then folded the paper and put it in his pocket while Mike pouted on no seeing the contents of his paper. Then there was a message. Heritage discovered. Potter. Battle magic unlocked. Plus 10% MP per level. Plus 2 battle magic per level. Black. Slight metamorph ability unlocked. Plus 10% MP per level. Plus 2 dark arts per level. Peverell. Plus 10% MP per level. Plus 1 to all magical skill per level. MP increased. MP. 1620, 1000 plus 320 plus 100 plus 100 plus 100. MP region 30 megapixels per minute. This way to the account managers, Lockjaw said as he moved out of the room. He took them to one level lower and then to a narrow corridor to a door. There was a plaque with Grimlook account manager, Grey, Diggory and Rosier written on it. You go in there and you come with me, the goblin said while pointing at him and Mike. Wait for me in the lobby if you are done first, Michael, Harry said as he went with Lockjaw. They came to stop in front of a door with plaque saying Warmonger account manager, Potter. He entered the room, which was decorated with dark wooden furniture and marble floor. There were many animal heads mounted on the wall which were there for intimidation, he thought. The goblin was sitting on the opposite side of the table and looking at him from above his glasses. There was no emotion showing on his face, which made him feel uneasy. What can I do for you? Warmonger said as he gestured him to take a seat. He took a seat and then handed the inheritance paper and then said, I would like to get a detailed information about my assets. Sure, Mr. Potter. Let's take a look here. As he looked through the contents of the paper, here it is all the contents owned by the Potters till now. I cannot give you information on Black family and Peverell family as they are handled by someone else. If you want I could ask them, Warmonger said as he gave Harry a thick folder. It is no problem. I only want to know about the Potters. Are you sure this is right one? This one seems a bit too thick, don't you think? Harry said as he took the folder. Yes, Mr. Potter. Your family had been quite old one with its assets all around the world. Warmonger chuckled. He thought the goblin was being weirdly helpful and friendly, which was so not like them, but put the thought away. He scanned through the first page of the folder and almost dropped the folder. Assets vaults. Main family vault. Inaccessible. 20 million G secondary family vault. Inaccessible. 750 million G trust vault. Accessible. 5000 G. Manors. 3. Scotland, Germany, USA, townhouse. 2. London, Cape Town. Penthouse. 5. London, Paris, Sydney, Manhattan, Dubai. Chateau. 2. France, USA. Casino. 3. London, Las Vegas, Dubai, hotels. 12 business. Phoenix shipping. 1 shipyard, 65 ships. Sphinx oils. 5 oil wells, 2 refinery, 1 oil company. Dionysus wines. 3 vineyard, 2 wine company, 2,500 rare wines. Merlin banks. Partially accessible, Switzerland, 40 billion euros in cash, 15 billion in jewels. Shares. IBM, Apple, Samsung, Sony Pictures, Microsoft, Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, Audi, Jaguar, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce. Dealerships. Ferrari, Aston Martin, BMW, Porsche, Audi, Jaguar, Mercedes, Rolls-Royce. Magical business. Shares in shops in Diagon Alley, Potion Ingredient Farm, shares in Broom Company, shares in Puddlemore United Quidditch Team. Well, that's a lot. Looks like I'm loaded, Harry said with a surprised tone. He was in assumption that the Potter wealth has taken a toll after 2 wars, but it would seem that he was wrong. How is this possible? I thought that my family's wealth had taken a toll after the wars, he asked Warmonger. Well, the Potter family is ancient and had always been good at managing its wealth. Your great-grandfather especially was great at managing money. It was his idea to move most of the money in the secondary vault and to invest in various business. He also had a hobby of visiting various hotels along with his wife. He was the one who bought most of the hotels. Your grandfather, on the other hand, was ruthless in business. He was the one who started various business but in different names so that it can never lead back to Potter name. They both thought that the ministry or someone would somehow try to steal from the family. Even if the ministry could never get full worth of a family, they can get the amount in the main vault. So they set the secondary vault to store most of the galleons so as to make others think that the Potters have less money. Muggle money is not tracked by the ministry, so with most of Potter asset in Muggle, no one would suspect anything. The bank was built by your great-great-grandfather and is run by squibs and Muggles. It also one of the main suppliers for Muggle money for Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Warmonger replied with a slight humor in his voice. Well, now my investments look so small compared to my family, Harry said. Your investments, Mr. Potter? Warmonger asked. Well, I thought that with my family vault out of my reach I may as well start investing cause I might need it later. Till now I had made few small investments. Enough of it though, what I would like to know are the conditions of the place I have available in London, he said with a firm resolve. You can send your portfolio to us, Mr. Potter, if you like. We can take a look at it if you want. On to the topic of house. You can check it in the folder. Properties in London. Townhouse. Habitable, cleaning required. 6 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms. Hotel. Leo. Habitable. 25 floors hotel. Pisces. Habitable. 20 floors casino. Zeus. Habitable. 10 floors. With his options out there, he liked the hotel the most. With the townhouse, while it was in London, it was some distance from his school. The casino was out of option as it was not a place a kid can live. With that, all that was left was the hotel, but which one? Leo was closer to the city and his school and also had a penthouse, so that was the one he chose. It also had its own car service, so he could use those. Evidently it was the same hotel in which he had stayed for the swimming completion. This brought back the thought of Sylvia Potter. What can you tell me about Sylvia Potter, Master Warmonger? Is a relative of mine, Harry asked the goblin. She was your great-grandmother, the goblin said, which made him think that he was right about her. Can you arrange for me to stay at the hotel? Harry asked. It is your hotel, Mr. Potter, you can do whatever you like, the goblin replied. I would send you my portfolio sometime next week. Good doing business with you, Master Warmonger. After saying that, he stood up to leave the room. You should look into subject called occlumency, Warmonger said as he slid a book on the table. Harry took the book and left the room. He went to the lobby and saw Mike waiting for him. So you took care of your business, Michael? Harry asked Mike. Sure. What's next? Mike asked. Next we check out the Diagon Alley and buy a few things, he said as they moved out of Gringotts. They went their separate ways as Mike wanted to check out the place on his own. They agreed to meet tomorrow at the park in the evening. He went towards Aelop's Owl Emporium to buy a post owl. On his way he sensed something in his sensing radius. He moved towards it and tripped on a small cartoon box. He moved the box to side and saw it moving. As he opened the box he saw two pups in it. One was black with white spots on his paws, nose, tip of his tail and ears. Second one was white with black spots on the same place as the other ones. They were both yipping and wagging their tails on seeing him while they imprinted on him. They must have been abandoned by someone after they experimentally created them by breeding a wolf and a Cerberus. He used observe on them when he got magical creature discovered. 04, wolf, Cerberus hybrid. A hybrid of wolf and a Cerberus. While it would never grow as large as a pure-blooded Cerberus, it would be larger, stronger and faster than normal wolf. They have their own magical abilities, good for tracking, attacking and guarding. Familiars available. Accept familiar, compatibility, 97.85%, yes, no. He saw both the pups looking him expectantly. It was very difficult to find a proper familiar in the wizarding world with the compatibility so high and to find them so early in life. Some spend a lifetime searching for them and for him to find out of blue, not one but two. Familiars he was not going to pass up the opportunity so he quickly said yes when there was another message. Familiars gained. Name the familiars. Their color reminded him of Japanese Yang-yin symbol he had seen so he named the white one, Yang, and the black one, Yin. He then closed the box and called Pip. What can Pip being doing for you's Master Harry? Pip asked. Take this box and place it in my room will you Pip? Harry asked Pip. Yes Master Harry, Pip replied. After that went to the owl shop. After entering the owl shop, he quickly picked a young black eagle owl and named him Newton, which the owls seemed to like. He bought a moderate-looking perch one that was not too expensive, as well as a few owl treats and asked the shopkeeper to shrink his things while he set Newton to fly and told him to find him afterwards. After that he went to Magical Menagerie to buy a few books on Cerberus and how to look after his pups and few bowl and dog foods. After that he went back to Pavette Drive where he went to his aunt's place. After going to his room he gave the pups food and water. He used observe on them again. Status name. Yang title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 1, XP. 0.05. MP. 54, 50 plus 4, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 7 agility. 9. Vitality. 6 wisdom. 8 intelligence. 5 charisma. 3 luck. 4. Status points. 0 perks. Magical. +1 wisp per level. Gain access to familiar class, hybrid. +1 STR. +2 AGI per level. Cerberus heritage, MP unlocked, attacking and guarding skills unlocked. Wolf heritage, tracking skill unlocked, +20% to all stats when in a pack. Status name. Yin title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 1, XP. 0.05. MP. 54, 50 plus 4, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 9 agility. 7. Vitality. 6 wisdom. 8 intelligence. 5 charisma. 4 luck. 3. Status points. 0 perks. Magical. +1 wisp per level. Gain access to familiar class, hybrid. +2 STR. +1 AGI per level. Cerberus heritage, MP unlocked, attacking and guarding skills unlocked. Wolf heritage, tracking skill unlocked, +20% to all stats when in a pack. Yang was a speed-based familiar while Yin was power-based familiar. They almost reached his knees and were very active. He guessed that they may have been a week or two old judging from their height. Though they were a bit thin, nothing that can be fixed with a few good meals. He played with the pups for some time and scratched behind their ears while he petted them. Soon they were exhausted and went to sleep. He took out the book given to him by Warmonger and looked through it. Occlumency was an art of protecting one's mind from outward intrusions, and legimency, art opposite of occlumency. If there were wizards who could read his mind, he would definitely want to protect his mind. The first step was to clear his mind of unwanted thoughts. He tried to do the first step, but he would always stray away to other thoughts. He always had some thoughts in his mind about something, or he would always plan something and his mind would just race towards the ideas. He sighed and thought that it would take a long time. Next day he was woken up by his face being licked by his dogs. After breakfast and feeding and slight petting of the dogs, he went outside to a payphone to call the hotel and ask if the rooms he had asked for through the bank have been set or not. He called them to confirm the suite as his residence and asked that they send a driver to pick him up from his current place of residence. He went home and saw that his relatives were watching television and trying to ignore him as usual. He was amused by their efforts to torment him repeatedly with any success. He went in front of the television set and said with a straight face, "I will be moving out of this place today. Hope to never see you again." After saying that and leaving his relatives shocked, he went straight to his room and asked Pip to pack few of his cloths and books in a bag. He took the bag outside and waited for the car to come while Yang and Yin followed him outside. A shiny new 1998 black Rolls-Royce entered Pavette Drive. The neighbors outside saw it and started talking among themselves. It moved through the drive and came to stop in front of house No. 4. The driver came out of the car and greeted him. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. My name is David and I will be your driver from now on. Are there any more luggage with you?" "No, it is the only one. All other things will be moved afterwards, so no need to trouble yourself with it," Harry replied. Till now his relatives came out to see what was going on and saw an expensive car in front of their house. After hearing the driver greet him, they scowled at him and grumbled at the lost opportunity to gain his money. He quickly entered the car with the dogs while David placed his bag in trunk, after which they departed to the hotel, but not before saying his relatives goodbye. "See you never, bitches. Can you take me to a pet store to get few accessory for my dogs?" Harry asked David while the dogs barked happily. "Sure, Mr. Potter," David said and took them to a high-end pet store. After entering the store with the dogs following him, he went straight to a salesperson. "Can you show me some good dog collars, chew toys and mattress for my dogs?" Harry asked the salesperson while pointing out to the dogs who wagged their tail in attention. "Sure, I'll bring some of them," the salesperson said and went to bring the items. "Oh, what cute dogs. Are those your?" Harry heard behind him. He turned around to see a young woman cooing at his dogs while they were giving a low growl at her. "Yes, they are mine," Harry replied. "What are their names?" she asked him while still cooing at the dogs who were still growling at her. "This one's Yang and this one's Yin." "Boys heel," Harry said while pointing out at the dogs, after which he gave the command for them to stop growling. Due to them being magical as well as his familiars, they were quite fast at learning various commands. "Oh, like Japanese Yang and Yin. That is so adorable," she said in that sicking sweet voice he did not want to hear anymore. It was so sweet that he thought that he might be getting diabetes by just listening to it. That and the woman was starting to get annoying. "Thank you, I did not know that," Harry replied her sarcastically. He saved by any more conversation with her by the salesperson bringing the items. He quickly chose black collar and leash for Yang and white one for Yin. He bought a few chew toy bones and 2 mid-size comfy mattress for them. After paying for them, they went straight to the hotel where he was greeted by the hotel manager. "George Roy level 22 hydrogen phosphide, 4200 megapixels, 150. Welcome to Hotel Leo, Mr. Potter." The manager of the hotel greeted him. "My name is George Roy. I'm the hotel manager. Your penthouse has been set up as per your request. Follow me to it, and if you want anything changed or replaced you can tell me," George said as he went towards the elevator while the bellhop took his luggage. They got off on the 25th floor and the manager started showing him around the place while the dogs followed them excitedly. The elevator directly opens in the room. This place was designed by your grandfather, so the whole floor is the suite. There are 2 floors consisting of 5 bedrooms, 2 on bottom and 3 on top, and 4 bathrooms. There is a study and 3 open balconies. This is the living room. The room had dark hardwood floor with dark wood and expensive furniture which gave a Victorian look. There was a big chandelier hanging from the roof with stairs at the side to go to the top level. The kitchen cum dining was to the left while the master bedroom was to the right. There was a large bear trophy at the corner of the room, though there was no television and the music box was old. This is the kitchen cum dining room. The kitchen was large, spacious and large appliances, while they too were a bit old. The dining table could seat 12 people and was made of sturdy dark mahogany wood. This is the master bedroom. After the kitchen they went to the master bedroom. It too was large with Victorian look. It had a large king-size bed looking out to the city. Opposite to the bed was balcony. The room had its own bathroom and walk-in closet. There was a chandelier hanging from the roof here as well. There is the study. No one except a Potter is allowed in there, or if they have one's permission. I will leave you to explore the house. After the manager left, he called Pip and asked him to make him a snack, while Newton came in through the open balcony. He quickly set up the perch with a bowl for treats and water in the corner of the balcony. He set up the beds for the dogs in the living room with their bowls and few treats. After the snack he was reading the folder of his assets he got from Warmonger. He found that the Potter's family's total worth was more than 1 billion galleons in the wizarding world, and more than 100 billion euros in Muggle world, though no one knew about Potter family's connection to the Muggle companies. Even in the wizarding world most of their money was stored in the secondary vault. The main family vault never had more than 100 million galleons. Warmonger explained to him that the minister's office had a way of knowing how much any family's vault contains, especially the old families. A few bribes here, a few there, and they could know the amount in your family vault. That is why his great-grandfather moved most of the money to the secondary vault. Most of the jewels as rare artifacts were also moved there. Most of the Muggle companies was started by his grandfather. He started those so that the squibs of the wizarding world had an option to go to if their family ever disowned them, and also to hide the true value of the family. Most of the top and older employees of the companies were squibs. Like the hotel manager who was a squib. The Merlin Banks was opened by his great-great-grandfather when the Muggleborn's population started growing in the wizarding world. That time they did not have the wizarding money to pay from, and the Gringotts Wizarding Bank did not have a way to get Muggle money. So his great-great-grandfather opened the bank so the Muggle and wizarding money can be easily exchanged. No one in the wizarding world knew about it except the members of his family and few top goblins of the Gringotts Bank. That is why Warmonger suggested he look up occlumency. It was all the more reason to learn occlumency, and it also explained why his account manager was so helpful and friendly. After reading the folder he remembered that Remus had visited his mother, so he quickly penned a letter to him wishing for them to meet. He did not wanted to meet at an unfamiliar location, so he gave the location of the hotel. He asked him to meet on Saturday, which was 3 days away, in the main restaurant of the hotel. After attaching the letter to Newton's leg he sent him flying to deliver the letter. It was almost time for his meeting with Mike in the park, so he quickly changed to white button-up shirt, black slacks, black tie and vest with black sneakers. He called over at the reception for them to ready the car and quickly went down to the main entrance. He quickly got in the car and gave David the address of the park he was visiting. He arrived at the park before Mike and waited at their normal sitting place. After a few minutes Mike came straight to him. "Good evening, Michael. So how was day yesterday?" Harry asked. "Meh, could have been better. While I was at the bookstore I ran into this ugly, disgusting and downright annoying guy, some Marcus Flint. Ruined the whole bloody trip." Mike replied, annoyance in his voice. "Can't say I would expect anything less from him. He comes from a line of purebloods and they look down upon anybody not a pureblood," Harry replied. "So what did you buy yesterday?" Harry asked Mike. "A few etiquette's books, books on old families of the wizarding world, and few knick-knacks, nothing much." "What did you get?" Mike replied, with a shrug. "A post owl, and also found myself my familiars," Harry replied like it was the most common thing in the world. "You found your familiars, are they here? Can I see them, and what are they?" Mike asked like a kid on sugar high. After he came out of his shell he was very excitable, friendly kid, unlike Harry who was a sarcastic, anti-social kid. "Yes, no, and maybe later. What I wanted was to ask you something," Harry replied to the questions. Mike just looked at him and pouted and told him to ask his question. "You and I both know that you are still living at the mechanic store and don't go to school," Harry said and raised a hand to stop Mike from interrupting. "Just listen me out. Okay. We both know that you are smart, Maybe not as smart as me but smarter than average person. With that mind of yours you can do many things. So I talked to the principal of my school. They have agreed to test you and admit you according to the test in a month and a half time. I want you to take my book and study for it. Why are you doing this? You know that I don't want charity. Even if I take your books I cannot study that much in that small time, with the work I do in the garage. Mike replied with a cracked voice. I'm not doing this for you but for me. Think of yourself as my backup in the wizarding world. My family already has lots of enemy and I plan to have more. As much I wished I cannot take them all alone. So I want you to be my backup and I don't want my backup to be incompetent. You can repay me by helping me afterwards. As for your living arrangements, you can stay at my place. I know for a fact that you cannot access the family manor if you have one, until you are 11. Harry said with a straight face. Thank you, Harry. Mike replied with tears in his eyes because even if Harry did not say it he was a good friend who looked out for him. None of this emotional stuff please, it makes me nauseous. Harry replied while gagging. Mike chuckled and hugged him. So where is your place and how are we going there? Please tell me that it is not your aunt's place. That woman looks at me funny. Mike asked while following Harry. Not my aunt's place and I'll show you. Harry replied with a smile after remembering the first time Mike met his aunt. They reached his car and he opened the car and got in and saw Mike standing there. Get in, Michael, or I'll leave you here. Harry said with annoyance. Is this your car? Where did you get it from? Mike asked with his jaw hanging and with awe in his eyes. It's a family car and yes, this is my car, Harry said as he dragged Mike in the car. They went to the mechanic store where Mike lived. He waited in the car while Mike took his belongings and said goodbye to people there. As Mike entered the car he said, it's not like you cannot come here. Stop crying at everything. He helped Mike get settled in the guest room of his penthouse. Harry also showed Yang and Yin to Mike who started petting them instantly. At first they bit him in the leg. Due to them being young no major damage was done but still it did hurt Mike. He laughed at the sight of his familiars chasing Mike around the house. After he intervened and introduced them they somehow got along. Till now Pip had brought most of his belongings from his aunt's place. His piano was sitting in the corner of the living room and his cloths were in the closet of the master bedroom. He arranged all his books in the study with the magical and muggle books separately. Remus Lupin was a sickly, yet handsome-looking man. He was sitting in a rundown house belonging to his parents. He remembered the place when he was younger. It was small yet well-maintained house before the war. But with his condition he could not get any proper job and so the once beautiful place became rundown. You see, he was a werewolf and with the wizarding world prejudice he could not get any job there. With him out of commission during the full moon he could not get any muggle jobs also. He suddenly heard a tap on the broken window and saw an owl tapping it with its beak. He quickly let it inside and took the letter from its talons. Dear Mr. Lupin, you may not remember me but my name is Harry Potter, son of James and Lily Potter. I recently came to know that you visited my mother in the hospital. I would like to meet you as I have a few questions for you. Hope you can answer them for me. If you can visit me on Saturday in Hotel Leo's restaurant it would be great. I would have already made the reservation so just give your name at the reception. Hope that you do come. Harry James Potter, heir to most ancient and most noble house of Potter. He quickly folded the letter and made the decision to meet Harry. He had been trying to find him for last 5 years and finally his old friend's kid was asking to meet him. He was not losing this chance to get to know him. Even if he could not be a part of Harry's life he hoped to be in touch with him and to help him if he ever needed anything. He quickly replied to meet Harry and sent the letter with the owl waiting at his room. It was Saturday and it was the day Remus would meet Harry. He had worn his best cloths he could find for a fancy and expensive place like this. He was dreading what questions Harry might have for him. He arrived at the hotel's restaurant and gave his name to the hostess. The hostess guided him to his table at the corner of the room. He might have waited for about 5 minutes when a kid dressed in black formal suit with blue shirt and dark blue tie with blue designer glasses came in and sat opposite to him. The kid asked the waiter for a glass of cola and then turned around and looked at him. The moment he saw the kid in the eye he knew it was Harry. Remus Lupin level. HP. MP. Due to level being higher than 15 levels you cannot see it. Level up to see more details. This was the first time it had happened to him. He thought that due to Remus being magical it was the case. He ignored it for now. Mr. Lupin, a pleasure to meet you. Harry greeted. Please call me Remus. You know you look like your father with your mother's eyes. Remus said. You are the first one to say so. Harry replied. What would you like to eat? Anything would be great, Remus replied. They ordered their respective food and waited till the order came by. So what is going on with your life, Harry? Remus asked him. Well, I am attending St. Stephen's School. I will be going to high school this year. Participated in a few competitions, won few, lost few, all common things. He replied. Good to hear that you are doing well. What is it that you wanted to ask me? Remus asked. One thing only, where were till now? Harry asked with a straight unemotional face. He had been hiding his emotions for so long now from his relatives, teachers and classmates that it had almost become a second nature to him. It was the question Remus feared the most. I was out of the country when the attack on your parents happened. After I came back I tried looking for you, but could not find you. I tried sending letter to you but every time I did it, the owl would return with the letter, undelivered. I tried asking about you but no one knew about your whereabouts. All Dumbledore said was that you were safe. I would visit your mother every year on All Hallows' Eve. So I thought that I would have to wait till you went to Hogwarts to meet you. Remus replied with a sad voice. So the charm had other uses as well other than keeping me at that place. Harry murmured. What charm are you talking about? Remus inquired. Well, before placing me at my aunt's place Dumbledore placed a charm on me so I cannot be away from that place for more than a week. I think it was also confusing the owls. Harry replied with a thoughtful voice. So you angry at Dumbledore for placing you there? Remus asked. What? No, I'm not angry at Dumbledore nor am I angry at you. I just wanted to know the circumstances of my placement there. You were not available so the only choice were my relatives. They had already attacked us once so from stopping that from happening again he placed a charm on me. It does not matter now anyway. The charm wore off and I moved out of my aunt's place. Harry replied. So where are you staying? You know you can stay with me if you like. I knew your parents very well and if you want you can stay with me. Remus asked hopefully. Well, that is one thing that I wanted to ask you. I wanted to stay with you so that I can know about my parents a bit more, but at my place. I'm staying at the hotel's penthouse and you can stay with me. Tell me more about you and my parents. Harry replied. How can you afford to stay at a place like this? Remus asked. I'll tell you later. Looks like our food is here, Harry said as the waiter brought them their food. After eating their food Harry asked Remus to follow him. They went straight to the elevator. So where are we going now? Remus asked him after they entered the elevator. The penthouse and to answer. Your unasked question. The hotel belongs to my family and so is the penthouse, Harry replied. Oh, was Remus' only reply. Early warning though, there is one more person staying with me but he is not so bad, a bit annoying but okay, Harry said as they got off on the designated floor. Hey, how did your meeting with that Remus fellow go? Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Michael Grayson, but you can call me Mike. Mike said as they entered the living room, when he saw Remus and introduced himself. See, I told you, an annoyance but still an okay fellow, Harry said to Remus while gesturing towards Mike. Hey, I resent that. Mike whined. Stop whining and go study, Harry scolded Mike who left grumbling. After introducing Remus to Pip and his familiars who took an instant liking to him unlike Mike who they were still biting. He told Remus all that was going on with his life and how Pip helped him, his school life, his studies in the magical subjects and many other things except what were considered to be family secret and about his gaming ability. Remus told him all about his parents, about the Marauders and the life in Hogwarts. At last Remus agreed to stay with them there. August 1998. It had been more than a month since Harry, Mike and Remus started living together in the penthouse. The day after their talk Remus went to his parents' house and brought all his cloths. After seeing Remus's cloths Harry gave him some money to buy some new cloths. When Remus protested he said that to think as the payment for teaching him more about magic later on. He quickly changed his guardianship from his relatives to Remus in school and in the Muggle court with the help of the goblins. The goblins also sent him a letter so that he could bond with the remaining house elves of the Potter household. The family had more than 20 house elves looking after the various manors and houses. The main Potter manor, which was destroyed in the war, was being built again. It would be exactly like it was before the war with few improvements and few new rooms, he had talked. with his account manager, and he told him that it would take almost 3 years to rebuild it with the addition Harry had asked them to put there. His skills were slowed down for the moments. He could not visit the natural dungeon frequently with Mike and Remus staying with them. Though they quickly understood that to leave him alone when he was in his room and not to disturb him. Remus was teaching him and Mike occlumency after he had seen Harry reading the book. He was also teaching them a few spells and potions too, though most of them was for Mike as he already knew most of the basic spells. After hearing about how his father was an animagus, he had asked Remus to teach him how to become one too. Remus had given him his father's diary in which his father had written every prank they ever played and also how to become animagus too. He had also tried his slight metamorph ability. He could change his hair and eye color and also his facial structure slightly. Recently his ID create and escape and leveled up to level 25 when he got a new message. ID create increased to level 25, new monster available. Rabid dogs. He had been recently taking his familiars to the dungeons to get them some practice and to help them develop their skills. Their skills included tracking a prey from their scent, attacking using their jaws and claws, and guarding him while he rested. He had bought them armors too from the gamer store. Yang had lightweight armor for movement and Yin had heavy armor for more defense. They had already leveled up once and were now healthier than they have first met. They were also faster and stronger than before. Though they were still the same size. They had also learned their first magical attack. Flashback. He had taken his familiars 3 times till now to the dungeon. Till now they had handled themselves well with only attacking any lone zombies or the wailing cats. When both were together their stats increased by 20%. Together they could take on a rabid dog. It was the size of a big hound almost coming to his chest. Their barking caused 50% loss in STR. It did not affect him and Yang much as they were speed-based attackers. It affected Yin a lot as he was a strength-based attacker. On defeat the dog would leave a dog teeth wristband which reduces the damage from 50% to 25%. He had quickly equipped it and also gave one to his familiars. Dog teeth wristband durability. 2020 perks. Plus 5% STR when equipped, minus 25% effect of the rabid dog when equipped. Cell. 35G. They had been fighting the group Legion zombie when his familiars used their first magical attack. After killing at least 15 group zombies, a Legion boss zombie appeared. It was different than other zombie boss in the sense that it had 3 heads and 6 arms with a tail on the end. It was very hard to sneak up upon it with its 3 face. When he used observe he got. Due to killing of excess zombie, they merged to ensure their survival. Group Legion zombie level. Same as the player HP, level 200. MP. 0 XP. Level 80 drop. 20G, like the Legion zombie the eyes were its weak point too. He was using magic and weapons in tandem to defeat it while his familiars distracted the zombie with hit and run tactics. Yin growled and slashed it with glowing claws. It was like his enhanced slash but with their claws. It left deep claw marks on the body of the Legion zombie. Skill created, familiars, razor claws level 1, 25%. Increases the sharpness of the claws for more attack power. Uses MP to do so. Due to his familiars being young the damage was not so great but still it was significant. They worked in a group and quickly dispatched the boss. Group Legion zombie defeated 800 XP, 1 medium HP potion, 1 medium MP potion, common bone tonfa. After the zombie was defeated he got half the XP while other half was divided between his familiars evenly. After that they leveled up for the first time. He placed the points in VIT, Int, Chaw and Luck. Status name. Yang title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 2, XP. 41 thousandths. HP. 432, 400 plus 32. MP. 109, 100 plus 9. MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 9.2. 8 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4, agility. 13.8, 12 plus 0.6 plus 0.6 plus 0.6. Vitality. 7.7, 7 plus 0.35 plus 0.35, wisdom. 9 intelligence. 7. Charisma. 4 luck. 5.5, 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.25, Status points. 0 status. Name. Yin title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 2, XP. 31 thousandths, HP. 432. 400 plus 32. MP. 109, 100 plus 9, MP region 5 megapixels per minute, strength. 13.8, 12 plus 0.6 plus 0.6 plus 0.6. Agility. 9.2, 8 plus 0.4 plus 0.4 plus 0.4, vitality. 7.7, 7 plus 0.35 plus 0.35. Wisdom. 9 intelligence. 7 charisma. 4 luck. 5.5, 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.25. Status points. 0 His bond with his familiars was also growing stronger with each passing days. He had also learned that Yin was more obedient one while Yang liked to play around. They also had learned a few basic commands like sit, stand, etc. Flashback end. Today was the day when Mike had his test for admittance in the school. If Mike passes the test, he would be attending the school. Remus's name was already given in the place of guardian in case of both Mike and Harry. Mike was jittery and nervous before the test. After the test, which Mike said went okay, they were told that they would be given the result in a week. After a week, the result of the test was given to them. Mike scored better than average and would be in a few classes below him. After the test, they checked Mike's IQ and found it to be quite high, bordering on genius. With Mike joining him in the school and after meeting Remus, his life was looking good. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Sorry for ending it so abruptly, but I thought the chapter was going too long and would give the details in next chapter. Next chapters will contain comprehensive details of their lives with more focus on life than training, with only major quests only. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong, please say so that I could correct it. Please review, as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes, grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. No flaming please, and do tell me how you liked the chapter. There will be 2 or 3 more chapters before move towards Hogwarts. So please be patient and continue to give me your support. Chapter 6, Harry Potter the Genius Gamer AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Thank you for all the reviews and support. Few of you said that I needed a beta reader. Anyone interested can PM me. Hope you like the chapter. If my writing feels a bit bland and incorrect, it is due English not being my first language. Thank you all for those who read the previous chapter and reviewed. Hope you all continue to do so again. Mike is an OC character, who will play a major part in the story, as there will be no golden trio. Harry's interaction with Hermione and Ron will be non-existent. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. There will be a few time skips, and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Hey there, Parseltongue. Level up. Game notification. Message time before Hogwarts will not be that descriptive. Each chapter will till Hogwarts will be about a year worth of progress of Harry. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 5. Harry age 8, September 1998. It had been a week since Mike joined him at the school. The students quickly found out that Harry and Mike are friends, as Mike usually hanged around him, even him being a few classes below him. Before Mike's admittance in the school, the students thought him unapproachable as he would glare at them. He would still glare at anybody trying to talk to him if it was not related to schoolwork. It was Sunday and Remus had made a plan to take him and Mike to the zoo for celebration of Mike getting into the school. There is no need for me to go there. You can take Mike as he is the one that passed. I could spend my time more efficiently if I studied at home, Harry said to Remus in an irritating tone as he was being pestered to join them on the trip. You need to work on your people skill, and this happens to be a part of it. Think of this as a study trip. Come on, you will enjoy it. Remus said excitedly. I doubt that. Harry deadpanned while whistling for the dogs to follow him. He finally relented and went with them to the zoo. Mike was running around like a kid on Sugar Rush with his familiars, while he dragged himself along with Remus. His familiars were not too big so he could take them out currently, though he doubted that they will be small for a long time. After a few nutritious meals and pet foods, his familiars were growing up nicely. They were more muscular now and their fur coat shone in light. They were also more energetic nowadays. The trip to zoo was not a total waste. He could probably say that learning about different various animals was fun, but he could have learned that from a book at home. He did not see the point in coming here. They saw the lions, tigers, hippos, crocodiles and other various animals. At last they came to the reptile section, specifically the one with the snakes. As they moved ahead, he thought he heard someone say something. You said something, Remus? Harry asked Remus as they were the only ones there along with Mike, who was far ahead. No, I didn't said a word. Remus replied. Oh, I thought I heard something. Harry said. Hungry. Want food? He heard again and turned to see a snake. He had read somewhere that some wizards can communicate with snakes. He could not recall what the ability was called specifically, but he thought that he may just have heard the snake. He looked around and saw Remus ahead with Mike, so he concentrated on the snake and said, Hello. Can you hear me? A speaker. I am hungry. Can you give me food? The snake replied. So you can understand me. Sorry, I have no food with me. Harry replied to the snake, who slithered back in a hole. Suddenly there was a new message. Skill discovered. Parseltongue level. Max, 100%, allows you to communicate with snakes. With constant practice you can even communicate with other reptiles. More practice you have, higher the power behind a parcel spell and less MP consumed by a parcel spell. Skill discovered. Parcel magic level, 5%. Parcel magic comprises of warding and healing magics. It is one of the strongest branch of magic as it can only be used and understood by parseltongues. Normal spells used in parseltongue will increase the power behind the spell. Higher the level you have, higher the power behind a parcel spell and less MP consumed by a parcel spell. This skill was probably the best thing that could have happened to him. He had talked to the healers in St. Mungo's and none of them could cure his mother. Remus said that Dumbledore even asked some specialist to look at her condition. He could only tell more about her condition, but could not heal her. What had happened was that her mind had been warped due to the strain of the Cruciatus curse and unknown family spell. It had left her mind broken and shattered, which lead her to magical coma. He could try to heal her using parcel magic. He was sure that the specialist that Dumbledore had called was not a parseltongue, as that would have been told to Remus. He was not sure where he could start looking for it, but he sure would try to increase the level of parcel magic. He was brought out of his musing from the shout of Remus asking him to hurry along. October 1998. Harry had been currently working on ways to let electronic devices work in magical environment. With his fast-paced study in school, he was sure to finish schooling before going to Hogwarts. If he was honest with himself, he could finish it earlier, but with his magical studies and skill improvements he would get little time to concentrate on his Muggle studies. He didn't want to finish his schooling there. He wanted to go to college, study science, and get his degrees. For all that, he had two options. First, get it all done after finishing Hogwarts. Second, get it done during the Hogwarts years. The first option would take too much time and he was not sure he would like that, so he went with second option. For that, he needed to get in on an online class so that he could take classes while attending Hogwarts. For that to happen, he needed to have a working computer in there with him. His search in parcel magic led him nowhere. He could not ask Remus about it, nor could he find any books on it in the Diagon Alley. He was sure that there were a few books he could find in Nocturne Alley, though he could not enter there at his current level. So his only option was to ask his account manager. He hadn't had time to visit Warmonger, but he would do so soon. This year he had joined the computer club along with the swimming club, whom he was already a part of. This year too they were having an inter-school swimming competition, but with many different schools. It was being held at their school, so that was very convenient for him. Mike had joined the football club and he would help him out. He was quite proficient in football with his high stamina and agility gained from the swimming club. He was not officially a member of the football club, but he would play a game or two sometimes. He hadn't gotten any major quest except for the one with the computer club. They were practicing coding various programs. and though he had few practice it was welcomed field. Their project was to make few simple programs till the end of the semester, which was also the quest. I speak binary, objective. Create 5 programs before the end of semester. Bonus. Create additional programs before the end of semester. Rewards. 1000 XP, increased relation with Computer Club, access to more coding quests. Bonus rewards. 200 XP per additional program, increased relation with Computer Club. Failure. 100 XP decreased relation with Computer Club, yes, no. This was one club he was looking forward to, as he had decided to take a major in electronics and computer science in college. Coding was becoming one of his hobbies, and it was all the more reason for his computer to work in Hogwarts. He had a general idea what he wanted to do. He had gotten a basic knowledge of runes from the book, and Remus had given him few pointers. He would cover the circuit in the electronics part of anything with a form of Faraday cage to stop any direct or ambient magic to interfere with it. He would also cover the equipment and the casing with the runes that would absorb any magic which cannot handled by the cage, and would use it to power the device. His occlumency training was not going well at all. He was having a difficult time clearing his mind. He could meditate for a long time, but clearing his head was becoming a difficult task. There was a string of thoughts going through his head. When Remus had tried legimancy on him, he could not read any thoughts at all, as there were many different thoughts blasting him, but he could pick up on stray thoughts. He would try it one more time, but it didn't look like he was clearing his head anytime soon. November 1998. His familiars had leveled up recently and were now level 3. He had found that while his familiars had more HP, they had less MP. Status name. Young title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 3, XP. 45 1500s, HP. 660, 600 plus 60. MP. 167, 150 plus 17, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 10.35, 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45 plus 0.45. Agility. 16.10, 14 plus 0.70 plus 0.70 plus 0.70. Vitality. 9.90. 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45. Wisdom. 11 Intelligence. 8 Charisma. 4 Luck. 5.5, 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.25. Status points. 0 Status name. Yin title. Potter familiar class. Familiar. Level. 3, XP. 115 1500s, HP. 660, 600 plus 60, MP. 167, 150 plus 17, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 16.10, 14 plus 0.70 plus 0.70 plus 0.70. Agility. 10.35, 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45 plus 0.45. Vitality. 9.90, 9 plus 0.45 plus 0.45, Wisdom. 11 Intelligence. 8. Charisma. 4 Luck. 5.5, 5 plus 0.25 plus 0.25, Status points. 0. His occlumency training was not going well at all, and they were thinking that maybe occlumency was not his forte. He could not get his mind clear as much as he tried. Even Mike could at least clear his mind after some time. He was ready to give up on this method. He would try other method to protect his mind. Mike had been playing football at school regularly, and he had coaxed him into playing with him every weekend. Even though he was not on the team, he was pretty good in the sport. He had even gotten a skill out of it. Skill created. Football level 4, 65%, allows you an understanding of the game and allows you to play properly. Positions. Forward. 18, 35%. Midfielder. 9, 75%. Passively increase AGI, STR and VIT by 5%. Remus had encouraged him and Mike to take part in the local football club. They would joining the junior club with all the other kids. At first he was hesitant to join, as he had a lot on his plate with his muggle and magical studies and also his club activities in the school. But after joining he came to love football as much as he loved swimming. He had slowed down his magical studies as he was already on par with a first-year Hogwarts student, and he was concentrating more on the Muggle side of his studies and research. Not his school studies but his research in computers and electronics. He had also been looking into many Muggle things and their magical applications. They had celebrated Mike's birthday by making a trip to a theme park out of it. Harry had given him a few books that he was interested in as a gift, while Remus had bought him some cloths. Mike was very happy as it was the first time that he remembered that he was celebrating his birthday. They enjoyed the trip to the park and came back exhausted. After staying with them, Mike was no longer skinny and scrawny boy and had filled out nicely. He was still shorter than Harry, but that was because Harry was exceptionally tall for his age. His level had also gone up after staying with them. When Harry first met Mike, he was at level 6, but after 5 months he had leveled up twice and was now at level 8. Remus had also started teaching them a few difficult spells and potions, but what he was most interested in was runes. From what he could read in his mother's diary, they were very flexible in use but were also very difficult. He had been reading a book on runes and found that all around the world there were many different types of runes. He started by learning basic Celtic runes and what each symbol means. This gave him a new skill created. Runes. Sub-skill created. Celtic runes. Level 1, 20%. Allows you to use runes properly and efficiently. Higher the skill level, more difficult and complicated your runes will be. With high enough skill you could mix 2 runes or maybe even mix 2 different language. He had been studying runes independently, but it was a difficult subject. There were many different types of runes and with different application. December 1998. It had been 4 months since they started living together. At first Harry could not get away to clear the natural dungeons as Remus would always ask him where he was going. He guessed that not being him for his first 5 years of life made Remus think that he have to look after him. Artificial dungeon was easy as they can be accessed from his room. After a month he sat down with Remus and told him that he did not have to keep tabs on him all the times and that he can take care of himself. After that day Remus was more open to the idea of him going out alone, though he still asked him when he was going out. Speaking of dungeons, he had found 2 new dungeons in the nearby location. There was a cat dungeon in a long dark alley. Natural dungeon encountered required level 11 mutated cats dungeon. There was also a dog dungeon nearby in an abandoned factory. Natural dungeon encountered required level 16 mutated dog dungeon. Though he could not access the dog dungeon, he could access the cat dungeon, but before he did so he wanted to increase the level of his battle skills. He had found few more rat and boar dungeons around the city. He had also bought a new set of sword as his old ones were too damaged and they were not too powerful to tackle the newer opponents. Uncommon medium sword. Required level 10 durability, 500/500ths. Attack. 50 to 75. Uncommon medium sword used for stabbing, slashing and cutting. This sword inflicts medium damage. Perks. Plus 5 AGI when equipped. Mild paralysis for 10 seconds if cut by the sword. Buy. 150G. Remus had seen them when he had left his swords by mistake out of his inventory when he was practicing them in his room. After assuring Remus that he could handle the sword, Remus let him keep them but away from Mike. He had to lie that he had learned how to use a sword from a book as he had found that it was something expected of a pureblood heir. Remus had also given him a book on sword fighting after seeing how proficient he was with the sword. Since that day Mike had been pestering him to teach how to wield swords too. As Harry had said that it was expected of a pureblood heir to know how to handle a sword, Mike asked if they could teach him too. He had given Mike a book and had told him to go ask Remus to teach him. His familiars were now bigger, faster and stronger than any normal wolf. They now came to his waist and were ferocious in battle. They would rip apart any normal zombie in matter of seconds. They had also learned few new attacks. One where they could increase the length of their canines to inflict more damages. Skill created. Familiars. Rip jaws level 1, 15%. Increases the length of teeths for more attack power. Uses MP to do so. There was one attack where they would rotate like drills to tear through enemy. While they didn't have any wide range attacks, this attack was enough to disperse any group of enemy while inflicting damage on the enemy. It was one of their more powerful attacks. Skill created. Familiars. Killer drill level 1, 10%. Rotates the body to create a drilling effect. Uses MP to do so. He had bought a new armor to replace the old one and to provide more protection. The new armor consisted of uncommon leather coat along with uncommon fingerless gloves and steel-tipped boots. For protection he still had his chest armor, pauldron and vambrace. He had also bought a back pouches to store his potions. He had belts and sheaths to keep his swords on his backs. He had discarded the cloak as he thought that they may hinder his movements. December was a month where he got lots of quest. He had his annual end of the semester exam quest as usual. After the exam there was quest from Computer Club for programming. They had to submit all the programs created by them. He had managed to finish 7 programs. While being simple, he had used advanced techniques to implement the ideas. Quest. I speak binary. Rewards. 1000 XP, increased relation with Computer Club, access to more coding quests. Bonus rewards. 200 XP per additional program, increased relation with Computer Club. Then there was the quest associated with the swimming competition. It was the same quest he had got previous year when he participated in the swimming competition. The coach had them practicing for the whole semester and they were determined to get even more medals and top spot than previous years. They had the competition to see who will be on the team this year too, and he was lucky to be on it. Quest. Creature of the Water. Objective. Get in top 3 place in the events you take part in. Bonus. Get the top rank in the events you are taking part in. Reward. 500 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +1 swimming. Bonus reward. 200 XP for every event, increased relation with the swimming club, increased relation with the school, +2 swimming. Failure. 100 XP for every event, decreased relation with the swimming club, decreased relation with the school. Yes, no, he had also gotten a few minor quests from the football matches, day-to-day activities. While these quests did not give much XP, they were essential in increasing the level of his skills. As usual on Christmas he spent his entire day with his mother. Though Remus came to visit with him, he left after some time, after unsuccessfully asking Harry to come with him. Mike had asked him the next day where he had gone for a whole day, to which he replied that he had some business to take care of. Both Remus and him had not told Mike about his mother. January 1999, after completing the annual exam quest with getting first place again and skipping a class again, he finally had enough XP to level up. He found that after reaching level 10 the amount needed to level up had gone up again. Mike was also doing well in his studies, but he didn't skip class level each semesters. Also he had been getting less and less quests nowadays. Few quests gave high enough XP, but most of the XP gained was from the dungeons. After leveling up he spent a point in AGI, Wis, Int and Luck. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 11, XP. 120 thousandths, HP. 1553, 1150 plus 403. MP. 2028, 1200 plus 468 plus 360, MP region 110 megapixels per minute, strength. 23.75, 19 plus 1.90 plus 1.90 plus 0.95. Agility. 41.6, 32 plus 4.80 plus 3.20 plus 1.60. Vitality. 35.00, 25 plus 3.75 plus 3.75 plus 2.50. Wisdom. 38.75, 31 plus 3.10 plus 3.10 plus 1.55. Intelligence. 52.5, 42 plus 6.30 plus 4.20. Charisma. 26.25, 21 plus 4.20 plus 1.05. Luck. 23.4, 18 plus 2.70 plus 0.90 plus 1.80. Status points. 6. He had recently found a way to increase his parcel magic skill level. He would practice normal spells in Parseltongue to increase the level of parcel magic. He was currently busy with the swimming competition. After joining the school after the winter vacation, they had the swimming competition after 2 weeks. The coach had been running them into the ground from all the practice they were having. As it was in previous years, the swimming competition was held for 4 days. As this year the competition was held in his school, they had to perform even better. He was taking part in 100 meters, 200 meters breaststroke along with the team 800 meters events. Remus and Mike came to cheer for him on all his events. First day was singles in all the styles for 100 meters and preliminary for team 400 meters and 800 meters events. As he was taking part in 100 meters breaststroke event, he got ready for it. The event took the whole day, but at the end of the day he came in first. Second day was 500 meters and 200 meters for freestyle and backstroke and preliminary for team events. As there was no event for him, he rested at the hotel while studying a few books. Third day was 500 meters and 200 meters for breaststroke and butterfly. Today was his event too, and again he came in first. Final day it was 200 meters events for all styles along with 800 meters team event. His team came in first again, bring his school to the top again. Quest completed. Creature of the Water. Reward. 500x3, XP for every event. Increased relation with the swimming club. Increased relation with the school. Plus 1x3 swimming, position medal. Bonus reward. 200x3, XP for every event. Increased relation with the swimming club. Increased relation with the school. Plus 2x3 swimming, gold medal, February 1999. It was Valentine's Day and he was quite annoyed. Despite his antisocial attitude towards his classmates, he had learned that he actually quite famous amongst the girls his age and older. The girls his age thought him to be an idol with perfect academic record and his vast extracurricular activities. The older girls thought that he was cute with his bright green eyes and ebony black hair that could not be tamed. He had gotten quite a few chocolate today along with a few cards. Returning home with a bag full of chocolate, which he quickly emptied it in the kitchen and grumbled about useless distraction. He greeted Remus and his familiars and asked Pip to bring some snacks. You know your father would have been so proud of you. Already you have girls chasing after you, though I think Lily would not be too pleased. She used to say that she wouldn't let any hussy sink their stinking claws on her baby. Remus chuckled. You're a mama's boy for sure. Mike teased while eating Harry's chocolate. Yeah, laugh it up. I'll have my revenge later. Anyway, I'm going to my room. Don't disturb me, Harry grumbled. It had taken him almost a year, but he had finally succeeded in shielding electronics from the effects of magic. Most of the magical aspects were explained by his mother in a diary. Though he did have to study a lot of books on runes and different kinds of runes to understand them. His mother had explained a lot of runes and charms and how to apply them on a circuit to let them absorb magic. It was the same principle applied in enchanting objects. Though he understood a lot from the books his mother left him, he still had to read other books to get a better understanding of them. He had taken that and implemented that with Muggle science he had learned. Though it was just a prototype, he was sure that he was moving in the right direction. He was sure that if he were to sell the products in Muggle and Wizarding world, they would be a big hit. Although the Muggle world already had them, his products were more efficient and consumed less power due to being run on magic. He was thinking of marketing them, but not under his name. He would start off with cell phones and computers, and then move on towards other electronics equipment like television, refrigerator, etc. Even if his family was loaded, he was not. His access to the Muggle accounts was limited and family vault was out of his reach till he could gain the lordship. Thinking about all these, he met Warmonger on the weekend. He had said to Remus that he had some business in Gringotts, and so Mike and Remus came along. He also had other objective to meet Warmonger, namely his Parseltongue ability. Till now he had not found a single book or document containing descriptive knowledge about it. He was running out of patience and had thought to ask Warmonger about it. Welcome, Mr. Potter. What can I do for you? Warmonger asked as Harry entered his office. A few things. First, can I withdraw a large amount of money from Merlin Banks to start a company? Also, can you tell me if there are books on a particular subject in the family vault, and can I take them out? Harry asked while sitting in the chair opposite to Warmonger. To answer your first question, yes, you can withdraw a large amount of money from the bank. But to do so you have to have majority vote from the board of directors. To answer your second question, you can find the book from the magically updating booklist that keeps track of all the books, tomes and documents stored in the family vault. Warmonger replied. The board of directors. I didn't know that there was any board to begin with. Who are they and how can I contact them? Harry asked curiously while looking Warmonger in the eye for keeping the knowledge about the board. They are head of each company started and or owned by the Potter family. They are responsible for upkeep and handling of Muggle business when there is no Lord Potter available. Warmonger replied. So they know about me? Harry interrupted. Of course they know about you. Also most of them are squibs or wizards trusted by your grandfather. Warmonger replied like it was the most obvious thing in the world. So how can I meet them, assuming that I can meet them? Harry asked. You can call a board meeting in a week. It usually happens in Switzerland at the main branch of the bank. And I must say they are quite curious to meet you, as they have heard a lot about you, though your grandfather and your father hoped that you met them when you finally took the lordship. Warmonger explained. Can you call the meeting and let the board of directors know that it is important to me to meet them all? So on to the books, can get the list to see if the book I want is there or not and if can I get it or not. Harry asked Warmonger firmly as it was very important to him. Well, it depends. If the book is rare as well as dangerous, you cannot access it. If the book is rare but not dangerous you can access it but cannot take it out of the vault. Any other books you can access as well as take out of the vault for some time. Warmonger replied while pressing a button on the desk. This is Sharp Claw, he will escort you to the vault. Warmonger said as another goblin entered the office. After a thrilling ride on the carts to the lower level they reached to the secondary family vault where most of the valuable items were stored. Enter from there and place your hand on the impression. Sharp Claw instructed Harry with a grunt. As soon as he placed his hand on the slab a pin pricked all the fingers at the same time. A few whirling noises were made as the locks opened and the vault opened slowly with a noise. As he entered the vault closed behind him. The vault was divided in various sections. The galleons were stacked in the corner neatly in a never-ending row inside a glass and metal room. There were stacks of gold bricks on the side with a large glass display to store the jewels. The books were stored in a room accessible with another handprint. The paintings and weapons was stored in another section of the vault. As he entered the room containing the books, he saw a book along with ink and quill on a pedestal at the front. It contained the list of all books present in the room. He opened the first page which was blank and wrote Parseltongue on it. It showed 5 books on Parseltongue, 3 inaccessible till he was a lord, 1 accessible but cannot be taken out and 1 which could be taken out. He chose the book that can be taken out and went back to Warmonger's office. All the invitation for the meeting to the board of directors has been sent out. The meeting will take place next Sunday in Switzerland. You'll receive a portkey to Switzerland in a few days, whose price will be deducted from the family vault. I hope that your visit to the vault was fruitful. Warmonger informed Harry. Great, and yes, I got what I needed. So how is my portfolio? I know you have been sending me monthly reports but I would like some more details. Harry asked. All your investments are going strong, few that were low were sold and few new shares have been bought. As you have asked I compiled a list of all the magical communities around the world and their involvement with muggles. Warmonger informed as he gave a detailed report of the investments. Great. Thank you for the list. May your enemies slay by your blade. Harry greeted. After 2 days the portkey arrived. He had already informed Remus and Mike that he would be going for a meeting in Switzerland, not all the details, just that it was a Potter family business, as Remus didn't want him going alone or to leave Mike alone here, decided that all of them will be going to Switzerland. Mike was excited about this trip and so was Remus, as they were treating this trip as a vacation. On Saturday evening all of them, including his familiars, were portkeyed to the penthouse of the hotel owned by the Potters. It was 50 floors high overlooking the mountains on one side and the city on another. As soon as they arrived at the hotel Harry and Mike stumbled and fell on their butts. They were greeted by the hotel manager, another squib, going by his stats. He guessed that the Warmonger had already told everybody in charge here that he was coming. While his familiars shook themselves to remove the weird sensation after the portkey, he looked around the penthouse. The penthouse consisted of 4 big rooms with equally large living and dining rooms styled in a modern way, with most of the things made of glass and metal. The penthouse didn't have an in-house kitchen, so they ordered room service. After having the snack and discussing the plans for tomorrow, he went to his room and gave a final inspection to the prototype cell phone. Remus and Mike would be visiting the city and exploring the magical places available here while he was at the meeting. They had agreed to stay for a week as a vacation, after which they would return home. Next morning at around 9 o'clock he was informed that the car to take him to the bank will arrive in an hour. After bathing he dressed in one of his finest dark blue suit with light blue shirt along with dark blue tie and black formal shoes. He had white gold cufflinks along with teapin and watch. He checked that he had everything one last time. The ride from the hotel to the bank took about 25 minutes. During the ride the driver gave him an envelope containing an ID card. The bank, which was massive, not in height but in size. It had a reflective glass on the outside with multiple guards posted on various locations. The guards itself wore suit with black sunglasses. Inside it was made of marble with expensive furniture and decors. He showed the ID to one of the receptionists, who called a guard to escort him to the meeting room. The meeting room was in sub-level 2 containing a conference table. As the bank was not in a magical zone, there was a projector along with other electronics. The board of directors were already present there along with few assistants. An assistant asked everyone for refreshments while he helped one of the assistants to hook his laptop to the projector. "Welcome, Mr. Potter. I hope your ride here was pleasant." An elderly man greeted him in a British accent after he was all set up. "My name is Daniel Fisher. I have been looking after the bank as its head from the time of your grandfathers. We were all very curious when we were informed that you wanted to have a meeting with us," Mr. Fisher said in a confident voice. "The ride was good, no troubles there. And I called you all here because I had an idea that required a large sum of money for which I require the board's approval," Harry said as he discreetly used Observe on Mr. Fisher. Daniel Fisher level 39 hydrogen phosphide, 10,500 megapixels, 8,500. Well, I am looking forward to seeing what this idea is. Allow me to introduce to you other members of the board. This here is Mr. Jacques Talleur. He is the head of Dionysus Wine Corporation," Mr. Fisher said as he gestured to a middle-aged guy. He had sharp features with gray eyes along with brown hair and a goatee. His accent seemed to be French. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Talleur," Harry greeted as he shook hands with Mr. Talleur while using Observe. Jacques Talleur level 28 hydrogen phosphide, 9,800 megapixels, 2,000. This is Miss Camille Faust. She is the head of all the hotels owned by your family. Your great-grandmother was very fond of buying various hotels. Miss Faust is responsible for upkeep of all of them," Mr. Fisher said as he gestured to a beautiful young adult female in a suit and pencil skirt. She had small button nose with thin lips and piercing blue eyes, and her hair was blonde. "Nice to meet you, Miss Faust," Harry greeted as he again used Observe on Miss Faust while shaking hands. Camille Faust level 24 hydrogen phosphide, 5,000 megapixels, 1,000. This is Mr. Ahmed Al-Saeed. He is the head of Sphinx Oil Corporations. Mr. Saeed overlooks all the oil wells and the refineries spread across the world, Mr. Fisher said as he gestured to an elder male in traditional Arabic cloths. He had wrinkles on his face and had brown eyes. His hair was covered with a cloth. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Saeed," Harry greeted as he used Observe. Ahmed Al-Saeed level 34. MP 15600. This is Mr. Terence Walker. He is in charge of the upkeep of Phoenix Shipping Enterprise. Mr. Walker here is also the head of the small Muggle town at the shipping site, Mr. Fisher said as he gestured to a middle-aged man in a suit. He had black hair and brown eyes and was wearing glasses. He had a bold voice like a politician. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Walker," Harry greeted as he used Observe. Terence Walker level 29 megapixels, 600. This is Miss Bethany Holt. She runs the casinos owned by your family. Don't be fooled by her looks, she can take down most of the people here, Mr. Fisher said as he gestured to a beautiful-looking adult female in shirt and trouser. She had brown hair and strong features. She was also taller than most and her limbs had lean muscles. "Nice to meet you, Miss Holt," Harry greeted as he used Observe. Bethany Holt level 27 hydrogen phosphide, 12,600 MP, 2500. Now that all the introductions have been done, let me introduce to you the young man who called us here. Mr. Fisher spoke to the members of the board. This is Mr. Harry James Potter. Last in the Potter line and the current heir Potter. Mr. Potter here is a genius with many achievements already under him, and I'm sure that he will continue to do so. Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Fisher, but I have only one goal. Other things don't matter to me much as they only help me fulfill my goal, Harry said as they sat down. Let's get down to business, shall we? I called you all here as I have an idea to pitch in. Most of you already know that magic and electronics don't mix well. There are few products in Wizarding World that are enchanted Muggle products, but none of them can compare to your Muggle electronics. There is no television, no cell phones, and worst of all, no computers, Harry said in a serious tone. My mother had been working on a way to let electronic equipment work properly in magical environment. She had finished it halfway before the attack, Harry said in a saddened voice, but kept himself composed. I have been working from where she left off, and after a year and a half finally finished the prototype, Harry said as he placed the prototype on the table. I won't go into the details, but this cell phone can handle any ambient magic as well as few small spells. Anything larger will fry the circuit. Now this device is not only useful in Wizarding World but also in Muggle World, as it can withstand a burst from an electromagnetic pulse. Normal equipment will fail under such condition, but this will not. Harry finished with a serious note. It is all very good, Mr. Potter, but why tell us all this? Normally I would say that it is because you need help with it, but I may be wrong, as none of us are qualified enough to actually help you. So what do you want from the board, Mr. Potter? Mr. Fisher said in a placating voice. You're right when you said that I'm not here for help, but I'm here because I need the board's permission to withdraw a large amount of money from the bank to start my own company, Harry said in a serious voice. The prototype may work properly, but I need advanced equipment and machinery to make it even more efficient and aesthetical pleasing. I have thought it through and had made a presentation. Even if the product is mainly for bringing the magical community to modern age, we will start with the military applications of the equipment. An EMP can take out any plane or helicopter, or can disable any building's electrical if applied in right way. Our EMP shield will be our way in with the military. With the help of military funding, we will then enter the electronics market in Muggle World. Our products consume less power and will be more efficient. Once we have a solid foundation in Muggle World, we will then finally move to magical market. Since there are a few magical community that will accept Muggle product, we will start with America and Japan, as there the wizards are most integrated with Muggles. After a strong market in those areas, we will finally move towards Europe, Harry explained as he showed the presentation. The members of the board discussed a few things quietly, after which Mr. Fisher spoke. I have to say, Mr. Potter, that is a well-thought plan, and seeing that you made it at such a young age speaks volume about your intelligence. While the plan you said have a few holes in it, we can all agree that the venture will be profitable. But I think there is more to the plan, as you could easily have shown it to other investors instead of us. So what is it, Mr. Potter? I want control of all the equity and division of the company started by me. I shouldn't have to wait to access the money earned by the company, Harry said with a straight face. That would not have been problem, Mr. Potter. The board is only allowed to restrict access to money held by the family, according to the family law, so that any heir does not live off the family money, Mr. Fisher said with a chuckle. For the next few hours, Harry and the members of the board discussed the plan for the company, and they assured him that they will contact anyone they know that could help him in his project. Harry was hoping that in 3 to 4 years Magical Britain would allow his products. He finally decided on the name of the company, Griffin Technology. Like most of the company owned by his family, this one too had a name of a magical animal. After most of the members left, Mr. Fisher invited him to his office. It is so good to see you, Mr. Potter. You look like your father, but with your mother's eyes, Mr. Fisher said. Yes, I have been told so. So you meet my parents? Harry asked. Yes, I was present at their wedding, Mr. Fisher replied. Your parents would be proud of your achievements, Mr. Potter. I knew your grandfather very well. He was the one who found me in the orphanage. He was the one who paid for my studies, both magical and Muggle, and helped me become who I am today. I started out at the bank as a mid-level employee under the manager at the recommendation of your grandfather. I was heartbroken when I heard he passed away, Mr. Fisher said emotionally. So how long are you staying in Switzerland? You can come to my place and I could tell you more about your grandparents, Mr. Fisher asked. Well, I'm staying here for a week for sightseeing and exploration. After that we will have to ask the goblins for a portkey to return home. I would like to come at your place talk more about my grandparents, Harry replied. Why ask for a portkey? You could always take the company jet back home. Don't worry about the passports, I'll take care of those things. They will be ready before you return to England, Mr. Fisher said. That'll be great, Harry replied. For the next week, Harry, along with Mike, Remus and his familiars, visited various places in Switzerland. One day he met Mr. Fisher along with Remus, who recognized Mr. Fisher from his parents' wedding. Mr. Fisher showed them around the magical Switzerland, where they bought a few knick-knacks. Harry also bought a large amount of books and tomes available exclusively here in Switzerland. After a week they returned back to England in the private jet owned by the Potter family with the new passports created by Mr. Fisher. April 1999. It had been 2 months since Harry had started his company under the name, Griffin Technology. He had explained Remus and Mike why they had gone to Switzerland and what his business was. They were quite shocked to hear about what Harry had achieved. They congratulated him on completing one of his goals and to start a company at such a young age. He had suddenly gotten a message when his company went public. Achievement completed. I'm my own boss, start your own company. Rewards. 3000 XP, £100,000, royalties from the inventions. He had bought a small company in Muggle Germany, which was going bankrupt due to poor management. The company that he had bought already had an assembling factory and a research lab. So he did not have to build the factory to mass produce his products, till now they had produced the final product. The final product had very small runes etched on the outer surface using a laser. The runes were so small that they were not visible with naked eye. This was good as he did not want to explain anyone what that was. The circuit were protected with a fine mesh wire covered in runes to prevent the circuit from being fried from imp or magic. The runes were etched on the wire mesh to absorb any ambient magic and to direct it to the battery for recharging. It also worked as an imp shield. They had shown the product to the military officials all around the world and they already had contracts with most of the countries to retrofit their equipment with an imp shield, or they had bought new equipment with imp shield already installed in it. Harry estimated that the profit gained by the company by the end of a year will be billions by the rate that the countries were ordering their imp shield. Harry was wise to keep his name out of the media by appointing someone else as the head of the company. Though technically the company's major decisions were still made by him. Due to all the ruckus of starting his own company, he hadn't had the time to concentrate on his skills and he didn't have the time to visit the dungeons. After all the things were in place and the production was running smoothly, he concentrated on his skills. The studies in school was boring as usual. He was concentrating more in his magical studies and on his skills. May 1999. He had recently reached level 30 and had unlocked a new artificial dungeon. Recently the ID Create and Escape were leveling up very slowly. It required a lot of XP to level up it even once and he had to level up 5 times to unlock a new level. ID Create increased to level 30. New dungeon available. 2-on-1 duel dungeon. It was a version of the duel dungeon where he could fight 2 opponents at the same time. He had tried the dungeon and it was difficult dividing his attention between 2 individuals. When he would try and attack one, the other would force him to defend. As he didn't know any major spells or as he had low MP to cast them, he had to rely on minor and few medium spells he knew. This situation forced him to cast the spells faster and cast them while moving with accuracy. At first his accuracy while moving was shit. But as he practiced he could hold himself against 2 opponents. He loved the duel dungeon as it gave him practice against future opponents in a safe environment. Though one thing he didn't like was that they didn't give out any XP. With the school year coming to an end and exams coming close, he concentrated on finishing his club quests. He had already finished the programs for the computer club and just had to go over them to make sure that he hadn't made any mistake. He had successfully completed the quest again. As usual, the exams were easy for him and he was sure that he aced them again. June 1999. As usual, he had finished top of his class and had gotten the usual end of the year quest. He still got a few minor quests, but after starting his company he had been getting a few quests related to his company as well. A few of the quests involved were his company getting a particular contract or them selling a specific number of products in a given time. Though most of these quests didn't have much XP but had a lot of monetary rewards. He had recently leveled up and had placed a point in STR, Int, Wis, Luck and Chaw. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 12, XP: 214,000, HP: 1833, 1300 plus 533. MP: 2436, 1400 plus 616 plus 420. MP region 120 megapixels per minute. Strength: 27.00, 20 plus 2.00 plus 3.00 plus 1.00 plus 1.00. Agility: 49.00, 35 plus 5.25 plus 5.25 plus 1.75 plus 1.75. Vitality. 40.50. 27 plus 4.05 plus 4.05 plus 4.05 plus 1.35. Wisdom. 44.20. 34 plus 3.40 plus 3.40 plus 3.40. Intelligence. 57.50. 46 plus 6.90 plus 4.60. Charisma. 27.50. 22 plus 4.40 plus 1.10. Luck. 24.7. 19 plus 2.85 plus 0.95 plus 1.90. Status points. 6. His familiars were also growing strong. They had leveled up twice and were now level 5. They reached up to his waist now and were more muscled. Remus guessed that at the rate that they were growing will most probably be the size of a full-grown horse when they become adult. It would most probably be by the time he entered Hogwarts that they will become adult. It would be difficult for his familiars to be with him in Hogwarts, but he would try everything possible to make it happen. Status name. Young title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 5, XP. 5 2500 HP. 1130, 1000 plus 130. MP. 285, 250 plus 35, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 13.80. 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Agility. 20.70. 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Vitality. 13.20. 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Wisdom. 14 Intelligence. 10 Charisma. 5 Luck. 7.70. 7 plus 0.35 plus 0.35. Status points. 0 Status name. Yin title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 5, XP. 15 2500 HP. 1130, 1000 plus 130. MP. 285, 250 plus 35, MP region 5 megapixels per minute. Strength. 20.70. 18 plus 0.90 plus 0.90 plus 0.90. Agility. 13.80. 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Vitality. 13.20. 12 plus 0.60 plus 0.60. Wisdom. 14 Intelligence. 10 Charisma. 5 Luck. 7.70. 7 plus 0.35 plus 0.35. Status points. 0 As the school year came to an end, Harry pondered over this year in school. Except for his club activities in computer club and swimming club, he hadn't had a more boring year till now. All of his school studies were almost over. He only had to revise once before the exam. The most educational thing this year was probably his time in computer club. He did some coding and found a few new ways to write a program. He had been studying computer science online and had been practicing online coding at least twice a week whenever he got time. He was growing into a budding programmer and he had been designing a few simple applications and a few websites. His company had been his main priority for the last 4 months. With most of the military contracts and a few private contracts, his company had profited over €1 billion. They had started another factory in France, this one bigger than the previous one. He had also put together a team of magical, muggle and squibs with the best minds in the world in his research team. Their task was to improve their products and to create new ideas, both muggle and magical. The squibs and magical were no problem as they signed a contract using blood quills. The muggles working with them had not been told about the existence on the magical community and only helped with the muggle products. One thing that had been frustrating him was his occlumency skills. Try as much as he may, he still couldn't clear his mind. The closest he got was to think about a single idea in his head. Most of the time he had multiple thoughts running through his mind and he couldn't stop it. Even if the traditional way of learning occlumency didn't work for him, he had found an alternative. Instead of clearing his mind, he would flood his minds with random thoughts, and anyone trying to read his thoughts will not be able to read any one particular thought. When he tried this method with Remus, Remus got a major headache when he tried to read his mind. Remus told him that it felt like he was trying to catch a speeding train while standing still. He could not pinpoint on any particular thought, and all the thoughts bombarded him all at once. It was this that gave him a headache. July 1999. It was his birthday and Remus insisted on throwing him a birthday party. Remus also asked him that if he could invite his friends, but luckily he had dodged that bullet. He had gotten a message on his birthday. Today is your birthday. You are now age 9, +1 to all stats status. Name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Air Class, Wizard. Level: 12, XP, 2214 thousandths, HP, 1846, 1300 plus 546, MP, 2464, 1400 plus 644 plus 420, MP region 120 megapixels per minute. Strength: 28.35, 21 plus 2.10 plus 3.15 plus 1.05 plus 1.05. Agility: 50.40, 36 plus 5.40 plus 5.40 plus 1.80 plus 1.80. Vitality: 42.00, 28 plus 4.20 plus 4.20 plus 4.20 plus 1.4. Wisdom: 45.5, 35 plus 3.50 plus 3.50 plus 3.50. Intelligence: 58.75, 47 plus 7.05 plus 4.70. Charisma: 28.75, 23 plus 4.60 plus 1.15. Luck: 26.00, 20 plus 3.00 plus 1.00 plus 2.00. Status points: 6. After waking up he had went to meet his mother along with Remus. In the evening he celebrated his birthday with Remus and Mike. He had gotten a new football and cleats from Remus and Mike. He had also gotten a few gifts from the members of the board. It soon dawned on him that it was maybe the first time he had cut a cake after the Halloween of '91. With the school out, Remus had been teaching them, Mike and him, the next step in how to become an animagus. He had successfully found their inner mind and had saw a glimpse of their animagus form. Mike was taking a long time to find his inner animal or his animagus form. He had meditated for months to find his animal, which was in a jungle setting. He was sure that his animal was some kind of a land animal, which one he didn't know for sure. When they first started learning how to become an animagus, Remus had warned him that due to his slight metamorph ability he may not have an animagus form. When he had told Remus that he had gotten a glimpse of his animagus form after months of meditation, Remus told him that maybe because his metamorph ability is so less that he could become an animagus, or that maybe his slight metamorph ability will also be available in his animagus form. His company was doing great and they had to stop taking contracts so as to finish the existing contracts. They had been hiring new people every day and they had just opened a branch office in America. He had flown over there in the jet to oversee the office and to meet the branch manager. The head of the company, Miss Kimberly Kane, who was chosen by the board, was a Muggle born from France and had knowledge from both Muggle and magical world. She was a pass out of Beauxbatons. August 1999. With the school starting he again joined the swimming club and the computer club. He was still the part of the football club in the neighborhood with Mike. His love for football had increased after the tournament he took part in during the holidays. His favorite position was of a striker as it was the one with the most action. As usual, the club had given them some task which would convert into quests for him. The computer club gave a programming task, but instead of creating many programs they had to create a simple game or an application that can be used in daily life. The biggest quest was probably from this year's swimming competition. Instead of having 6 schools that usually had the competition, this time all the schools in London and areas around it. With the inclusion of more than 30 schools, the competition would take place for 2 weeks next year and the coach had been grinding them already. With all his physical activities like running, swimming and football combined with physical conditioning, his body was toned and fit. He had started developing muscles which were visible if he flexed his arms. This included with his tall height made Min look older than he was. Most of the people who didn't know his actual age would guess him to be around 11 or 12. With 6 months since his company started they had been running successfully and the media was calling it to be the company to watch out in the next century. With his company going public he still hold 55% of the shares and the rest were sold at very high price. Media was speculating about the owner and founder of the company, which was becoming one of the major military contractors. His study in Parseltongue was halted after he had finished the book he had borrowed from the vault. The book said the things that he already knew about Parseltongue being misjudged and that it was not an evil ability. It was more geared towards warding and healing magic. Though the book did provide him with a few minor parcel spells and a wide variety of parcel magic users. The list of names were probably more important to him because if he could get any one of those people's book or research in parcel magic, it would help him a lot. One of the most famous names there was Salazar Slytherin. There were also a few mentions of parcel magic in healing very difficult patients with ease and that it was probably most powerful healing magic out there. A few rituals were also mentioned in Parseltongue. To detail information was not given. September 1999. With regular practice both Harry and Mike finished the first step of occlumency. Though to be fair his method was quite orthodox, but still he could keep any intruder from getting any information from his mind. As soon as Remus deemed them proficient in it, he started the next step. He got another skill after finishing the first step. Skill created. Occlumency, stage 1 to 100%, stage 2 to 5%. Allows you to protect your mind from foreign intrusions and attacks. The skill has many stages. One can keep on increasing the stages and protection on one's mind. The next step, which was in the book and was being taught by Remus, was to create defenses in one's mind, to counter any probes and to push them out or to stop them from intruding further in. While this step would be useful if one could clear his mind, so he started building a maze in his mind instead of any regular defenses. His thoughts would protect the important memories, while his most important memories will change its position in the maze after a given time. This would change the location of the memories, and if anyone would try to read his mind again, they would not be able to find the memory. At the place where they found it earlier, Remus congratulated him on thinking of an innovative way to protect his mind, but he was still thinking that his protection could be upgraded. It had been a year since he found his familiars, and after a year he found something interesting with their magic. They had unlocked a new skill. As of now they reached his chest, and it was getting harder and harder to provide a place for them or to take them out on a walk. This new skill helped his familiars become inconspicuous in a normal sense. Skill discovered, familiars, transformation level, 1, 60%. Helps them to transform into normal-looking dogs with normal size. Higher the skill, faster the time taken to transform. With the help of this skill his familiars could transform into normal-looking dogs. Though due to their wolf lineage they looked more like miniature wolf than dogs. In this form they came up to his thighs. In this form their strength and speed were also reduced, but it was easy for them to move around, and in this form he could take them to Hogwarts too. Currently time taken for them to transform from one form to another took about a minute, but he was sure that as the skill level would increase, so would the time taken to transform will decrease. It did take a lot of MP to stay in the reduced form, about 10 megapixels per minute, so they could not stay transformed all the time. But as their level would increase, so would the time they stayed in the transformation. October 1999. Harry had finally entered the cat dungeon after stalling for so long. He didn't want it to be weak or rush into the dungeon as he had done with the boar dungeon. The dungeon had a setting on multiple alleyways and backyards. After entering the dungeon he had gotten a quest. Quest. Cat calls. Objective. Kill 15 grunt cats. Kill 5 twin-tailed cats. Kill the Necomata. Bonus. Kill additional grunt cats. Kill additional twin-tailed cats. Rewards. 25 XP per grunt cats. 50 XP per twin-tailed cats. 150 XP for Necomata. Bonus rewards. 25 XP per additional grunt cats. 50 XP per additional twin-tailed cats. Failure. Get hurt, possible death. The mutated grunt cats were bigger than normal cats, just slightly but still bigger. When he used observe on them he got mutated cat grunt. Level 10 to 15 hydrogen phosphide, 100-150 megapixels. 0 XP, 20 to 25. Drop 1 cattail, 1 to 2 meat. The cats in the dungeon had a mafia-like system. There were grunt cats, the ones that did the mindless grunt work. Then there were twin-tailed cats. As their name suggested, their tails were split in two. It also took twice to kill them. When they were killed once, one of their tails disappeared, and when killed the second time, it would finally die. Mutated twin-tail cat. Level 15 to 20 hydrogen phosphide. 150-200 megapixels. 25 to 50. XP. 45 to 50 drop. 2 cattails, 4 to 5 meat. And then there was the boss, the Necomata, which had 9 lives as it had 9 HP bars, had to be killed 9 times. Necomata level 25 hydrogen phosphide, 250 megapixels. 75 XP. 150 drop. 9 cattails, 6 to 8 meat, cat whip. The twin-tailed cat, while being the size of mutated grunt cat, were faster and more agile, and it made hitting them even more difficult. The Necomata was even more agile and flexible despite its large size. It was the size of jaguar or a panther. His familiars were more helpful in defeating them, as only wide area spell affected them. They would normally dodge any straight line spell. He had to predict their path and then aim the spell. The cat whip weapon that the boss dropped was like a normal leather whip with claws like a cat in the end to inflict damage. Superior cat whip. Durability 350 attack 75 to 80. Perks. Cause bleeding effect for 5 minutes if hit by claw. Causes concussive damage if major part is hit. Whip made from the leather extracted from the cat. It has Necomata's claw in front to inflict more damage. It is black due to all the infectious germs on the claw. Cell 300G. After clearing the dungeon, he got a new message. Quest completed. Cat calls. Rewards 375 XP for grunt cats. 250 XP per twin-tailed cats. 150 XP for Necomata. Bonus rewards 25 XP per additional grunt cats. 50 XP per additional twin-tailed cats. December 1999. On the 30th of November they celebrated Mike's birthday. Again they visited a theme park, though it was different one this time. Harry had given Mike a set of tools as he was interested in mechanics, while Remus had given Mike a few magical products. Mike was very proficient in mechanical subjects and already had a garage of sorts in his room. In November they had also played for the local football tournament. When he entered the tournament there was a new quest for winning each match. Quest. Goal. Objective. Win the qualifier match bonus. Win without taking any goal. Reward. 500 XP, increased relation with the club bonus reward. MVP award for the match, new football failure. Decreased relations with the club. Yes. No. After winning the qualifier they went play for the semifinal as there were only 8 teams participating. Again there was a quest for the semifinal match. Quest. Goal. Objective. Win the semifinal match bonus. Win without taking any goal. Reward. 750 XP, increased relation with the club bonus reward. MVP award for the match, new football boots failure. Decreased relations with the club. Yes. No. For final match the reward was a bit different but the quest was still the same. Quest. Goal. Objective. Win the final match bonus. Win without taking any goal. Reward. 1000 XP, increased relation with the school, new football kit. Bonus reward. MVP award for the tournament, failure. Decreased relations with the school, yes, no. He won all 3 of them but could not get the bonus for second quest. Harry found that the mystery reward was the ticket to the match between Arsenal and Manchester United that would be taking place in London. He was an avid Arsenal fan and was sure to attend the match. It was December, the month where he would get the most quests. He had made a game of Snake for his project in Computer Club. This had completed his quest for the Computer Club. Combining this quest with all the XP he had gained from the quests and the dungeons he had finally leveled up. He had placed a point in AGI, VIT, WIS and Luck. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 13, XP. 2216 thousandths, HP. 2103, 1450 plus 653. MP. 2864, 1600 plus 784 plus 480, MP region 130 megapixels per minute. Strength. 29.70. 22 plus 2.20 plus 3.30 plus 1.10 plus 1.10. Agility. 54.60. 39 plus 5.85 plus 5.85 plus 1.95 plus 1.95. Vitality. 45.00. 30 plus 4.50 plus 4.50 plus 4.50 plus 1.5. Wisdom. 49.40. 38 plus 3.80 plus 3.80 plus 3.80. Intelligence. 63.75. 51 plus 7.65 plus 5.10. Charisma. 30.00. 24 plus 4.80 plus 1.20. Luck. 28.60. 22 plus 3.30 plus 1.10 plus 2.20. Status points. 7 AN. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. Suggestions on animagus forms of Harry and Mike. Harry's should be a land-based animal. Mike could be anything. No magical creature though, as I don't like having magical creature as animagus. Poll had be added in my profile, please visit and choose. If you have any other animal in mind that do suggest. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong, please say so that I could correct it. Please review as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. No flaming please, and do tell me how you liked the chapter. There will be one more chapters before move towards Hogwarts, so please be patient and continue to give me your support. Chapter 7 Harry Potter the Genius Gamer AN. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Thank you for all the reviews and support. Few of you said that I needed a beta reader. Anyone interested can PM me. Hope you like the chapter. If my writing feels a bit bland and incorrect, it is due English not being my first language. Sorry for such a late update, I had my exams and had a bit of a writer's block. Hopefully I will be able to update regularly now. Thank you all for those who read the previous chapter and reviewed. Hope you all continue to do so again. I said that Harry's interaction with Hermione and Ron will be almost non-existent. It is not like I will remove them totally from story. They will be present there but not in a major role. For all those that say that each chapter is repetitive, well, there is nothing more to do before going to Hogwarts, and I want nothing more than skip to those parts, but all these parts are important because they show the growth of Harry. Thank you all for pointing out the mistakes and sorry for the quality of the last chapter. I will admit that it was rushed and that there were a lot of mistake. I did forgot a few things and added them at last. I have read it again and corrected and improved it a bit. Hope that you guys will like it. We are moving towards Hogwarts. This will be the last chapter before Hogwarts. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Hey there, Parseltongue. Level up. Game notification. Message time before Hogwarts will not be that descriptive. Each chapter will till Hogwarts will be about a year worth of progress of Harry. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 6. Harry age 9, January 2000, for New Year they were invited to Mr. Fisher's luxury yacht for celebrations in Caribbeans. It was quite big and luxurious with modern amenities. Harry was sure that he would buy one of these later on as he just fell in love with it. Mr. Fisher had them flown in from London to the nearest airport. From there they had taken a car to the port where the yacht was docked. As they had flown in, Harry could bring his familiars with him. While they were a little bit hostile to strangers, they were quite docile in front of Mr. Fisher. This said a lot about the magical presence of Mr. Fisher. The board of the directors were also present there and had met Remus and Mike. After a night of celebrations they returned to London on the 3rd of January. Mr. Fisher had said to that he should probably look into buying a private jet for himself. Even if all the jets owned by the companies were technically his, if he wanted to keep a low profile he should buy his own. If he was interested he could help him getting in touch with one of a company that sells customized jets. After returning to London he got the update report for the renovation of Potter Manor from the goblins. The renovations of the Potter Manor was halted due to fitting of electrical cables in all the rooms and shielding of the wiring cables from magic. The goblins had already finished the manor's skeleton, so to speak. It only needed some more decorating and it would have been done. With the lag due to the inclusion of electricity it would take at least one more year. His skills were increasing more slowly as they reached higher level. One skill that was increasing rapidly was football. He was in love with the sport and was thinking of going to the next FIFA World Cup. He was an avid fan of Arsenal FC and would go to their match whenever he could. Mike was more a Manchester United fan and they would fight on which team was the best. After the school started he again came first in his class and again he skipped the class. Mike, even if he was ahead of others his age, would not be able to complete schooling before going to Hogwarts. With the help from Harry and his own account manager Mike had been able to increase his family vault. They had invested in quite a few companies and they were doing great. With his family name being Grey in Magical World, Mike was in a dilemma. Remus had told him that when he would go to Hogwarts he would be referred as Michael Grey, not Grayson, as that is his family's magical name. He could change it probable after he becomes a lord, but before that it would be a problem. All his records in Muggle World had the name Grayson on it and he wanted to continue after his magical studies. With the success with the military, Harry decided that they will soon launch their products in Muggle Market and had been doing wide promotion for their sales. He had to buy various new factories across the world to assemble the products. The range of products will be from television to refrigerator along with washing machine and microwaves. They will also be launching their consumer-oriented cell phones, which will be more aesthetical from military phones while being cheaper and less durable. March 2000, with the company's debut in Muggle Market their products were well received. While being priced higher than the other companies their products were more reliable and less power consuming. This along with their aftermarket service interested a lot of potential customers. They were already launching their product in various countries across the world. With all the profit his company was having, Harry started another company, or more importantly bought another company. It was a communications company, one that provided communications service around the world. With his company already building cell phones, they were giving services for free for those who bought their cell phones. His animagus training was going great and he could see snippets of his animagus for. His form was a predator for sure, as he would always get that feeling whenever he would meditate. He was also close to gaining his form as he could see the outline of his animagus. It was a feline breed, though what he was not sure. Mike too had finally found his inner place, which was a jungle too. But he guessed that it was not a predator as he saw intelligence in the eyes of his form. This time too he had gotten a quest from the club, though there were no major quests from swimming club after the swimming competition last year. While there were no major quests there were still a few minor quests. While he was happy to complete these quests he was getting bored from all the repetitive quests. He was hoping and was sure that he will get more exciting and interesting quests in Hogwarts. Speaking of Hogwarts, his magical studies had almost came to a halt after he started his company. He had completed most of the basic studies till second year and he was more concentrated towards his growing company and his finishing Muggle studies. The only thing he was concentrating right now was on his lightning elemental manipulation. He could now use lightning spells more efficiently and it used less MP. He had be also manipulating lightning wandlessly but only in extant. He could arc lightning between two fingers to produce a taser effect. He could also use electricity to increase the functioning of his neurons to give him faster reflexes and more strength and speed. April 2000, he had recently taken part in a fencing competition organized by the senior of the school. It was basically for the fencing club, which was for all the kids above the age of 14. Normally they would not let any underaged kid in the competition, but since it was first competition held by the school all of the interested students were allowed to participate. All the measures were taken so that there was no accidents in the competition and they had the school ambulance on standby if anything did go wrong. As the school housed children of nobles and lords along with many aristocrats, there were many competitors who took part in the competition. The participants were divided in 4 groups. Each participant will fight one-on-one till the winners of all 4 groups are found. Then there will be match to find the overall winner. The rules were that they had to follow a structured style of their choosing and were allowed to use only their blunt swords. Harry was going to participate in it along with Mike, though Mike was not confident about his chances of getting high up in the competition. The competition gave him a major quest. Winner of the sword's objective. Win the assigned matches bonus. Win the match in under 5 minutes hidden objective. 500 XP. 500 XP. Rewards. 500 XP per win. Increased relations with the school bonus rewards. 300 XP per win failure. Decreased relation with the school. Harry was in the first group while Mike was in the third group. To be the winner of the group, Harry had to win against 5 matches. His first match was against Gemma Villas. She was a 15-year-old girl with an average height. Harry was youngest competitor there with being almost 10. Only thing good about this was he was taller than most his age and about the height of an average 13-year-old. They both followed the protocol and bowed to each other, then took their stances. He was taking a defensive stance as he knew if he went offensive he will not survive that long. Gemma attacked first with a thrust of her sword which he deflected. She kept on attacking him and he kept on dodging them or deflecting them. He would get hit once or twice in his arms, but those were non-vital areas. After 3 minutes he took a more offensive approach. He hit her once in vital area and twice in non-vital area before he defeated her. Harry won the first 4 matches easily with the first 3 matches under 5 minutes. He usually let the opponent get offensive first with him on the defensive so that he could study their tactics and then he would attack. The final match for his group was tough and he barely won. He knew that he would not be able to defeat the group winners, but he was not going to give up. Most of the people there were surprised that he came this far, seeing his age as well experience. Mike was able to win first 2 matches with some luck but lost his third match. As expected, he lost his first group match, but still there was another match to judge the third place winner, which he won. After the match was over he got the message. Quest completed. Winner of the sword's rewards. 500x6 XP. Increased relations with the school bonus rewards. 300x3 XP per win hidden objective. Win by hitting only vital spots. 500 XP. Win by hitting only non-vital spots. 500 XP. June 2000. With the end of school came the summer vacation. Harry had again came first in the class, with Mike also coming first in his class. Remus and Harry were discussing that they should probably check out the Potter properties spread across the world. He had been keeping in touch with Mr. Fisher, who too suggested that he should probably visit each property at least once. This summer vacation they had decided to visit France, both magical and muggle. This also had the added bonus of checking out the property owned by the Potter family. Since they could not travel via magical means till Harry and Mike had finished their newts, as the magical countries were very strict with its citizens moving around. Seeing this, Harry had bought a private jet after his company became famous. It was one of the fastest and luxurious private jets in the world. The private jet also had an additional use, as he could bring his familiars with him without any restrictions. The jet was personally customized by one of the top designers in the world. It was a 10-seat jet with lambskin leather and expensive glossy wood finish. All the seats were massage seats with reclining feature. The jet had been customized to faster than normal jets and was safer than rest too. It was stocked with some of the world's rare and expensive liquors. With their passports sorted out by Mr. Fisher when they were in Switzerland last summer, they had planned for a 3-week vacation. In the first week they will be inspecting the properties in France. In second week they will be exploring the Muggle France. In the third and last week they would be visiting the various magical areas in France. At first they checked the chateau in the hillside of the mountains in the outskirts of Paris, where they stayed for 2 days. The chateau was in good condition, if not a bit old. But that old look gave it a classy look with the antique furniture and marble floors and fountains. The backyard of the chateau had a huge garden with various flowers and fruits. He gave the instruction to the house elves looking after the chateau to grow some more flowers in the garden and to look after the lawns. After staying there they went to check the penthouse in the posh area in Paris. Paris being the city of style and fashion, the penthouse was very stylish and fashionable with modern contemporary style. It was a 2-story apartment with 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms and a large living room. There was also a large ball-cum dining room with a part of house set as a bar and party area. The private garage held 3 exotic and antique cars. They stayed there for only 1 day, after which they went to check the hotel in Paris where they will be staying for the rest of the vacation. On the weekend of the first week they went shopping in Paris. Harry bought many cloths and shoes from the designer labels available there. He also bought a few glasses and watches. He was entertaining the idea of getting his ears pierced but then thought against it. This week they were visiting various tourist attractions all around Paris and the neighboring cities. The activity that Harry liked the most was go-kart racing. There were these small cars without gear that they could drive it around the track built in the amusement park. He liked them so much that he was sure to buy a car when he was eligible to drive a car or bike or when he could drive a car properly. With Mike interested in engineering with mechanics in the garage after the school, he was sure that Mike liked it a lot too. They saw the Eiffel Tower and other tourist attractions. After a week of seeing all the Muggle tourist places, they went to visit the magical settlements all across France. There were two major settlements, one nearby Paris like Diagon Alley and one nearby Beauxbaton. The one near Beauxbaton was accessible directly from the school. The settlement near Paris was like Diagon Alley, comprising mainly of shops and ministry buildings. On the third day there they were visiting the bookstore to buy the books that were not allowed in Britain or banned by British ministry. Harry and Mike were in different sections and Remus was with Yin and Yang near the counter. He was browsing through all the books available in warding and runes when he saw a rare book. As he took it out of the shelf, another hand caught the book. He turned around to see who this arm belonged to and came face to face with a young girl. She might have been his age, give or take a few months, and had silver blonde hair with bright blue eyes. "Do you need this book too? Can't you take another one?" she asked in French. "Sorry, no can do. I took the book first, so I will be taking it," Harry replied in French after hearing the snotty tone in the girl's voice. If she had asked nicely, he might have even given the book, but now not a chance. "I saw the book first, so the book is mine, so can please move ahead," she replied with an air of arrogance while she pulled the book towards her, like he was beneath her. He was starting to get annoyed, so he pulled the book towards him and said, "Mine." It started a match of tug-of-war with book as the prize and each of them saying "mine" as they tried to pull the book towards them. As Harry was pulling the book towards him, the girl let go of the book, which caused him to fall. "You can have the book. I don't even need it," the girl said, and left him lying there on the floor. "Dude, what are you doing there on the floor? Let's go, we still have other place to visit. We can't stay here too long," Mike said as he came face to face with a fallen Harry. "Nothing, I just fell down. Let's go," Harry replied with a scowl. The next time he saw that girl he would be giving her a piece of his mind. After a 3 weeks of vacation they returned back to England in the jet. July 2000, after coming back from his vacations, something dawned on Harry. The next year will be the last year as a Muggle student for him, after which he will join the Hogwarts. Only 1 year till he will join the magical community. He can't wait to experience all those things that Remus told him about Hogwarts. With the success of his company in Muggle household products, he along with the board of directors decided that it was time to debut the products in the wizarding world. With that in thought, they first launched their products in the market of magical Japan and USA. The response of the products in these magical countries will determine how and when they will launch their products in magical Europe, which was one of the oldest magical community. With the sale of the first electronic equipment in magical store accomplished a long pending quest. Quest completed. Times are changing. Reward 10,000 XP, 10,000 G, plus 10% success in Muggle magical integration quests. With 10,000 XP he was finally able to level up and was now level 14. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Air. Class: Wizard. Level: 14. XP: 8,148. 18,000 HP: 2368. 1600 plus 768, MP. 3294, 1800 plus 954 plus 540, MP. Region 140 megapixels per minute. Strength: 31.05, 23 plus 2.30 plus 3.45 plus 1.15 plus 1.15. Agility: 58.80. 42 plus 6.30 plus 6.30 plus 2.10 plus 2.10. Vitality: 48.00. 32 plus 4.80 plus 4.80 plus 4.80 plus 1.60. Wisdom: 53.30. 41 plus 4.10 plus 4.10 plus 4.10. Intelligence: 68.75. 55 plus 8.25 plus 5.5, Charisma. 32.50. 26 plus 5.20 plus 1.30. Luck. 29.90. 23 plus 3.45 plus 2.30 plus 1.15, status points. 8. As this was going on, he had finally found out his animagus form. After mediating for months and trying to find his inner animal, he had finally succeeded. His animagus form was a form of tiger. He now knew what his form was, but he did not know the species. So after looking it up in the animal encyclopedia book, he found what species he was. His form was that of a Serbian tiger, which are bigger and bulkier than Bengal tiger. A Serbian tiger could grow up to 3 meters in length and can weigh up to 300 kilograms in weight. His form had the common tiger stripes, but the golden color of fur on him was a bit darker with white underbelly and had green eyes like him. As Harry was still young and had not reached his full height, his animagus form too was not at its full height. Though he was not sure how large he was going to be after transformation, he was sure that after he reached his magical maturity his form too will reach its full strength and height. Mike too had made great strides in finding his animagus form. Though he had not found the form per se, he was sure it was some sort of jungle animal with hands and feet like monkeys, as he could see the opposable thumbs common in those animals. This month it will be a year from when he found his familiars, and they had become huge from when he first found them. When he first found them they were just pups, magical pups, but still no bigger than normal pups. Now though they had grown to the size of a normal German Shepherd dog. In the last year they had leveled up 3 times and were now at level 8. Status name. Young title. Potter familiar class. Familiar level. 8, XP. 54,000 HP. 1888. 1600 plus 288. MP. 476. 400 plus 76. MP region 10 megapixels per minute. Strength. 19.55. 17 plus 0.85 plus 0.85 plus 0.85. Agility. 31.05. 27 plus 1.35 plus 1.35 plus 1.35. Vitality. 17.60. 16 plus 0.80 plus 0.80. Wisdom. 19 Intelligence. 15 Charisma. 8 Luck. 11.00. 10 plus 0.50 plus 0.50. Status points. 0 Status name. Yin title. Potter familiar class. Familiar. Level. 8. XP. 154,000. HP. 1888. 1600 plus 288. MP. 476. 400 plus 76. MP region 10 megapixels per minute. Strength. 31.05. 27 plus 1.35 plus 1.35 plus 1.35. Agility. 19.55. 17 plus 0.85 plus 0.85 plus 0.85. Vitality. 17.60. 16 plus 0.80 plus 0.80. Wisdom. 19 Intelligence. 15. Charisma. 8 Luck. 11.00. 10 plus 0.50 plus 0.50. Status points. 0. On his 10th birthday they made a plan to take a tour of the Science Center. Harry woke up with the ding that usually woke him up nowadays. As usual there was a notice for him. You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. Today is your birthday. You are now age 10. +1 to all stats. Status name. Harry James Potter title. Potter heir. Class. Wizard level. 14. XP. 8,148 18,000 HP. 2,400. 1,600 plus 800. MP. 3330. 1,800 plus 990 plus 540. MP region 140 megapixels per minute. Strength. 32.40. 24 plus 2.40 plus 3.60 plus 1.20 plus 1.20. Agility. 60.20. 43 plus 6.45 plus 6.45 plus 2.15 plus 2.15. Vitality. 49.50. 3 plus 4.95 plus 4.95 plus 4.95 plus 1.65. Wisdom. 54.60. 42 plus 4.20 plus 4.20 plus 4.20. Intelligence. 70.00. 56 plus 8.40 plus 5.60. Charisma. 33.75. 27 plus 5.40 plus 1.35. Luck. 31.20. 24 plus 3.60 plus 2.40 plus 1.20. Status points. 8. September 2000. This would be Harry's last year in Muggle schooling. As the school reopened, he got all the club-related quests. Aside from daily grinding and dungeon exploration, he spent a lot of time practicing his animagus transformation. Even though he knew that his animagus form, it was still a lot of practice and hard work to transform in his form, not mention doing it instantly. Mike had finally found his animagus form, which was a silverback gorilla. It had broad shoulders and arms and according to Mike looked quite strong. With him finding his form, he then set out to transforming into his animagus form. Harry had made great strides in his transformation and could chance his arms, but it took quite a bit of time and concentration. He had not been able to do a full body transformation, but Remus assured him that it takes a lot of time and practice to do so. Hell, even his father took almost 6 months to successfully transform the first time. Though till not quite sure, they had to wait and see how his limited metamorphic ability, gained from the black blood from his grandmother, would affected his animagus transformation. With his company doing successfully, he could not give his undivided attention to his magical studies. From what all he had read from the healing books and the parcel magic books in the vault and the books he bought from France, the only way to heal his mother was through parcel magic, specifically Slytherin's brand of magic. To do that he had to get some journals or literature written by Salazar Slytherin himself, which he was not sure existed, but even if they do exist were so rare, not to mention expensive if even tracked on down. He would have to talk to Warmonger about this, but for now he was looking into warding and arithmancy. October 2000. Harry recently increased the level of ID Create and ID Escape to level 35 and unlocked another monster in the zombie dungeon. This time he got the message. ID Create increased to level 35, new monster available. Weapon Zombie. When he used Observe on them he got the message. Weapon Zombie. Level. Same as the player HP, level 30. MP. 0 XP. Level 5 drop. 15 SA zombies with weapons like knives, bats, lead pipes etc. slow but strong. Due to their weapons they are stronger than average zombies. While the weapons were not much of a problem from a distance, they were a nuisance in close quarters as they gave them more reach and also increased their offensive and defensive power. Also, when the zombies tried to overwhelm him and his familiars with number, they had to use some wide area magic to stop them from advancing. While he could apparate after his apparition skill hit level 30 almost 60% of the time, he could not leave his familiars there. As always, 31st of October was the day that he would take out his anger on zombies or in the natural dungeons. Halloween always reminded him of the sacrifice his mother made for him, when she protected him from all the curse flung at them that night. Don't get him wrong, he knew that his father also sacrificed his life, but he liked to think that he is in a better place, while his mother is stuck here, alive but not fully alive. On the lighter note, his studies were going great and he only had one more semester till he would graduate from the school. Till now the word of his intelligence had spread and various universities were trying to offer him scholarships to join their college. While he could not join them, he was sure to ask them if they offered online courses. With his communications company up and running and doing well, the internet was readily available. With the advancement in electronics, he was doing everything in his power so that his company would be able to compete with all other leading companies. They had already made their name due to reliability and low energy consumptions of their products. November 2000. It was 30th of November and it was the day when Mike would finally get his Hogwarts letter. Luckily it was a holiday and he would be at home. Remus was not sure what the policy regarding Muggle-born students are for their Hogwarts letter, so they decided to wait and see. At around 10 in the morning, the reception in the hotel called them and told them that there is a woman named Minerva McGonagall waiting for them with an important document. After Remus told the security to allow Professor McGonagall to the penthouse, he told Mike that the professor is probably carrying the letter. Professor McGonagall was confused as to who the new Muggleborn's student was. As it was the tradition of the Hogwarts, each student gets their letter on the day of their 11th birthday. As it was for the pureblood and half-blood, they would usually just send the letter. But for the Muggleborn's students, she had to personally deliver the letter, if she is not otherwise busy. It was usually due to her explaining the fundamentals and the basics of magical communities and where they can get their school equipment. It was due to her explain the parents all that they would ask her. It was a tasking job with her other duties as deputy headmistress, but she liked it as it allows her to gauge the new Muggleborns entering Hogwarts. Lately she had been hearing all the hype about a magical company which had finally been able to let electronics work in magical environment. It was currently all the rage in the New World and the Japan. Even after being not accepted at first, the sales of the company's product were going good. There was a lot of debate going around in the Wizengamot about letting them sell in Britain or not. Her current student was living in a hotel, so was definitely from a well-off family. With all the security surrounding the hotel, she came to the conclusion that he or she was from an influential family. After Professor McGonagall was escorted to the penthouse of the hotel by the security, she came across a large penthouse door. After knocking the door, the security left her there. As she patiently waited for the door to be opened, her mind wandered towards the changes coming in the magical world. With the introduction of electronics in Wizarding World, many older family were condoning them of changing their way of life. A familiar face opened the door, a face she least expected to find here. "Professor McGonagall, come in. Am I right that you are here to deliver the Hogwarts letter to a student?" Remus said to the flabbergasting professor as he opened the door. "Yes, sure, Mr. Lupin. What are you doing here? I thought the student was a Muggleborn's." Professor McGonagall asked. Last person she was expecting to open the door was one of her previous student. "The student is a Muggleborn but is currently residing with us. So being the guardian of the kid in Muggle world, it is kind of my job to be with him," Remus replied jokingly. "No need to be sarcastic with me, Mr. Lupin," Professor McGonagall replied as she took a seat on the sofa. She saw two kids sitting opposite to her. One had black hair with bright green eyes and the other had light brown hair with brown eyes. She instantly recognized the first kid. He was Harry, son of James and Lily Potter. So the other kid must be the Muggleborn student she was here to give the letter. "Good morning, Mr. Potter. Even if I don't have your letter with me now, you are already on the student list of Hogwarts. James and Lily had you enrolled the day you were born. But still you have to wait till you are 11 till you get your letter, Professor." McGonagall said, much to surprise of Harry. Even if he was quite surprised on the inside, he kept a straight face and said, "How do you know me, Professor? I don't think we had the pleasure of meeting before, not that I recall. It is true that we have met before, but you were too small to remember it. Also you look exactly like James Potter in first year with the exception of your eyes which shine like lilies. So do you want anything to drink, Professor?" Remus asked as he sat on another unoccupied sofa. "Tea will be fine, Mr. Lupin," Professor McGonagall said. "Pip, can you bring refreshments for us?" Remus said to Pip. "Now on the business that I came here for. Mr. Gray, here is your Hogwarts letter," Professor McGonagall said as she handed the letter to the kid. Mike quickly opened the letter that was labeled, "Mr. M. Gray, 12. Central Road, Highbury, London," and read its contents and found exactly what he expected to be written inside. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed of Wizards. Dear Mr. Gray, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find the enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st, or when you happen to register. We await your owl by no later than 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." He quickly took out the list which contained all the book necessary for the first year. It was a long list, and from what he was seeing he already had most of the books with him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform. First year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Set books. All students should have a copy of each of the following: the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potion by Arsenius Jiggers. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. 1 Wand 1 Cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl, cat or toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. Hey Harry, it says here that you are allowed only an owl, cat or toad as a pet. What are you going to do about yin and yang? Mike asked Harry as he showed him the letter. Is there a problem, Mr. Gray? You can ask any questions you may like. Professor McGonagall asked as she saw Mr. Gray show the letter to Mr. Potter. There is no problem per se. Well, it's Harry's problem, Mike said as he nudged Harry to speak, to which he received a glare from the former. Well, it says here that the students are allowed only an owl, cat or toad. What happens to the students who have different familiars? Harry asked the professor. Do you have a familiar, Mr. Potter? Asked Professor, to which she got a nod. Well, in that case the familiars are allowed to come with their master, but any infraction from the familiars affects the master. I must say, Mr. Potter, I find it very hard to believe that someone as young as you already have a familiar. Can I see what they are so I can inform the headmaster and the board about your special case? Sure, Professor, Harry said as he whistled loudly. As soon as finished whistling, scuffling could be heard as 2 barking dogs came along. The dogs looked more like wolves but were not as big as a full-grown wolf. They came running and obediently came and sat beside Harry attentively with their tails wagging. So you have 2 familiars, Mr. Potter. Are they dangerous to anyone, or will they be a danger to the students? Professor McGonagall asked. Not until they harm my familiar's fist. They will not be a danger to anyone, Harry said. Okay, Mr. Potter, I will talk to the headmaster and will tell you the result. So seeing as Mr. Lupin is your guardian, Mr. Gray, I hope that you are already aware of the magical world, Professor McGonagall said. Mike nodded in answer. Usually I take the Muggleborn students to the Diagon Alley for their shopping, but I hope that you will be able to do it with Mr. Lupin, Mr. Gray, Professor McGonagall asked, to which Mike nodded again. Though I have to ask Mr. Lupin how you came to live with Mr. Potter and Mr. Gray, Professor McGonagall asked Remus. Actually, it was Harry who knew Mike from before. After I became Harry's guardian, he asked if Mike could live with us or not. Seeing as Mike was an orphan, I said yes. Remus explained the story that they had scripted earlier. The story was that for first 5 years after the Halloween incident, Harry stayed with the Dursley, after which Remus found him, and seeing that the Dursley were far from a fit guardian, when Remus offered to take care of Harry, which the Dursley accepted immediately. As Harry knew Mike from earlier, Mike too came to live with them. They created this story so no one would know about Harry taking partial control of his family estates, and that they were the company that introduced the electronic Muggle products in magical community. This was done so that none of the old traditional family tried to attack them, and seeing as the headquarters of Griffin Technology was in USA, they were sure that none of them will be attacked. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Lupin, Mr. Potter and Mr. Gray. If you have no other question, I should be going. We await your owl, Mr. Gray, about your decision to enroll in Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall said. I have a question, not related to Hogwarts. My name in Muggle world is Michael Grayson, but in the letter it says Mr. M. Gray. So will be there a problem? Mike asked. There should be no problem in Wizarding World. It must be because you may be related to a family named Gray in Wizarding World. All I can say that you can change your name at any one place, either in Magical or in Muggle World, to avoid any confusion. It would be easier to change your name in Muggle World, Professor McGonagall replied. After Professor McGonagall left, Mike and Harry went to Mike's room to see what books from the list they already had. One thing that they didn't like was that they were not allowed brooms in first year. During their vacation in France, Remus had taught them to fly on brooms with some old brooms in the chateau. While Mike was not that good on broom, he made do. Harry, on the other hand, had inherited his father's skill on brooms and had quickly learned how to fly. After a few lazy laps to test the control, acceleration and turning of the brooms, he was doing stunts and dives on the broom. December 2000, as the first week of December came to an end, so did the semester in the school, and once again the exams were too easy of Harry. It was now a well-known fact that Harry Potter would always finish the course of a year in a semester and would skip to the next class in the next semester. This year's vacation was more important to him as this time he had a company to look after. Even if he was not running the company per se, he was still responsible for all the major decisions taken within the company. It was even more important as there was going to a Wizengamot meeting to see if they would allow the electronics product in Magical Britain or not. Even if he would not be present there in person, he had tasked a team of highly qualified solicitors and lawyers from all around the world to look into the case and to make his point as to why they should allow the products. While the other countries were needed to be convinced, they were already in sync with the Muggle advancement, so it was not much of a problem. But here in magical Europe, the old families had a lot of control in the ministry than other countries like America or Japan, even more so here in England. So it might take more time to convince them. While he was sure that they will be able to convince them, you can never say anything for sure. It also helped that his company was becoming one of the largest and richest in the magical communities. Harry wanted to introduce the cell phones in Wizarding World too, but before he could do that he needed to make sure that none of his invention and products can be used for anything bad. While TVs, washing machine and refrigerators were harmless and could not be used to hurt others, it was not the case with cell phones. If the cell phones are launched as it is right now, with the availability of mobility Death Eaters as well as wannabe Dark Lords would be able to coordinate attacks more easily, and the last thing he wanted was to give people like them more power. He did not want anyone else to end like his mother because he gave the wrong people too much power. He needed to make sure that it never happened. He had an idea how to do it, but he was not sure if it was possible. He would need to talk to the research team and see what they think about his idea. Even with a team of highly intelligent team of researchers, it would take some time. For now he would concentrate more on the upcoming meeting in British Wizengamot. After finishing some minor quests from the clubs, he finally leveled up to level 15. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter Heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 15. XP: 8148 20,000. HP: 2678. 1750 plus 928. MP: 3780. 2000 plus 1180 plus 600. MP region 150 megapixels per minute. Strength: 33.75. 25 plus 2.50 plus 3.75 plus 1.25 plus 1.25. Agility: 64.40. 46 plus 6.90 plus 6.90 plus 2.30 plus 2.30. Vitality: 52.50. 35 plus 5.25 plus 5.25 plus 5.25 plus 1.75. Wisdom: 58.50. 45 plus 4.50 plus 4.50 plus 4.50. Intelligence: 75.00. 60 plus 9.00 plus 6.00. Charisma: 36.25. 29 plus 5.80 plus 1.45. Luck: 32.50. 25 plus 3.75 plus 2.50 plus 1.25. Status points: 10. Congratulations! With you on level 15 you get 5 perk point. Please choose a perk. Perks available: Lightning Elemental, 6/10 Water Elemental, 0/10 Earth Elemental, 0/10 Wind Elemental, 0/10 Fire Elemental, 1/10. He chose to spend 3 point in Fire Elemental, in which he had gained a point due to all the Incendio spell he had been using on the zombies. His Lightning Elemental had also grown a point due to Wide Area spell he would use in the dungeons. It was a continuous spell in which the lightning arched from one enemy to other in a chain reaction. The minimum damage done by this spell was temporary paralysis and maximum was lightning burns. It was helpful with multiple enemies, but the MP cost for a continuous spell was huge. There was a single-person version of this spell available too, which caused more damage than Wide Area spell. He spent the remaking 2 points in Lightning Elemental. His current perks were: Perks: Wizard, plus 1 VIT, plus 1 Wisp per level. Gain access to Wizard class, Genius. Plus 5 Int at start, plus 1 Int per level. Father's Son, plus 2 Transfiguration per level, plus 1 Battle Magic per level. Mother's Son, plus 2 Charms per level, plus 1 Potion per level, ambidextrous, dual-wield skill available, +1 AGI per level. Lightning Elemental. Level 8, plus 40% damage when using lightning spells, minus 40% MP when using lightning spells. Fire Elemental. Level 4, plus 20% damage when using fire spells. Minus 20% MP when using fire spells. As usual, Harry spent the Christmas day with his mother, telling her all about his life. Even if the healers said that she could not hear him, he liked to believe that she could, so as to make sure that she knew all about what was going on in his life. He would spend the day with her. He still believed that the parcel magic would be the way to go if he wanted to heal his mother. But to be sure, if that didn't work out well, he was also spending a lot of money in Muggle medicine. He had asked Mr. Fisher and Warmonger to look out of potential researches going in those fields and was sponsoring a lot of neurological research. His company Griffin Technology was also looking into opening a medical research branch in equipment and study both. The day after Christmas was the first Christmas party held by the company. With the increase in company's notoriety and fame, all the divisions across the world were hosting their own Christmas party. Even if no low-level employee knew that he was the owner of the company, all the board members knew that the company's owner. With the company's main office in New York, they were celebrating there. All everyone knew was that he was invited from the company. Mike, Remus and him went there in the flight while Pip looked after his familiars for the day. There he discussed a few things about the company, like their turnaround, expenditure and any new projects taken by them. As expected, he came in first in the previous exam and skipped a class, and as usual he again got the quest to come in first in the class and to skip a class. With this being his last semester in Muggle school, the teachers there were giving him college brochure and were discussing his future plans. He was called in the counselor's office to discuss what he had thought of doing after school. He told them that he had planned on taking online courses for the classes in computer engineering with electronics as secondary subject. When asked why he was not attending the class and taking online courses, he gave the reply that he was too young to experience college, and while he wanted to go to college he could do so with online courses. Not that he could tell them that he was going to a magical school where they teach them magic and that there were a whole society of wand-wielding wizards and witch. He would not only be breaking the law but would be straight put in a mental institution for spouting nonsense. February 2001. It was the most annoying day of the year. He hated Halloween because it reminded of how helpless he was to stop his parents from being tortured. He loathed this day. Valentine's Day. The day created by card companies for selling chocolate and cards, and anyone unlucky not to have a date on this day would just sit by watch. It was not enough that they had to be a whole week leading to Valentine's Day. Not that he hated the day, the one thing that annoyed him were girls tripping and falling over themselves to give him flowers, cards and chocolate. He was famous in the school for being the smartest kid and also being an athletic one too. It was a deadly combination. Not that there were smart kids in the school was famous for producing geniuses in all fields of life. It was that there were only a handful of genius who, along with being good in studies, were also good in sports. He was known as great swimmer along with football and fencing player. All these combined had an effect that all the girls his age and a few older girls would give him chocolate and cards. He would accept them with a sarcastic remark, but any request for a date was shot down so fast that the girls didn't know what hit them. He was also known to be a sarcastic bastard with a unique sense of humor. Even with him being a bastard and sometimes literally saying no to their face, the girls would still give him chocolates. There was one saving grace, was that he had finally achieved full animagus transformation. It had taken a lot of meditation and a lot of slow transformation on various parts of the body, but he had finally done it. He could finally transform into his magical animagus form. The first time he transformed, he took a full minute to do so. Mooney told him earlier that with enough practice the change can be done in a second and is almost instantaneous. His current form was not of a fully grown Serbian tiger that can grow up to 8 to 9 feet in length with 300 kilograms of weight. If he had to guess, his current form was about 6 to 6.5 feet in length and about 200 kilograms in weight. One thing was for sure, he was not meant for speed over a long period of time but for power and speed in short bursts. When he first transformed, he got a message. Animagus form achieved. Form: Siberian tiger perks. Keen eyes. Better eyesight. Tiger strength. Strength of a tiger temporarily. 2 minute. Locked. Bonus perk: Metamorph. Ability to change between tiger and common household cat form due to black blood, requires Animagus, level 10. Skill created. Animagus. Level 6 allows you to change between your human and Animagus form. Higher the level, faster the change, more attributes from Animagus. Increase level to unlock more Animagus attributes. When he saw the perk, Keen Eyes, he was a bit skeptical, since he had been using glasses for almost 5 years, and after gaining this attribute he could see without his glasses, but had to use them when reading. In day-to-day life he didn't need the glasses anymore. Granted, it was not as bad as before, so he opened the Keen Eyes information. Keen Eyes allows the user to have better eyesight than normal human, could track fast-moving targets and better vision in the dark. Warning. Any user with inherent eye problem will only get its problem reduced, not removed totally. Tracking and night vision remains the same. Seeing that what was said, he thought to ask Remus, "Hey Remus, do you know if my dad and my grandfather wore glasses or not? Is it genetic?" "Yeah, James wore the glasses, even your grandfather wore them. When I asked them about it, they told me that long time ago a witch had placed a curse upon their family. All the male members would get bad eyesight as they age. This caused a lot of Potters to die in battle due to poor eyesight before the invention of glasses." "Why are you asking?" "Okay, thanks for the information. Just asking as it popped in my mind," Harry said with a thoughtful look. So the eye problem was genetic, and since his Animagus attribute gave him better eyesight, the problem was reduced to the point that he only needed them for reading and detail works. He could work with Hat, seeing that he had these lovely green eyes which he hated hiding behind the glasses. Granted, he wore designer glasses, not those bulky metal ones, but still he looked good without glasses, and a lot of people, especially girls, said that his eye shade of green is mesmerizing. The one thing that went wrong in the whole Animagus transformation was that when he transformed the first time in front of Remus, Mike and his familiars, was that he got into a bit of a scuffle with his familiars. Seeing that their dogs had some genes of a dog and his form was feline, the bout was sure to happen. Luckily, due to familiar bond and also his size, he was able to stop the fight without anyone getting seriously hurt. At least his familiars didn't use their magical attacks on him if he would have been seriously hurt. It was a good thing that he taught them to not use magical attacks in home. Speaking of his familiars, they had grown quite a bit. They were now at 5 feet in length and were at the height of a full-blooded wolf. With the increase in size, their magic also grew, which was good, because if he took them out in this form right now, the people will sure to think them as wolf. Luckily, the MP used in transformation into dogs was now instantaneously filled with MP regeneration, so they can stay in their dog forms indefinitely without the strain on their MP, but some strain does happen on their body. March 2001. March brought in the good news he was so patently waiting to hear. Electronics were finally allowed in Britain. After a long and tedious debate which happened for 3 months, the Wizengamot finally approved the use of electronics in magical Britain. The old families as well as pure-blood extremists tried to sway the ministry by stating that allowing them will be changing the ways of our lives and some other nonsense. But due to the increase of electronics in other magical countries and due their progress and advancement, the British ministry felt threatened and had to approve the sale and use of electronics in magical Britain. So with the magical Britain being the last of the country to approve them, whole of the magical community had an access to their products. Most of their customers were Muggleborns and Half-Blood, but there were a few neutral pureblood families which too bought their products. These products were also helpful to those who were staying in Muggle area. Earlier they had to refrain the use of magic around electronics due to the fear of them short-circuiting and eventually damaged. But now with the availability of magic-friendly equipment, they could do some low-level and some mid-level magic around the house. If the magic is not directed directly to the product, they will not be damaged. All the products had a long list of do's and don'ts inside of them. TVs were made as such that they can be used to view Muggle entertainment with them. Their most sold product was microwave and refrigerator. Using a warming charm on the food while is easy, sometimes leaves the food cold on the inside. With the microwave this problem was avoided. And a lot of new recipes could be made using them. Refrigerator was easy to handle, and those sold in magical community also had a minor stasis charm built in so that the food or vegetables stay fresh for a longer period of time. With the availability of electronics everywhere, he thought of starting an entertainment company which would broadcast the Quidditch matches along with any magical entertainment created by them. He was also thinking of introducing a book reader and PDAS in magical community. On the Muggle side of his life, he had finally decided on taking online courses from Oxford University and had a meeting with the representative of the university to smooth out the last details of his admission and education. April 2001. So came the end of his school life when he finally took the A-level exams. He had gotten a major quest for his A-level exams. Life quest. Pass the A-level exams. Objective. Pass with more than 85% mark, bonus. Pass with more than 90% mark. Pass with more than 95% mark, reward. 5000 XP, continue your Muggle studies along with magical, bonus rewards. 1500 XP, 50% scholarship to university. 2500 XP, 75% scholarship to university, failure. 2000 XP, end of Muggle studies till your magical studies finish, yes, no. He was sure that he had done his best and was confident that he aced all his exams. Nothing much happened in this month except for his exams for which he had been studying for months. He finalized his admission in Oxford University so that he could take the exams and finals in the winter vacation and in the summer vacation. When he was talking to the admission representative of Oxford University, he had again gotten a quest. Quest. Admittance get admitted in university for higher studies reward. 5000 XP. Plus 10 int. Failure. 1000 XP, minus 5 int, July 2001. He had finally gotten the result of his A-level exam and had gotten a total marks of 94.5%. He missed the second bonus for just 0.5%. But still he was happy that he could still continue his studies. Life quest. Pass the A-level exams. Reward. 5000 XP, continue your Muggle studies along with magical, bonus rewards. 1500 XP, 50% scholarship to university. He had finally gotten admission in Oxford University too, and the online course would start from the first week of August. He would be giving the exams at the college, but as they will be held in December and in May, he would be able to give them in the vacations from Hogwarts. The university study for his bachelor's degree with the master's degree integrated would be for 6 years. Quest. Admittance get admitted in university for higher studies reward. 5000 XP, plus 10 int. It also gave him enough XP to level up. Status name. Harry James Potter. Title, Potter Heir. Class. Wizard level. 16, XP. 521 22 thousandths, HP. 2983, 1900 plus 1083. MP. 3690, 2200 plus 1430 plus 660. MP region 160 megapixels per minute. Strength. 37.70. 26 plus 2.60 plus 3.90 plus 2.60 plus 2.60. Agility. 73.50. 49 plus 7.35 plus 7.35 plus 4.90 plus 4.90. Vitality. 57.35. 38 plus 5.55 plus 5.55 plus 5.55 plus 3.70. Wisdom. 64.80. 48 plus 4.80 plus 7.20 plus 4.80. Intelligence. 83.20. 64 plus 12.80 plus 6.40. Charisma. 37.50. 30 plus 6.00 plus 1.50, luck. 35.10. 27 plus 4.05 plus 2.70 plus 1.35. Status points. 12 For the last 2 months he had been studying all the magical books and tomes in his library and had been concentrating on his magical education. Finally on 25th of July came in his Hogwarts letter which read, Mr. H.J. Potter, 12 Central Road, Highbury, London, and read its contents and found exactly what he expected to be written inside. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer Chief Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have a place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find the enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st, or when you happen to register. We await your owl by no later than 31st of July. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry uniform. First-year students will require 3 sets of plain work robes, black, 1 plain pointed hat, black, for day wear. 1 pair of protective gloves, dragon hide or similar, 1 winter cloak, black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Set books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1. By Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1,000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potion by Arsenius Jiggers. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces. A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other Equipment. 1 wand, 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2, 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope, 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl, cat or toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. An. This is my first story. It is inspired by Knowledge is Power and Harry Potter, Gaming Wizard Extraordinaire. So came the end of Muggle life. Next chapter is Hogwarts school shopping and sorting. Some of the facts have been checked on the internet. If I have got any facts wrong, please say so that I could correct it. Please review as they help me know what you guys think and how to proceed with the next chapters. If you find any mistakes grammatical, spelling or content-wise, please tell me so that I could correct them. Any recommendation is appreciated, and if I like them I would implement them. Constructive criticism appreciated. No flaming please, and do tell me how you liked the chapter. Chapter 8, Harry Potter the Genius Gamer. An. Hey there folks, guess who's back? Thank you for all the reviews and support. Few of you said that I needed a beta reader. Anyone interested can PM me. Hope you like the chapter. If my writing feels a bit bland and incorrect, it is due English not being my first language. There is a new OC character in the story that is introduced. I know many will tell that there are a lot of OCs in the story and not many Harry Potter character. But as Harry will be 2 years older and not BWL, therefore these OC help build up the story. Thank you all for those who read the previous chapter and reviewed. Hope you all continue to do so again. I don't own Harry Potter. This is an O with the elements of the gamer manga and other games. There will be a few time skips and I will not write all the quests available to him, only a few major ones. Hey there, character talking. Hey there, character thinking. Hey there, Parseltongue. Level up. Game notification. Message time after Hogwarts will be descriptive, with each year taking almost a chapter or 2. First 2 years will not have much as most action starts after Philosopher's Stone. Summary. Harry is not the boy who lived, Neville is. Harry gains the gamer ability at the age of 5. He still lives with Dursley but is looked after by an elf. Harry is a genius. Lily is alive but in a coma. This is a story of how Harry tries to cure his mother as well as strives to be the best, while keeping his ability hidden. Chapter 7, Harry age 10. July 2001. His Hogwarts letter finally arrived, and along with it there was another package with a letter on it, which only read, Mr. H.J. Potter. The letter was written by Professor McGonagall regarding the board's decision about his familiars. Dear Mr. Potter, I spoke to both the headmaster and the board members of the school regarding your familiar's status. Few of the board members were a bit skeptic about you bringing your familiars to school, but after the headmaster explained to them that the bond between a master and his familiar needs closeness to grow stronger, they reluctantly agreed. There are a few rules you must abide if you choose to bring your familiar to the school. Depending on the size of your familiar, they may or may not travel in the train. Whichever house you are sorted, you will be given a separate room so as to accommodate your familiar. You will be responsible for the actions of your familiar. If they attack anyone unprovoked, you will be punished and they will be removed from the premise. During the classes, Mr. Rubius Hagrid will take care of them. They may roam the halls of the school provided you accompany them. These are the rules you have to follow if you want to bring your familiars to the school. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall. P.S. The owl is an early birthday present. P.S. The package contains the photograph of your parents. They were one of my best students and more importantly my friends. After reading the letter, he first time noticed the owl carrying the package and the letter. She was a snowy owl with white plumage with few gray feathers on the wings and tails. She was quite a beauty and he was thinking of buying a new owl for school as Newton. Their old owl was going to stay with Remus. He placed the package aside for now, and would open it later. The rules stated by Professor were pliable. He was thinking along the same lines if he was allowed to bring his familiars. Only problem was when he was in the class, which was solved by the professor. He didn't know Hagrid personally, but would ask Remus about it. What surprised him was the professor's comment that Headmaster supported him bringing him his familiars to school. He didn't know why he did it, but would find out sooner or later. He had a suspicion as to why he did it but was not sure if that was the reason. Hey, Remus got my Hogwarts letter along with the board and Headmaster's decision on the familiars. Harry shouted from the balcony where he was lounging with his familiars after the breakfast. Both Mike and Remus came running outside immediately. Hearing their voice, Ian perked and looked up from where he was resting. Show me, Mike said, as he snatched the letter. What is the owl still doing here? They usually fly away after delivering the letter. Remus asked, staring at the snowy white owl. Mike, it's the same as your letter. Well, the owl is an early present from McGonagall. She also sent a couple of pictures of Mom and Dad along with it. Haven't opened it yet though. Harry replied to Remus, and chided Mike on snatching the letter. Well, it is good that you got an owl as an early present since we were thinking of buying a new one. Mike said after seeing the owl. Does she have a name? How about Snowy or Snow White? At which the owl screeched at him and nipped his fingers. Wow, so original, Mike. Hey, did you say anything to Professor about the Dursleys when she came here, Remus? Harry asked Remus. Yes. Why'd you ask? Remus replied. Nothing serious, just thinking. Harry replied. Why are all animals related to you trying to harm me bodily? Mike said to Harry, after stopping the owl from attacking him. Cause they sense your stupidity. Harry offered, at which Mike huffed and went inside. Anyway, I was thinking that we should go and buy all the things tomorrow before the rush begins, Harry said as he took out the photos of his parents. Ones that he liked the most was the photo of his parents dancing after their wedding, and one where he is about a year old and his mom is pointing his attention towards the camera. I remember this day. It was a month after your first birthday, and the day when your first accidental magic happened. You turned your mother's cat purple because he was not listening to you. James and Lily thought of commemorating that day, and James was boasting that you would grow to be a great wizard, Remus said after looking at the photos from over Harry. They look so young in this. Harry replied. Yes, you were a surprise just after they finished Hogwarts, a surprise but a happy one. You were always a mama's boy. Even your first words were, Mama, Remus said. And now she is stuck in the hospital because of me, Harry said emotionally, at which Remus hugged him. In the evening, Harry finally found a name for his new owl, Hedwig, which seemed to be accepted by the vain owl. Harry was playing the piano after remembering about his mother, and to relieve his tension, they decided to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy all the necessity which they don't have. On the next day, Hedwig was flying outside with Newton when Mike was woken up with a bucket of water to his face. The years living with Harry and Remus were great and they had become a family of sorts. Remus with his protective father figure role and Harry with his sarcastic and witty brother role. There was only one problem in living with them. Pranks. It started a few months after they started living together. Remus would tell them about their days in Hogwarts and the pranks his group of friends pulled together. When Mike first pranked Harry, it started a long and still ongoing prank war. Every now and then someone would prank the other. Most of the pranks were harmless but embarrassing. This in turn had heightened their sense for any oncoming prank, as one could never be sure when the next prank would happen. Who was it this time? Mike groaned and spurted the water from his face. You know the rules, Mike. You have to find the prankster yourself, Remus said as Mike came and sat down at the kitchen counter. Harry was reading the Muggle and the magical paper in the dining table while Pip poured him tea. But I never find out who the prankster is, due to Harry's straight face and your always smiling face. Mike whined as he sipped the tea. Anyway, are you ready for the trip to the Diagon Alley? I would finally be able to get my wand and will have my revenge after all those times when Harry and you used magic on me, Mike said with fires in his eyes. It was true that Mike had no wand till now and would use Remus's wand to practice spells. But as it was not compatible much, he didn't learn much in the spells department. He was good in herbology and potions, but that was because he could not practice spells. He was looking forward to having his own wand. After having their breakfast, they asked the driver to take them to Charing Cross Road to enter from the Leaky Cauldron. After saying hi to Tom at the bar, they went straight to the Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Harry and Mike went to the different tellers as Remus waited in the lobby. "Good morning, Master Spearhead. I would like to see my account manager," Harry said to the teller. "Name?" The teller sneered. "Harry James Potter." Harry replied. "Grimface will take you to your account manager." The teller sneered again. It seemed as if the sneer was their response to anything related to humans. "Master Warmonger, may your enemy be slain by your hands," Harry greeted as he entered the office. "May your vault be filled with gold," Warmonger replied. "I just wanted to see you to ask you about the state of my investments in my vaults," Harry asked. "Well, the investments are paying nicely and the vaults are filling up well. Your own personal vault is currently at 4 million galleon. The main vault is maxed at 20 million galleon is still the same. The secondary vault is currently at 900 million galleon. Will you be taking the partial hold of the vaults?" Warmonger asked. "Partial hold? What does that entail?" Harry asked. "Well, the main family vault will be accessible to you now that you are going to be 11 years of age. You will be able to enter the vault and take out a few books, but not higher level or rare books, and visit a few more guarded areas in the vault. You still won't be able to access the secondary vault," Warmonger replied. "Yes, please do that. I also wanted to ask if you have any tomes or diary of Salazar Slytherin anywhere available or not. I'm looking into buying them," Harry asked. "Not that I know of. But I will ask around, see if anyone has it or not. Is there anything you need?" Warmonger replied. "No, nothing right now. I would still like to visit the main vault, other than that nothing. I still have the bottomless bag connected to my personal and trust vault. Thank you for your help. May you bathe in your enemy's blood." Harry greeted and went with Warmonger to visit the main family vault. The main family vault was on the lower level of the bank and was guarded by many protections. But the main protection was that to enter the vault the person needed to show that they are Potter by blood. After placing the hand in the impression in the vault door, which pricked all 5 fingers to draw blood, he entered the vault. There were few new areas that he could access. These were in library in the vault and the area containing anything personal to the family. These contained the family's magical archive and lineage tapestry. He saw a few books that could be helpful, after which he went and saw the tapestry. The Potter family was almost 2,000-year-old, maybe even older. The recent generation of the tapestry showed his grandfather, Charles Potter, his grandmother, Doria Potter, his parents, James and Lily Potter, and him and his brother, Charles Lillian Potter. Brother. He didn't remember having a brother. The tapestry didn't lie, nor did Remus or Warmonger said anything about it. That meant that probably no one knew about his brother, or someone was trying to make sure that he didn't knew about him. The tapestry showed the current status, date of birth and death, as well as the current place of residence of all living family member. His brother was born on 25th of August 1992 and was currently residing in St. Stephen's Orphanage in London. That meant a few things, but he didn't like to speculate. He immediately needed to contact the orphanage to know more about the situation. After leaving the vault and informing Warmonger about the situation, he met Remus in the lobby. "You got all you needed?" Remus asked him as he went to meet him. "Yes. Remus, did you know that I have a brother?" Harry replied. "Seriously, Harry, this is no time for a prank," Remus replied. "It's no joke, Remus. I saw the family tapestry. He was born a year before the attack. So I have to ask you again, Remus, did you knew about it?" Harry asked again. "No, it didn't." "That explains a lot." Remus must. "It explains what, Remus?" Harry questioned. "During a few months before the attack, around May or June, they went completely into hiding and Lily used to come a lot less in the order meetings. There was also a glow on Lily's face when a few times she met us," Remus explained. "We need to contact the orphanage where he is and see if we can take him in. It would be difficult, but we have to prove that I am his family," Harry said. After a few moments Mike came too and they went shopping. "Change of plans. I just found out that I have a brother, so we will be going to visit him first. You can come with us or go home, your choice," Harry said to Mike with seriousness. "I'll go home. You guys go there," Mike replied. After dropping Mike at the hotel, they went straight to the orphanage. It was an old orphanage, with a few weathered down buildings. As they entered they were greeted by the matron who looked after the kids. "How can I help you gentlemen? Are you looking to adopt a kid?" she asked. "We recently came into the information that I have a brother that we thought was dead, and is residing here. We would like to meet him." Harry replied, giving the unofficial story they had agreed on. "Oh. Do you have the name of the child?" she asked in curiosity. "Yes, his name is Charles Lillian Potter. He should be 7 years old," Remus replied. "Oh yes, Charlie. Please wait here while I call him," the matron replied while he and Remus took the seat. While waiting for Charlie, Harry asked a few questions like, when did Charlie arrive here? What were the circumstances? Was there an official report of what happened? The matron replied that Charlie arrived on 2nd of November, and had been here since. The police found Charlie at a fallen house with a body of a dead man who they assumed was the father. They had also found evidence of another child in the house with a lady, but could never find them. They found the name of the child sewn in the blanket he was wrapped in. After a month, when no one claimed to be relative of Charlie, they allowed him to stay here. "Sister Grace, you called me." A voice came from the door. Harry turned to face the source and looked at his brother. At one glance they didn't look like brothers. While Harry looked like their father, Charlie was more like their mother. He had hair, facial structure, along with her vibrant red hair, with gray eyes, an attribute of their grandmother from the Black family which hid behind round glasses. "Yes, Charlie, I would like you to meet a few people," she said as she motioned towards them. "Hello, I'm Harry, your elder brother. This here is Remus. He was friends with our parents." "Remus, can you take Charles outside and tell more about us while I talk to the matron?" Harry said in a calm voice, while he was quite emotional on the inside. "Sure, Harry. Come on, Charlie," Remus said while guiding the shocked kid outside. Once they were outside, Harry turned to the matron and asked, "What documents and papers are necessary to take Charles out of here as soon as possible? I know that without proof you will not allow to take him. So what is it will be required?" Harry asked, to the shock of the matron to his maturity. "Well, I now see that intelligence runs in the family. Don't you want your guardian here to talk?" the matron asked. "No, it will be all right. I can fill him in later. So about my question earlier," Harry said. "Well, the most fast and surefire way to prove that you are his brother is a DNA test. But it will take some time and a lot of money, which we can't afford. Another way is through the court, but it will take at least a few months to finalize," the matron replied. "Can you get the DNA test done and fast? Money is no problem. Tell them that the faster they get me the result, the higher the bonus. Now, is there any place where we can talk to Charles privately?" Harry asked. After Remus and Charlie came in, the matron left them alone to talk to each other. From the look on Charlie's face, who was still shocked, it looked like Remus had not told him about much. "Remus, the privacy ward. So what did you and Remus talked about?" Harry asked after Remus erected a privacy ward. "Well, he told me about our parents and that everyone thought that I was dead. He also told me about them being wizard and witch. I already knew that I was a wizard, just didn't know that I had family left," Charlie replied with a few sobs in between. "How did you know about you being a wizard? I don't think you were old enough to remember, nor that it is a fact told to muggles," Harry asked inquisitively. "Can no one really hear what is told here, right?" Charlie asked, voice full of insecurity, and continued after getting a nod. "I have a house elf that looks after me. Her name is Lizzie." As soon as he said, "Lizzie," there was a soft pop and a house elf appeared. "Master Charles, you's called Lizzie." "Yes, Lizzie, did you knew that I had a brother?" Charlie asked with a cracked voice. Lizzie knew about Master Harry. But before, when bad men hurt Master James and Mistress Lily, they gave Lizzie a job to protect Master Charles. Lizzie didn't know if Master Harry survived, or that if bad men were looking for Master Charles, so Lizzie didn't tell Master Charles. Lizzie being very sorry, Lizzie relied, ashamed of what she had done. "Why didn't you tell me? I should have known about them," Charlie asked angrily. "Charles, calm down. She did it to protect you." "My question to Lizzie is, why couldn't I remember Charles?" Harry said. "Mistress Lily did some charm on Master Charles that made everyone but Lizzie and Master James forget about him. They said that if the bad men didn't know about Master Charles, they can't hurt him." Lizzie being very sorry she didn't find you, Master Harry, Lizzie replied. "The Fidelius charm. Or a variation of it. I would have to look into it." Harry mused, but was interrupted by a knock to the door. Lizzie popped out as Remus opened the door to let the matron inside. "The people from the hospital are here to take the blood for testing," she informed as they went out. The officials from the hospital would take their sample for DNA testing to prove that they were brothers. They both gave a sample of DNA swab for testing as well as some blood for blood work. After the procedure was done, they were told they will get the result in 4 days and that the charge for the test was £10,000. "Is there any way you could get it done by tomorrow? If so, there will be a hefty bonus waiting for the hospital," Harry said while giving them an incentive to get the work done faster. "We will see if it is possible. We will call you as soon as the preliminary report comes in," they said as they left. It was still 2 in the evening and they stayed there and talked to Charlie till 8 in the night. They talked about his life in orphanage, how it was growing up. They learned that he was a smart kid who was also ahead of his peers. He went to the local school and was 3 class ahead already. Lizzie provided him with books from the magical world and took out the money from the trust vault his parents had set for Charles. They also learned that while Charles looked like their mother, his behavior was like their father and loved a good prank. Harry told Charles about himself and that he would be starting Hogwarts in a month. While it saddened Charles that he would not be able to spend time with his brother, he was happy that he finally had a family. Harry told him about Mike and talked about his magical studies. While Charles had not started any formal study in magical subjects, he had read the history books and books of pureblood etiquettes. After the sun came down, Harry and Remus left, but not before they promised they will come and visit tomorrow. Next day at 9 they got the call from the hospital that the preliminary report has come out, so Harry and Remus decided to visit the hospital. On the way they picked up Charles and the matron of the orphanage to fill in the paperwork for transfer of guardianship of Charles to Remus. The preliminary report said that they were related directly, and since Harry was too young to be a father, they were brothers. Harry wrote a check for 10 grand for the test and another 50,000 for the fast work. After it was confirmed that they were brothers, they filled out the forms after they returned to orphanage to take Charles's cloths and other belongings. Harry also wrote a check of 250,000 for the orphanage for looking after his brother till now. After it was done, they went shopping to buy him new clothes. Harry told him more about the Potter family, their wealth, their friends, and more importantly their enemies. He also told what was expected of a Potter and that what would be his responsibility after he grew up. But for now he was happy to spend time with his brother. It was his birthday today and he woke up with a message: "You have slept on your bed. HP and MP fully restored. Today is your birthday. You are now age 11. +1 to all stats. Status name: Harry James Potter. Title: Potter heir. Class: Wizard. Level: 16. XP: 1360. 22,000. HP: 2983. 1900 plus 1083. MP: 3690. 2200 plus 1430 plus 660. MP region 160 megapixels per minute. Strength: 39.15. 27 plus 2.70 plus 4.05 plus 2.70 plus 2.70. Agility: 75.00. 50 plus 7.50 plus 7.50 plus 5.00 plus 5.00. Vitality: 58.90. 38 plus 5.70 plus 5.70 plus 5.70 plus 3.80. Wisdom: 66.15. 49 plus 4.90 plus 7.35 plus 4.90. Intelligence: 84.50. 65 plus 13.00 plus 6.50. Charisma: 38.75. 31 plus 6.20 plus 1.55. Luck: 36.40. 28 plus 4.20 plus 2.80 plus 1.40. Status points: 12. It had been a few days since Charles had come to live with them. When Harry used Observe on him, he got Charles Lillian Potter. Level: 7. Hydrogen phosphide, 730 megapixels. 850. Today they will be going to buy their Hogwarts essentials and also to take Charles to Gringotts. After going to Gringotts, Harry took Charles to have an inheritance test. The test results showed: Name: Charles Lillian Potter, half-blood. Age: 8. Father's name: James Charles Potter, pureblood. Mother's name: Lily Potter née Evans, Muggleborn. Houses: Most ancient and most noble house of Potter, second heir. Most ancient and noble house of Black, third heir. Most ancient house of Peverell, second heir, assets. 20 million G in Potter Family Vault, 5,000 G in Potter Trust Vault. 600 million G in Black Family Vault, 5,000 G in Black Trust Vault. 50 million in Peverell Family Vault. Account Manager, Warmonger. After the inheritance test and taking care of few other matters, they went to buy the Hogwarts items and books. So first we will go and buy you guys your trunks. Then to Madame Malkin's for the robes. Then books and potion ingredients, and at last the wand. Remus said as they moved out of the bank. Why the wand at last? Mike whined. Because I said so, Remus replied. So they first moved to the shop selling trunks. They had a large collection of trunks available there. From the standard 3-compartment trunk to trunks that have a whole apartment in them. As Harry moved from one trunk to another, he used observe on them. Till now he had liked 3 trunks. Mahogany and leather trunk. 5 compartments. Standard compartments with extendable charm, X3, potions lab with easily accessible shelf, X1, library with extensible bookshelf, X1. Security. Key. Password protected. 500 G redwood and dragonhide trunk, 7 compartments. Standard compartments with extendable charm, X3, potions lab with shelf accessible from outside, X1. Library with extensible bookshelf and desk chair to read, X1, bedroom with attached bath, X1. Hidden compartment accessible from outside, X1. Security. Lock keyed to blood, password protected, magical signature for hidden compartment. 950 G oak and leather trunk. 6 compartments. Standard compartments with extendable charm, X3, potions lab with shelf accessible from outside, X1. Library with extensible bookshelf and desk chair to read, X1. Bedroom with attached bath, X1. Security. Lock keyed to blood, password protected, 650 G. He was leaning towards the 6 and the 7 compartment trunk. All the trunks had feather light charm and shrinking charm built in and had to be touched with the wand to activate. The only question was that if he needed an extra hidden compartment or not. He had the money, so money was not the problem. In the end he bought the 7 compartment trunk. Mike bought a 4 compartment trunk with an additional potions lab in it. Both their trunks and shelf accessible from outside to get the vials of potions and in his case any books he needed. He only needed to place his hand in the compartment and say the book he wanted to get the book from outside. While they were there, Harry bought Charlie a mokeskin pouch to store various things. They gave the trunks to be fitted with their family crests as they went to Madame Malkin's to buy robes. Do you have school robes in acromantula silk? Harry asked as the seamstress took his measurements. After the seamstress informed that they have school robes in acromantula silk, both him and Mike bought acromantula silk robes as they gave more stats than normal robes. When he used observe on them again, this time he got more information on acromantula robes. Acromantula silk robes durability, 100 100ths defense, 75 75ths. Perk. Plus 10% AGI and int when equipped, plus 50% XP when equipped in Hogwarts. Buy. 50 G. The additional 50% XP only confirmed his decision to buy acromantula silk robes. He bought a few set of plain black school robes, a set of white shirts, a black cardigan, a few scarves and plain several ties. All the clothes didn't have a house logo on them. The seamstress informed that the castle would deal with the little detail after the sorting. He also bought a dragon hide jacket piece for added protection. He already had a lot of Muggle designer clothes he would be taking for casual wear when he is not in the class or on Sundays. They also bought a set of robes for Charlie too. After giving the order, they went and got their fitted trunk. The total cost after the fittings and few additional things came to a 1000 G for him and 300 G for Mike. Royce started giving them lecture that even if they both have money to spare, they should not squander it all away. After shrinking the trunks, they went to buy the books in Flourish and Blott's bookshop. Remus was dreading the time it will take them there as Harry was a certified book addict and Mike too liked to read. Despite that, it didn't took them that long as they already had most of the books used in first year. They only bought a few advanced books and an updated version of Hogwarts. A history. As it was time for lunch, they ate a cheesecake in Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and had a scoop of ice cream. After the next few stops consisted of them stocking up their potions ingredients at an apothecary that smelt that his eyes watered from the stench of the combined ingredients. He definitely appreciated the art of potion making, but he could never really find any joy in working with the disgusting ingredients. They then went to buy the telescope for the astronomy class but were disappointed by the make and quality of them. An advanced Muggle telescope was much better than the telescope available there and gave a clear image than magical telescope. They opted to not buy from here and use a Muggle one after enchanting it to suit their need. After that they finally went to buy their wands at Ollivander's, so Mike, Charlie and he went first as Remus paid for a few things. As soon as they entered the stall there was a tinkle of bell from above indicating whoever owned the store that they had a customer. Surprisingly enough, the small dusty stall was empty currently despite all the children his age outside running around getting supplies. Not that he cared, it only meant that he would get his wand sooner. "Mr. Potter, I remember the day your parents came in for their wands like it was yesterday," a voice came from behind, startling both him and Mike. Spinning on his heel, he saw what looked like magical version of Albert Einstein peering at him with interest. Yes. Mahogany and 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration, your father's wand was. And Lily Evans, your mother, 10¼ inches. Willow, swishy, good for charm works. Both very good wands. I assume you were here to get your two then? Harry then looked at him with a raised eyebrow. No, I thought I'd come for the view, as marvelous as it is. Harry replied sarcastically, causing Ollivander to chuckle. Cheeky, just like your father was. Well then this way, and you are here not for the wand, I presume, seeing as you are too young, Mr. Potter the Jr.? While looking at Charlie curiously. No, not that I think. Ah. Charlie chuckled, while Harry looked at Ollivander suspiciously. And, who might you be? Ollivander asked her while looking at Mike. I'm Michael Gray. Mike replied as they had finally changed his name to Michael Gray in Muggle World too. Okay, who will go first? Asked the wandmaker, pulling a tape measure out of his pocket and allowing it to float midair. Him. Harry all but pointed at Mike, who scowled at Harry. The tape measure took the most obscure, and in his opinion, pointless measurements imaginable. All right then, which is your wand arm? Ollivander asked. I'm left-handed. Mike answered, but Harry got a feeling that Ollivander wasn't really listening as he just dismissed the answer and went to bring a few boxes of wands. Try this, 14 inches, phoenix feather, robust and good for healing. Charms, he said, handing him a black wand which immediately set a few shelves on fire. Sorry, Mike apologized as he placed the wand back on the counter. Nope, that's not the one, Ollivander said. Okay, try this, 11¼ inches. Unicorn hair core from a rather arrogant male unicorn. Good for finesse and skilled spell casting, he explained, handing the wand to Mike. However, this one almost froze his hand right off as soon as he touched it. Nope, not that one either. It seems the unicorn passed off its arrogance to his hairs as well. Taking another wand from the shelf, Ollivander handed it to Mike. This should do it, 12½ inches. Dragon heartstring core from a particularly fiery Chinese fireball. Excellent for transfiguration and speed casting. Taking it in his hand and hoping for the best, Mike prepared to swish it only for the wand to fly off from his hand. After trying almost 20 wands, Ollivander came with another box. This should be at 13¾ inches unicorn hair from a gentle female unicorn, good for fast and accurate spell casting, he said as he handed the wand to Mike, who gave it a swish and a myriad of colorful sparks came out of it. Yes, this is the one. That will be 7 galleon, Mr. Gray. Now Mr. Potter, your turn. Which is your wand arm? I'm right-handed primarily but can use both hands. Harry replied. This one first, 11 inches, dragon heartstring, pliable and good for offense charms, he said, handing him a char gray wand which immediately, upon having contact with it, sent a chill down his spine. He used observe on it and got. Wand acquired. Length. 11 inches wood. Oak core. Dragon heartstring. Specialty. Charms and offensive spells compatibility, 10%. No, not that one, Ollivander said, snatching the wand right out of his hand and returning it to its box. Try this one. 10½ inches. Phoenix feather core from a male phoenix. Good for charms and battle magic, he explained, handing the wand to Harry. However, this one almost burnt his hand right off as soon as he touched it. Nope, not that one either. It seems the phoenix passed off its fires to its feathers as well. Wand acquired. Length: 10.5 inches. Wood: walnut core, phoenix feather. Specialty: charms and battle magic compatibility, 40%. Fishing out another wand from the back, Ollivander had a smile on his face as he handed it to the boy. This one should be it, 12 inches. Dragon heartstring core from a particularly fierce Hungarian horntail, excellent for battle magic and transfiguration. This one sounded interesting to Harry, so, taking it in his hand and hoping for the best, he prepared to swish it only for a large number of shelves to burst open and release their contents around him in a wild display of chaotic magic. Wand acquired. Length: 12 inches. Wood: ash core, dragon heartstring. Specialty: transfiguration and battle magic compatibility, 5%. Ollivander frowned as he took the wand back and went to get some more boxes. It was also at that moment that Remus decided to enter the store. "Are you both done here?" asked the werewolf, to which Harry responded with a frown and a shake of his head. "I've already tried 3, but none of them are right apparently," he trailed off as Ollivander came out with an armful of wand boxes. Remus got the idea that they would be here for a while. "I already got mine, 13 3/4 unicorn hair. It was after I tried 20 different wands," Mike replied happily, as he showed off his new wand. He couldn't believe this. He had to have tried at least every wand in the damn stall. The last one Ollivander was sure would have worked for him. Some holly and phoenix feather wand, but it was not to be. That one too left him feeling empty. Suddenly, Ollivander returned from the back of the shop carrying something behind his back with a serious expression on his face as he looked to Remus, Charlie and Mike, who were lounging in one of the stools provided by Ollivander earlier, with a bored expression on their face, and Harry, who was looking slightly anxious. The prospect of possibly not getting a wand was finally starting to get to him. "Never in my life have I had such a hard time finding a wand for someone, Mr. Potter. It's the wand that chooses the wizard after all," he began as he placed an old dusty box on the counter. "Which is why I am even considering letting you try this one," he said, opening the lid and letting Harry see, in his opinion, the coolest wand so far. It had a rather thick and curved handle made of some black-colored wood that looked to grip comfortably in the palm of someone's hand. The tip of the wand looked to be a unicorn's horn carved out of the same wood yet colored ivory that had a ridge protruding from the spike-like hilt and spiraling all the way around it to the tip. The wand looked deadly, awesome, and powerful. Harry wanted it. Harry warily gripped the hilt of the wand and held it closely, peering at it with a fierce intensity. At first, nothing seemed to happen, no reaction at all, causing Ollivander let out a disappointed sigh. He was about to take it back and inform the boy that he had no wand for him when a light suddenly began to shine brightly from the tip of wand, getting brighter and brighter until Ollivander, Charlie, Mike and Remus had to shield their eyes from the light. However, for Harry, the light seemed comforting, warm, and it didn't burn his eyes at all, allowing him to stare at the core of the light's origin without the slightest need to shield away from the spectacle. Wand acquired. Length: 15 inches. Wood: elder core, thurstrel tail hair. Specialty: boosts all field of magic compatibility, 99%. The strangest feeling seemed to be coming from the wand, yet it wasn't strange in a bad way. It was a warm, tingly feeling traveling up his arm and then to his chest and out to the rest of his body. If he were to try and explain the feeling he was experiencing, he would describe it as finding a long-lost piece of his soul after a long, tireless search before finally reuniting with it. He felt whole, yet before touching the wand, he never felt empty. It was hard to explain. It was strange, but Harry didn't mind. He instantly knew this was his wand, and he was happy, and he was glad that it was. As the light died down, Ollivander, Mike and Remus were finally able to see Harry holding his wand before him, looking at it fondly with a small and content smile on his face. Remus was happy that Harry finally found a wand, both because it was his first wand and because if it had taken any longer, he would have left the store and sworn Harry off magic for the rest of his life. Ollivander, however, had a troubled expression on his face. "Congratulations, young Master Potter. I think it's safe to say that we can expect great things from you. That wand you hold in your hand has a long history, one that tells tales of great tragedy and great success. That wand you hold in your hand can be considered both a blessing and a curse, Which is why I must tell you of its history and its origins." He trailed off ominously, making sure he had all their attentions. When he saw that he had all of their undivided attention, Harry's was flicking between his wand and Ollivander. He continued on with the tale. "There is a wand of legends that has had many names in the past, but one name that would be the most proper would be the Elder Wand. And that wand is the wand you hold in your hands right now," he began, in a grandfatherly, storytelling voice. "If you are to believe legends, and in the wizarding world, one will learn that to every legend, there is always some semblance of truth. Then perhaps this story may interest you," he said. "There was once a story of 3 brothers who were walking, and in time, came upon a river too deep and dangerous to swim or wade across, but because the brothers were learned in the magical arts, they produced a bridge over the river. At the middle of the bridge, they came across a hooded figure, Death himself. Death was enraged, for the clever brothers crossed over the river unharmed while the previous travelers drowned in the dangerous waters. Death pretended to congratulate the wizards and told them they each deserved a prize for their marvelous magic." Ollivander paused there to gather his thoughts. "The oldest of the brothers, who was a combative man, asked for a duel-winning wand, also worthy for a wizard who conquered death. So Death retrieved a branch from an elder tree and fashioned a wand to give to the oldest brother," he explained, motioning to the wand in Harry's hands, causing Remus's, Mike's and Harry's eyes to widen in shock. The second of the brothers, who was arrogant, wanted to humiliate Death further and asked for the power to recall the dead. So Death picked up a stone from the riverbank and gave it to him and told him that the stone had the power of resurrection. The youngest brother was the humblest, the wisest, and did not trust Death in the slightest. He asked for something enabling him to move on without being followed by Death. So Death most unwillingly gave up his cloak of invisibility to the brother. After this, Death moved out of the way, and the brothers discussed their recent adventure. Ollivander was pleased to see that he had Harry, Mike and Remus enthralled by his tale. They should be. It was very important that they knew this information. In time, the brothers separated towards different adventures. The oldest brother engaged in duels which he always won, boasting about his invincible wand from Death. One night, however, when he was asleep, a jealous wizard crept up on him, slit the brother's throat, and took the wand for himself. Death then took the first brother for his own, he said to the surprised duo. Harry looked at his wand warily, but still held it in an iron-like grip, not willing to give it up. The second brother had a home where he lived alone. He got the stone out one day and turned it thrice in his hand. The woman who he hoped to marry, only to have died previously, appeared before him. She was separated from her deathly world and was sad and cold. Driven mad, the second brother killed himself and rejoined his love in Death. Death then took the second brother for his own. He paused, his eyes flickering as he tried to remember the rest of the tale. Death never found the youngest brother until he took off the cloak and passed it to his son. Death appeared upon the youngest brother who greeted him as an old friend and they departed from the world as equals. The 3 objects that Death fashioned for the brothers were forever known as the Deathly Hallows. It is said that whoever wields all 3 of the Hallows will be considered the master of death. So you see why that wand can be considered a blessing and a curse. Harry and Remus seemed pensive and troubled for a moment before Harry frowned and looked at his wand, then back at Ollivander. "Sorry, Ollivander, but no matter how much I love my wand, I just can't believe the story you told me to be even close to the truth." Seeing the man about to interrupt, Harry stalled him by raising his hand before continuing, "I'm not saying it isn't partly true, because I really wouldn't know, but to think this wand would allow the wielder to be unbeatable in duels is laughable." Remus could still, with his average wand, pummel me into the ground, regardless of which wand I wield. No legendary wand will change that. Wouldn't it make more sense that this wand simply allowed one to focus their magic much more easily, while having affinities for all kinds of magic, like how your regular wands have affinities for certain branches of magic? Ollivander smiled mysteriously and chuckled. "I share the same opinion, but one can't argue with legends. However, thinking the way you do already puts you a step ahead of that wand's previous owners," he said with an approving nod. "The last wizard to wield that wand was unfortunately the Dark Lord Grindelwald himself, and it was the very wand he was using when Albus Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, defeated him in a duel." He smiled mysteriously. "So, it is safe to say that given that the wand shows you as its owner, and that Albus was able to defeat Grindelwald in a duel at the time, that the stories can't be 100% accurate, Harry nodded and pocketed his wand before Ollivander's face turned serious as he looked to Remus. The lad is bright. Perhaps it would be in his best interest to be taught occlumency to guard the secrets about the wand in his mind. Many would seek to harm and destroy him to be able to harness its powers, after all. Seeing Remus pale at the implications, he nodded in shock. I'm a werewolf, as you know. We are naturals at occlumency. They have already started their training in the art and are progressing fairly, but still I will try my best, he promised, still looking deathly pale. Ollivander nodded and seemed to stare off into space for a while. It would probably be best to get some texts for the lads about it. You won't find what you need at Flourish and Blots though, Ollivander said, trailing off. Remus, understanding the message, nodded and motioned Harry to pay for his wand. Oh no, lad, I can't accept your money for that wand, for it was never of my own creation and I was never its master, could I? Perhaps interest you in a wand holster though? He asked with a cheesy grin, getting an amused snort from Harry for his antics. Actually, it's his birthday today. I think I'll buy a dragonhide wrist holster with the standard anti-summoning charms. Given what you've told us about the wand, it will no doubt come in handy. The same for Mike here as well. Ollivander's eyes twinkled merrily before going out back and bringing out a stylish black one and a brown-red one wrist holster that looked to be made out of leather, which is what dragonhide is often confused with. That will be 20 galleons each, good sir, and happy birthday, Mr. Potter. Harry nodded appreciatively at Remus and Ollivander, accepting the black wrist holster, while Mike took the brown-red one. He put it on under his cardigan sleeve, allowing Ollivander to show him how it worked. With a simple flick of the wrist, the holster magically placed the wand in his hand from its resting place, and vice versa. As he left the stall, he got a few new quests. Legendary quest, Master of Death. Objective: find and acquire all 3 Deathly Hallows and learn their secrets. Reward: 100,000 XP, chance to be Master of Death. Failure: lose your wand forever. Yes. No. Quest: Protection of the Mind objective. Level up occlumency to level 30 before the 1st of September. Rewards: 5,000 XP, increased protection of your mind. Failure: your secrets revealed. Yes. No. Harry, Remus called after they exited the store. I need to go and buy that book about. You know what, you know where, before all store closes. Remus informed Harry, in what he thought to be the most ridiculous attempt of failed subtlety he had ever seen. Hand around here until I get back and try not to do anything stupid? Even if they already had a few books on occlumency, one can never have more than enough books. Before that, Harry had to buy a few treats for his owls. Mike went to buy him a pet, as Harry had already received Hedwig, and Remus went to Nocturne Alley. So they went their separate ways, with Harry going to Aelop's Owl Emporium and Mike to Magical Menagerie. I've got to buy a few owl treats, so I'll be going there. Mike has still to buy a pet for Hogwarts, so he will be going there, so relax, Remus. Harry said with a look that said, "Who, me?" which didn't reassure Remus at all. He begrudgingly left the 2 11-year-olds to their own shopping and headed towards Nocturne Alley. Harry had also asked Mike to buy a few things for his familiars, who left with Charlie, who wanted to visit the shop. After buying a few treats and a perch for Hedwig, he exited a store and started to look around. He did another circle of Diagon Alley, pausing at random shop windows to gaze at their wares until he paused when he saw a jewelry shop. The front of the window had a wide range of beautiful gold, white gold and silver jewelry, as well as large selection of earrings, rings, necklace and bracelets. Stopping at a pair of rather expensive diamond earrings, Harry looked around to see if Mike and Remus were coming back anytime soon before throwing caution to the wind and entering the rich, goblin-run establishment. Remus, hiding the book under his arm in a non-conspiracy and utterly failing at looking inconspicuous, let out a sigh of relief when he saw Mike and Charlie outside of Magical Menagerie with a cat holder with a brown cat inside it. "You got your pet, Mike?" Remus asked as he approached Mike. "Yeah, it's a cat-Kneazle hybrid. Have you seen Harry?" Mike asked. "There he is," Remus said as he pointed out at Harry, who was leaning against a wall in Diagon Alley waiting for them. Remus's relief was short-lived when Harry turned towards him with a satisfied smirk, revealing a pair of pierced ears. The sight almost made him drop the book in shock for a number of reasons. 1. The thought of what Lily will do to him once is out of her coma when she realized what he had allowed her 11-year-old son to do to himself, and 2. The material they seemed to be made of. Harry couldn't be that stupid, could he? Calm down, Remus, it's just white gold. Harry placated the man sporting two identical diamond studs, the base being made of white gold rather than gold or silver, latter being fatal to werewolves. What have you done? Remus asked with dread, causing Harry to look at him weirdly. Harry didn't answer, choosing to look at Remus with bored expression instead. Your mother is going to kill me, he exclaimed worriedly. I'm too young to die. I think they look rather cool. Mike added his thoughts on the current predicament. Hey, you think I should get one too? Charlie asked. No? Remus shouted in worry. Harry just smirked and beckoned Remus to follow him, who followed mindlessly, dreading the day when Lily Potter née Evans would tear him a new one. One would not want to be on the opposite side of an angered Lily. Next day Harry gave Pip his father's wand to be placed back in the family vault alongside his mother's. They had tried to see if Charlie can use their father's wand or their mother's, but they were not compatible with him. His father served him greatly for years, but with him finally having his own wand, he finally gave up his father's wand. He had thought of practicing spells with wands, but first he wanted to master spells using his elder wand first. It had been a month from when they shopped for their Hogwarts, and he had finally gotten the occlumency level to 30 and completed the quest. Quest completed. Protection of the Mind rewards. 5000 XP, increased protection of your mind. Around the second week of August he had tried to convince Charlie to join his old school, to which he agreed. They easily accepted him in the school, as while he was not as prodigious as Harry, Charles was still smarter than most kids his age. Harry had also taken Charles to visit their mother in St. Mungo's. Charles had cried that day a lot while Harry comforted him awkwardly. On 25th they had celebrated Charles's 9th birthday. They had gone to a theme park to celebrate, and in the evening they all gave him the birthday gifts. Mike gave Charles few chocolates. Remus gave him few pictures of their parents, and Harry gave him a watch. The watch itself was enchanted to show Harry the health of Charles and can be used as an emergency portkey. Harry spent the month getting to know Charles as much as he could before he had to leave for Hogwarts. By the end of the month Harry was helping Charles in his magical studies and pointed out to a few books that could be helpful. He had also learned that Charles wanted to be a doctor before he knew he was a wizard, and that dream passed on too. Now he wanted to be the best healer to cure his mother, and Harry had given him a few books on both Muggle and magical field of medicine. They had also learned that Charles too had the Parseltown ability, which made Harry think that maybe it was in their blood. Harry told Charles to practice his Parseltown as frequently as he can and to tell no one about it. They had also learned that Charles had not inherited any metamorph ability. Harry had also started teaching Charles basics of sword fighting and fencing, as it was expected of any child of ancient and noble house. When Harry showed Charles his animagus form, he had begged him to teach him to do so too. With that in mind, Harry had started the basics of occlumency with Charles. Harry had also showed Charles his familiars, who adored Charles. Remus had a theory that maybe because they think of Charlie as kin due to Harry. In all that time Harry had also told Charles about the wizarding world, who were the key players, the bigotry and all the other things it entailed. He had also promised to take Charles on a vacation when they would return for the winter vacation. On 31st of August, the night before Harry and Mike's departure to Hogwarts, Harry called Charlie to the office. The office was adjacent to the library and could only be entered by those of Potter blood. As Charlie entered the office, where Harry was already seated in one of the armchairs, took a seat in another one opposite to Harry. There was a table in between them containing an elegant-looking chess set. Harry took the first move and the game began. You might be wondering why I brought you here, Harry said in a calm voice as they played the game. From all that you have read and told, what can you tell me about the House Potter? The Potters are a house that is almost 2,000 years old. Most of the Potters before the Industrial Revolution were warriors who always took the side that they thought were right. From what I have read, a Potter does what is right, not what is easy. The Potters were also very open-minded about the blood purity, and have a vast variety of non-human blood mixed to the gene pool. After the Industrial Revolution, each Potter had started his or her own business and also have kept the amount of wealth they possess a secret. After the inclusion of Muggleborns in Wizarding Society, the Potters helped the Goblins with the exchange of Muggle money. This happens in the bank owned by our family in Switzerland. Charles spoke of all the knowledge he possessed about the Potter family. There are only 2 Potters left right now, you and me. You know that I trust you with all my secrets and will tell you when you are old enough to handle it. Now the secret I'm about to tell is the one that I have not told anyone, not Mike, not Remus and not even Mom. I'm telling you this because this will help you grow stronger faster, Harry said as they continued their game. What do you know about games, especially about those where you are a character and play in first-player perspective? Harry questioned. Not much, but I have played a few games like that, Charles replied. He had so many questions right now but he didn't want to interrupt his brother. What if I were to tell you that my life has been turned into one of these games? Harry asked. Then I will tell you that I will need of proof before I believe you, Charles replied. Good, never believe anything told to you if you have no proof of its occurrence. Create party. Name. House Potter. Invite. Charles Lillian Potter. Just say, yes in your mind to accept the invitation, Harry instructed to a flabbergasting Charles. Now I know you have a lot of questions, and they will all be answered, but I have to warn you not to say about this to anybody. It will help me keep track of your health, which I can see in my HUD. Now say, status, to access your status, Harry said. Status name. Charles Lillian Potter. Title, Secondary Potter Air Class, Wizard. Level. 7, XP. 136,000, HP. 805, 700 plus 105, MP. 1001, 700 plus 91 plus 210, MP region 60 megapixels per minute. Strength. 10 agility, 12 vitality, 15 wisdom, 13 intelligence, 18 charisma, 6 luck, 20. Now I will explain all the functions and rules to you. Now say, perks, Harry instructed. Perks. Wizard. +1 VIT, +1 WIS per level, gain access to wizard class, father's son. +2 per level, +1 transfiguration per level, mother's son. +2 per level, +1 charms per level, healer. +2 healing magic per level. Unlocks healing magic. Harry explained all the features to Charles the whole evening till it was Charles' time to sleep.